In 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, 4 thieves. What can we do with this? Not much, but they do get rapiers. So there's 4 rapiers for everybody. This is called wood armor in the original, but it's leather armor in this version of the game. So we have 4 leather armors. Leather armor does not give you a lot of defense, and that's going to be one thing to worry about in the early game, is just how squishy these thieves are going to be. What else should I kind of work on here? I guess I could get a stack of sleeping bags, maybe? Well, actually, let's do this way. We'll get 2 pure potions and 2 sleeping bags. That way I can go and actually grind a little bit on the monsters here and then rest up without having to go back to town. We'll go talk to the king. I don't know why he's putting any hope into this party here. If there are 4 thieves with crystals, I'd be just like, where did you steal those from? Are thieves less terrible in this version? I guess a little bit less. They're not quite as bad as they were in NES, just in comparison to other classes, because they made the other classes worse. Thief, though, is still the worst class in the game overall. Any goal in mind for the night? I think that if we successfully complete this challenge, it'll be a victory. Doesn't matter what time it is. Hey Luke, welcome in. And congratulations on some well-played fantasy Final Fantasy. Alright, we're going to need some imps. We're going to need a lot of imps to get level 2, maybe level 3 for Garland. I don't know what these thieves are going to be capable of. At level 2, they might have a hard time in Garland overall. Mostly because Garland is not going to take much damage from them. They're going to do the same kind of range of damage that a Red Mage would, possibly less. So you can see there, the Thief failing to kill an imp. And they're going to take a lot more damage because instead of the chainmail armor, which has 15 absorb, they have leather armor, which has 4. So they might survive 1 hit by Garland, but will be almost certainly killed by 2 hits. Tana's going to carry you so hard? I hope so. We need somebody to carry this party. I'm going to try the more advanced zone up here. You know what? We're saving after wolves. I don't think there's a benefit to going inside the temple here. There's a few better encounters that are possible, but a lot of the fights inside of Temple of Fiends are going to be more difficult than 4 thieves can take on, even at level 2. So we're just going to go and cruise around out here until our level is filled up. Should be, I think, 1 or 2 more battles, depending on what we get. Hey, Germany, welcome in. Ooh, 4 skeletons. These guys are a little bit tougher than imps, as you can see here. Might not survive this one. Okay, we got 2 of them down. That's a really good start. 3 of them down. Nice. Okay. Now we got it. And there we go. Level 2. Hey, full of sound. Welcome in. Alright, so we need a sleeping bag. Get that HP recovered. Everybody stays in the burrito. How plausible does easy difficulty make it? It's going to make it so that the Astos section doesn't suck terribly. The problem with Astos in NES or normal difficulty is that you have to grind for hours before you can take him on. Whereas I think with easy difficulty, I'll be able to get through Earth Cave and Astos in only like a couple hours. Alright, with the extra level here, we should be able to take 2 hits before a 3rd hit kills us, so that should be enough to get through the Garland fight. There we go, Garland down. And actually not a terrible time overall, but this is where it gets pretty bad. The next stretch here, Marsh Cave and taking on the Wizards, as well as Astos, are just a gigantic jump up in difficulty. Now, there are some benefits to playing on the PlayStation version. They've reduced Astos' physical defense by a bit, and that will help us out a lot, but we do not have Temper, we do not have Haste, we do not have better weapons. Our best weapon is going to be a Saber. You can go back and forth between Saber and Scimitar at this point. Scimitar does have higher accuracy, so you might have more attacks per round. But Saber is going to have a little bit higher base damage, and that's really it. Until you beat Astos and get the Mystic Key, you cannot get any better weapons than that. You also cannot get better armor than the Copper Bracelet, which is still only 4 Absorb. So these thieves are going to have a rough time here. I'm going to try to figure out a way to get them so that they can reasonably grind on things here. Hopefully we can deal with a lot of the monsters in the Elfland area and use that section right there to do our battles in. Hey Torment, welcome in and thanks for the good wishes. Does the PlayStation version fix Thieves so they can run well? It does fix running, so the Thieves will have that going for them, but that really doesn't help much because you can memo save and get away from battles using that. So their benefit is completely neutralized by the fact that you've got quick saves. 30 crits on Astos. It's actually not that bad. So NES would be ridiculous for it. However, this version of the game, I think I can get to a point where the Thieves can kill Astos again without like more than an hour or so of grinding. What do we need to get over to Provoca? I mean, I guess if we just had a little bit of well, you know what? I think what I should do is just stay at the inn, use my sleeping bag on the way over there. I got an antidote if we run into something poisonous, and the money is probably better served buying weapons at Provoca, so that increases our chances of killing the pirates quickly. And once we've got the pirates down, I can go ahead and do my 15 puzzles, get enough cash that I don't have to worry about shopping for a long time. And that will take care of most of the problems. The Thief Party is actually rather economical because they can't buy anything. They can't use silver swords. They can't use spells. It's like, they don't need any money. All I'm going to do is buy a couple of potions. Now, as a plus, once we turn into ninjas, they'll actually get somewhat decent. They won't have a lot of hit points. The ninja HP growth rate is slightly worse than the red wizard growth rate. So I'll need to be around the levels that the red wizards were last night in order to be able to take on Temple of Fiends. And maybe even higher because I will not have any curing spells. Ninjas are black magic only. And that means we will have 99 potions to work with, and that is it for Temple of Fiends. Oh man, their journey, it's beginning. I don't know who picked these Warriors of Light, but whoever did it, they made a mistake. I would describe the mission as staggering. The destiny is probably going to be stormy. Now, if you're going to do a 4th Thief Party, I think that GBA does make it easier, because with the 15 puzzle, you can get items that allow you to do second tier spells in battle. So you can get Fire 2, Bolt 2, Lit 2, or Fire 2, Bolt 2, Ice 2, and I want to say that there is also a Poison Fang in there. But basically, you can use the Fang items that you get from the 15 puzzle to kill Astos. And then you get, the Mystic Key, you get all of the upgrades at that point. That helps out a huge amount at that stage of the game. And you have a long stretch where it still sucks. But you at least get through that little early hurdle and get to the late game. Also, GBA has all kinds of recovery items. So you'd have Phoenix Downs, high potions, X potions, and things. And so you can actually not have to deal with just the stack of 99 regular heal potions for Temple of Fiends. Switch to White Mages. White Mages are probably actually easier for this challenge. White Mage is a little bit harder time in the first hour and a half of the game until they get established, but after that, they are probably easier than Thieves. Oh man, Ace. Don't die, I just want to get some Iguana experience here. Wow. We're watching the cutscene again. It was a good cutscene. I hope you guys liked it. I liked it a lot, so we're going to watch this a second time. This time I'm going to save after the bridge, because, we're playing with 4 Thieves. This is what we have to look forward to. Cannot beat an Iguana. Alright, what can I actually fight on the way over there? I guess if I do a whole bunch of saves going across the Provoca area, we can still try to take on an Iguana or an Ogre. It's like, even after the 15 puzzle and the money invested into things, I really don't get much of a benefit. Like, the Rapier is not that big of a difference from the Scimitar or from the Saber in terms of the attack power here. They're not going to get much of an armor upgrade. They can get gloves and caps, so that's 2 absorb. And that doesn't really make a big difference for how much damage things are going to do. So yeah, this is going to be a fun time. Alright, here we go. This time saving the game. I've learned my lesson. This one's actually not bad. We'll go ahead and grab the wolf here. He's decent experience. 3 Grimps are also not bad. Alright, good start. There we go, level 3. That helps out a little bit. Actually, no, that helps out a lot having the extra hit points there. Let's go ahead and drop our sleeping bag to get those HP recovered. So everybody stays in the burrito again. What about the 15 puzzle? I'll be doing... I've been doing 4 15 puzzles in a lot of the runs that I have, so I might as well stick with that amount. I'll leave myself a little bit of buffer in case I want to do more 15 puzzles after that, but I can't imagine that the Thieves or Ninjas need a lot of 15 puzzle cash. That's not working out for me. Thieves, although they have a slightly better chance of running than other character classes, still pretty bad at this early stage of the game. Alright, one lone creep. Can we kill him? 5 damage. 6 damage. Oh, it's getting good. 9 damage! Look at that. The reward for the 15 puzzle is 100 gold plus one of every basic item. So, potion, antidote, gold needle. And then, if you break the record, you get 10,000 gold. If you come in second place on the leaderboard, you get 5,000. So what I do is manipulate my time so that I break the record 4 times in a row. And then I get a pretty decent start of the money that I need. Oh man, Mad Pony striking first. Look at that, they're gonna kill us. There's the iguana again. Can we take him down now that we got level 3? Answer is probably no. Never mind. You saw nothing. We're not going to mess with Iguana. He's pretty scary. Okay, what do I have cash-wise? 411 gil. I think if I stay at the end here, we should have enough HP to get through the pirate battle with just rapiers. It's not a bad fight overall. And then with the pirate cash, I can go ahead and buy scimitars. I'm going to also buy sabers when we get to Elfland. And I want to see just like back and forth which one is going to be the better weapon overall, depending on how many hits per round that we get. Okay, since I do have 360 gil here, I can go ahead and pick up 4 caps. Actually, no gloves here. Never mind. Caps are not until we get to Elfland. Still, though, this is 1 absorb. Every absorb's important. Hey, CB, this party is really something. Something terrible, that's what it is. You know, the pirates look like very similar to the thieves. I think if we had larger sprites, we would look just like the pirates do. We got the bandana, we got the green armor. Pretty much the same weapon once we have the scimitars. Like, I think those are thieves that have flunked out of Light Warrior Academy. Nice, there we go. They have fallen, though. And with that, we have about only 18 and a half minutes to get that boat. Good times. Hey, Space Cowboy, welcome in. Oh, only have enough money for 3. Let's go and do this after our 15 puzzle then. But Thieves makes them the worst class pretty much everything. I can't think of one redeeming feature for the Thieves here. They have terrible equipment, terrible stats, they don't get any useful abilities, they can't use any good items. Pretty much nothing about them is acceptable. But here we go, 15 puzzle time. I'm going to do this 4 playthroughs, getting first place each time. We'll just delay here until we've got 45 seconds on the clock. That gives me a bit of buffer for going to the next playthrough. Joker, thank you much for the subscription. And I hope you enjoy your Out of Bounds bat. We're going to need his love and support in this run by probably the first couple hours in. And hopefully Out of Bounds bat is going to be there for us. There we go, 10,000 Gale plus all the basics. And we'll go ahead and do playthrough number 2. Okay, we'll do it from this side. Wait to 44 seconds, then I'll do a low 44 because we did have a high 44 in the previous one. There we go, just a little bit short again. So playthrough number 3 here. Oh man, my 4 is all the way in the bottom corner. We'll go ahead and fix that. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. Alright, there's 3 of them down. Is this a set pattern? Am I really fast? I'm just really fast. It is randomized every time it does this. Alright, so 42.35 is what I did on that one. We'll do one more. I don't think I'll ever need 15 puzzles again, so we'll just end whenever I finish this one. Instead of having to delay for the conclusion. There we go. All right, 4 victories. And so basically the way the 15 puzzle there works is that it has a leaderboard of top 3 times. And every time you set a new value on that leaderboard, it starts at like 1 minute for the leaderboard initially. And then you can stick your own times on top of that. So I do have to beat the record time that's recorded there. And it'll get reset every time I start the game over. So within a single playthrough is what it's looking at. And basically I just delay until I have plenty of buffer for me to go and get another time under that. So if I wanted to, I could probably get, 20 or so of those playthroughs in a row. And that would be the most goal. But since it takes about 40 seconds per delayed playthrough there, you don't want to spend too much time doing that. Hey Xenon, welcome in. And welcome into some terrible, terrible times. Oh man, we're getting wrecked by these odd eyes. There's one of them down. 2 of them, there we go. Hey, Asbury, welcome in. Yes, it is all Thieves. Welcome into Falcon as well. Right, a shark is probably beyond our skills. We have to get lucky with these hits. I need about 7 or 8 hits, and the shark is going to wreck us really quickly. Very slightly better than NES Thieves, yes. And the big things are going to be that Astus has less defense, so we don't have to grind as long before taking him on. We're on easy mode as well, so grinding is going to go a lot faster. And the Memo Save feature means that Temple of Fiends is not going to be disastrously hard, because I'll be able to reset if we take a lot of damage. At Temple of Fiends, I have 99 heal potions to work with, and that's it, because nobody has any healing spells. So it is very difficult to get through there. We might have to manipulate a Nucleus Lich, for example. Does it get better when they turn into ninjas? It will get better when they are ninjas, and I will do ninjas for this playthrough. Just because I have a limited number of hours to finish this. Alright, Bill's dead. Try that again. They get black magic, but only the first 4 spell levels, so they would not have warp, which is a 5th tier spell. I don't think we'll be able to beat this. Bill's got not enough health. In fact, nobody's got enough health for this. You can get the heal staff and the heal helmet. However, when are you going to be using those things? Because whenever you are in Temple of Fiends, you're going to get beaten up really fast by the monsters there. So you can't really stick around in battle doing the items over and over again. There's no way to realistically buff yourself up enough to have the defense for that to work out. They've changed the defensive calculations for how the evasion skill works, and so it's not nearly as easy to get the party to be completely protected from physical attacks. It is like a 4-jump fiesta if you got 4 berserkers. That's pretty much the closest analog to what's going on right now. Hey, Avin, welcome in. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get the sabers for everybody. So sabers are higher base attack damage, but they are lower accuracy, which means I kind of have to look at what my attacks per round are going to be. It should still be 1 attack per round with the scimitar for a while, so saber is actually better here. We'll go ahead over to the item shop, pick up a big stack of items, and then we're going to start fighting stuff, because I cannot do Marsh Cave at this level with this party, so we need some levels. We will get 4 copper armlets. Even though this is equal, copper armlets are going to have better evasion than the leather armor by just a little bit. Go ahead and get 4 caps. Okay, rapiers can go. Other armor can go. What I consider a 4-class party challenge ready. Yes, I've done random character challenges where we've spun the Wheel of Destiny around and done whatever came up on those. And those are decently fun. I might do some of those for the PlayStation version as well. Let's get a stack of tents here so that I don't have to go back to town nearly as often. Since we don't have spell slots, I don't need cottages, and I don't necessarily need to go to the inn. A 4-class party that's competitive for a world record. Probably the best one you'd be looking at is Fighter, Red Mage, White Mage, Black Mage for that. I could see that combination doing decently for a lot of circumstances. Alright, let's see if the Gigas Worms and the Ogre can be taken down now. With our upgraded damage, we'll have less rounds that we need to sit through here to tank these things. We're already getting some benefits from that higher evasion rate. So the way that armor works is that there is an absorb rating, which is how much is subtracted off of every single enemy hit. And then there is a weight penalty, which impacts what the change to your invasion rate is like. And the copper armlet and the leather armor have the same absorb rating, which is 4, but they've got different weight penalties. The leather armor's got a 3 penalty and the armlet's got a 1 penalty, so like a 1% better chance of dodging things. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it does help out. Hey, Soloman, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. Or do you need another tent? I could probably cycle through my characters now that I've got everybody up to full HP. Alright, wolves are probably not that good to fight. I'm looking mostly for ogres, asps, and if I happen to get a good battle against, you know, a tarantula or something where it's just like one or two of them, then I might pick it up as well. But there's a lot of things around here which are going to be a lot slower. There we go, double ogres, nice. It's going to take a while, but very lucrative overall. Weird that they pitched their 10 on the treetops. You can't say that they are the smartest group, considering that they're dealing with the 4th thief combination here. Didn't bring a single spellcaster. Nobody that can do good melee combat. It was probably Dan's idea about how to set up the tent in the first place. There we go, got another level. Alright, looks like everybody's gotten strong level ups there. That is nice to see. That is also one thing I can do is get really close to level ups and then go ahead and reset until I get strong level ups on everybody. That way I don't have to do as many levels to build up my HP. Hey, quit hitting Bill. I put him in the back for a reason. If you think this is bad, wait until we get to the wizards. That's gonna be exciting. We'll definitely need to have a 2-wizard combination, and we might need to take multiple attempts at the 2 wizards to get this party to kill him. At least the rest of Marsh Cave we can cheese out with quick saving. How long do I think this run is going to take? I hope that I can finish it before I fall asleep. Hey, Cypher, welcome in. Alright, gas are probably not going to be winnable because of the paralyzation. Once they get 2 or 3 people paralyzed, we just don't do enough damage per round. Alright, so far focusing mostly on Dan there. That's a good choice. Yeah, we're out of it. Alright, so gas, probably too difficult. Let me stay up in the... I guess if I'm in this zone into the northwest, this would probably be my best bet overall. Now, the flip side of wanting to get a lot of levels here is that I need levels after class change to get my spell slots. Without the haste and temper spells, we're not going to do very well in it. So I need to get through this early part of the game with as few levels as possible, so that we have ideally, you know, a half dozen or so hastes and tempers available on everybody. And that's going to make it challenging overall to kind of balance those 2 requirements. Can Thieves steal anything? The only thing that they've stolen so far is my heart. Hey, Expensive Foreigner, welcome in. Alright, let's see how we are doing on this next level. 69 to the level. Wolves, especially in an ambush, are not really worth my time. But I guess if I can get something that knocks me a little bit closer to level, that way I can try it again if I don't get strong level ups, is actually not bad at this point. That's bad at this point. Enemies are mostly going to die from laughter, I wish. I wish we kill some things from laughter, because I can always go get my party revived. If Astos dies from laughter, that'll be really, really helpful. If we can kill the wizards that way, that would also be a really big win. I think this is less than 69 experience, so this will help me get a little bit closer to the level. I would love to be like 1 ogre away, and then we go ahead and try more than once in case we don't get enough strong level ups. Okay, there's 30, so now we need 39 more. I didn't hear the ding. There we go. And I'm staying up here because as you get towards Marsh Cave, you go into two zones that have worse encounters than what you see here. Although I might want to trade off these wolves for the poisonous monsters that are in the zone 1 to the south from here. The poisonous monsters are at least a decent experience, and I've got, you know, a big stack of antidotes in case people get poisoned. So I'm not actually worried too much about the poison status. Oh man, Ogre Groger. Well, this will get us a level, but it's going to be a painful time there. Groger especially, his higher base defense means that we're going to have a really hard time hitting him. Hey, Wells, welcome in. Cal and Dan can each take one more hit. Hey, Shirazad. And welcome in, Mud Puppy. Alright, good. He did not hit Dan there. Go ahead, try for the kill. Man, that was a critical miss. Double critical miss. Ace and Bill, like always, having trouble with their swords. It's always Cal and Dan for some reason that are better at killing things. Alright, I saw +2, +2, +2. I think everybody got a weak level up there. Yeah, let's go and see if we can pick up that level again. See if there's anything better. If I get another set with all 4 of them getting weak level ups, I'll just go on. This is the world record run. It probably is going to be the world record for Thieves, actually. Oh, preemptive, but man, this is going to be hard. Actually, looking at it, I don't think I can do this. We're going to get about halfway through that first ogre in the surprise round, and then have 1.5 ogres plus the Groger coming at us. No, again. This is such a good formation, but I can't take it right now. Alright, that's at least no Groger there. He's got a better shot at it. The Groger's just really rough with his roughly 30 or so damage per round, and also having much higher absorb rating. Taking him down is very hard compared to the regular ogres. Even the regular ogres, are, as you can see, are just trashing these thieves. Is this truly the worst party? Yes. I cannot think of a worse party than this. Alright, they got all weak level ups again, so maybe it is going to be very hard for me to get strong level ups on the Thieves off level, so we're just going to go ahead and take level 6 there. That's right, only 1 attack per round still. I'm going to check very quickly whether or not scimitars are going to be 2 attacks at this point. So we're going to have 2 people with scimitars, 2 people with sabers. Just go ahead and get into this next fight. What about 4 white mages? White mages are going to have the harm spell, so they can grind on undead packs. White mages also have, at the late game, all kinds of healing. In fact, the early game, they're going to have all kinds of healing as well, so they're actually much better off than this group that you see here. This truly is the worst character combination you can pick. Like, I'm not even just, like, exaggerating. There is nothing worse out there. Hey, Triforce, that is correct. Everyone is a thief. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Alright, looks like we still only get one attack per round with the Scimitar, so it's going to be Saber for going into Marsh Cave here. I would at least make a try at Marsh Cave. I don't know if it's going to be successful, but we can give it a shot. And I can still grind inside of Marsh Cave thanks to my 99 potions. Okay, don't hit Dan. Groger, you're so rude. How long is this run going to take? I hope that I don't fall asleep while doing this. Ideally, this is going to be less than 6 hours. To give you a comparison, the run yesterday with the restriction of not being able to quick save, and that's a huge handicap in this version of the game, was only 4 hours and 15 minutes. So Thieves are terrible. Terrible. Oh man, quadruple tarantula. I can at least take this group, and we'll go ahead and use as many antidotes as necessary after this is done. McNuckies, thank you much for the bits there. We're gonna need all the help we can get. I'll take anything, really. Anything. Cheating. Action replays. We might have to splice in some segments while I do some grinding off stream. Now, we'll try to do it legit through here. Like, I think that, at least in this version of the game, 4 Thieves is not going to be as bad to get through the Marsh Cave and Astos stretch. And once I get through that, there is actually a pretty good time for Earth Cave, thanks to quick saving. I don't know how I'm going to do Lich. He's going to be a real mystery. But that's where I kind of feel like up until Lich, all the way from Astos, is a pretty good path. Is damage normally this low? Yep, this is what you get for Thieves. Alright, so we do not have the 2 attacks per round here, so we're going to put the Sabers back on to Cal and Dan there. How much do I need for level 7? 240. Let's get level 7 and then go into Marsh Cave. Is 4 Thieves worse in the NES version? I think so. So, what's going to be different here is that Lich has got double HP, so I need to get through 800 hit points on Lich. That is going to be brutal. But NES, you can't quick save, and that makes some of the late game much tougher. The quick save is going to help me quite a lot here for both grinding as well as getting through dungeons. Like, I can cheese dungeons, it's just the bosses are going to be very, very difficult to deal with. Yes, thank you much for the host there. Hope you guys are in the mood for a lot of Final Fantasy, because I'm going to be playing with the worst character combination imaginable here, 4 Thieves. Thieves are the least powerful character class. They're terrible at the beginning, they're terrible in the middle, they're terrible at the end of the game as well. And so we're going to have a good time here. Hey Mike, welcome in. Ninjas do get a lot of good equipment, but I need to get all the way through Ice Cave and Ordeals before I can get my ninja classes. So that is a long ways away. Oh, we're not taking that group. Undead ambush there. So the undead monsters with paralysis are going to pretty much stun lock us within the first couple of rounds, and then we have no hope of getting away or killing them at that point. Of the 6 possible parties of the same character class, what's the rank from best to worst? I would say probably the best is going to be... Well, it's going to depend on how much you want to do investment-wise for grinding, because fighters, red mages, black belts, all can be pretty good. Black belts take a little bit of time to develop before they have a lot of strength in their punches. It's going to be a bit of a slog at the early game, but they will get very powerful by the late game. Red mages are going to have access to temper and haste pretty quickly, and so they'll have no problems buffing themselves up enough to take on the bosses. Knights, or fighters, I guess, to start with, are also going to be no problem at the beginning, and they do have enough early game attack power that they don't have to do as much grinding as the black belts will. So I think that between those three is going to be the best. Maybe red mages best overall, thanks to the early game temper and hastes. And then behind that group of three, you got white mages and black mages. Both of them have a decent start once they get their spells at Elfland. So Harm 2, Fire 2, Lit 2, those are going to let them grind really efficiently. And while they don't have a lot of armor, they can deal with most of the early game bosses because there's a long stretch where it's undead monsters. So Harm 2 works and Fire 2 works really well. That'll take them through Vampire, Lich, Zombie Ds. The Ice Cave is actually not bad because the eye doesn't have a lot of hit points. So you get through that stretch of the game, then they get class change. And so most of their challenging stuff is actually later on. And at least in this mode of the game, you're going to have plenty of spell slots to work with. So I think you can deal with the late game pretty easily with those classes as well. Thieves, though, they just really have no good standing attributes to them. A solo black belt run is so the way that works in the late game is that by the time you get into the high levels, like I'm talking around like level 40 plus, you're one-shotting everything. And so the individual monsters that tend to give a lot of other character classes problems, you can just breeze right through them. It's more like packs of monsters that you have difficulties with. And that means the boss fights are pretty good. And as long as you can get away from the random encounters, you can get down to the bosses and just beat them up really quickly. Hey, Breskley, welcome in. Why did they put the Thief class in the game? Probably just to be mean. Black belts have no spells whatsoever. That's correct. So black belts do not get any spells when they change into monks. There really is no benefit for their class change. So with a black belt party, you would not need to do ordeals. You can just go ahead and skip it entirely. See if we can get one more fight here for level 7. I know we're really close to the level. And then I'll go and try to make an attempt at Marsh Cave after that. That's not a party I want to try it on. Am I playing this on easy or normal? I'm playing this on easy, otherwise the leveling up that you see here would be way slower. So I'm imagining that the difference in difficulty levels is going to drop the time of this run by many hours. This should be at least a 10-hour run on normal difficulty. Alright, there we go. Double ogres, we can do this. We can do this. Am I going to get ninjas? I will get ninjas in the late game. So I don't have to stick with the Thief character classes. I'm just starting with the worst possible party at the beginning. Ninjas are actually fun to work with. The one thing I don't know is how long it's going to take me to get spell slots. I will need to get a bunch of levels after class change for the spell slots to develop in. And depending on how long it takes me to get through the early game, I might be so advanced in terms of levels that that's actually kind of difficult at that point. There we go, level 7. That looked like a good number of people that got strong level ups. Yep, there we go. Everybody's in the 150 range. I can do another quick test here to see if scimitars are going to give me 2 attacks per round yet. Scimitars have 5 extra accuracy than sabers, so you're going to get 2 attacks per round sooner with that weapon. I can go ahead just into the cave and see what we get there. Oh man, why can't I get these low encounter runs in a real speed run? Waste it here, waste it. And we got 3/4 of the poisonous party mix as well. Spider, Arachnid, and Muck all showing up. No scums though. Let's do our test on the Muck. He does not have a lot of evasion, so he should be pretty good to work on. Okay, looks like we still have one hit with the scimitars here, so Saber is still the best weapon at this level. Run from just about everything in Ice Cave and Ordeals. That's pretty much going to be the plan. Because I think after I get through Lich, it is pretty easy to get to the class change at that point. Lich is going to be like my last roadblock before class change. How often do I encounter Warmechs in world record runs? I have never gotten Warmech in a speedrun. Either NES, which you manipulate him out, or GBA or PlayStation, where he's just very, very rare compared to what it was in the original version. Alright, we did it. Man, that is so difficult. Just like a regular random encounter. That's one of the easier random encounters in this dungeon. I should see how many experience points we need. 415 for the next level. So if I don't get much success on a 2-wizard battle early on, I'll try picking up level 8 and see if that improves things. Once again, getting 3/4 of the poisonous party mix here. As you can see, they've updated the way that poison and regeneration work in this game. Originally, poison was a fixed amount of damage. So you take 2 damage per round, 1 damage while walking in the overworld. And regeneration actually didn't work at all. And that was something that was intended to work for a certain set of character classes for the enemy types, that they would regenerate slowly. And I think it was 2 regen per round, which is completely inconsequential. And what they've done here is change it. I believe it is 5% regen / poison damage per round. So it at least is a little bit better, although still not really going to be something that significantly swings fights. How does it feel to play with 4 Thieves? It is pretty painful. But I already said at the beginning of the stream, if the pain becomes unbearable, I will take a break. Just to make sure that I don't die doing this. Right, gargoyles as well. So I'm standing right in front of a church that has a cottage in it. I don't really need cottages because I have no spell slots, so I don't need my spells to be recovered. But later on I'll want to have cottages, and also cottages could come in handy for just the 120 HP recovery instead of the 60 recovery that the tents give me. Save time by not picking up adamant. That is a good point there. That's going to be several seconds saved in Sky Castle when we get there. Okay, 235 experience remaining. Imagine this party versus Warmech. It's not going to be pretty. We're going to hope for no remakes in this run. Hey, Monkey Governor, welcome in. Hopefully Bane's Sword likes me. By the time that we get to T-Mat, though, we'll have ninjas. And so I should be able to hasten temper my way through the bosses. That's like the one really big thing is after class change and once we get those spells, the boss fights suddenly become much easier. And so we'll have a pretty good time going through those. Well, I don't think we're going to survive this one. If I encounter Warmech, could I attempt the fight? Yeah, if we see Warmech, we'll fight him. It won't go well, but we'll fight him. Actually, this is also not going to go well. These monsters have very high physical defense. Yeah. Unless we get critical hits, we're not going to be able to kill scums at all. Is Warmech a runnable fight? Yes. You can run from Warmech. He's a regular random encounter. Am I going to solo grind on Agamas or stay more or less even? I probably want to level up everybody in the party. I was thinking about whether I should do 4 characters or 3 characters once we get to the class change part of it. 3 characters would let me level up faster, and I only have 3 ribbons, and that's going to be a pretty big limiting factor for a lot of things. I can't get the Aegis Shield, and I can't get any spells like Null Magic or Null All, so I have no way of protecting the 4th character from status elements or poison or things like that. So probably only 3 characters are going to have any chance of survival. ABV Curry, yes, you can save in the dungeons. In fact, you can save wherever you want in the remake versions of the game using a feature called Memo Save. And last night I did a challenge which was to not use the Memo Save feature at all, which was a lot easier than this. Alright, given that we are having trouble still dealing with arachnids here, which are a pretty early game monster, I'm going to imagine that the wizards are not going to go over well. But once I get level 8, I'm going to try them. We'll just see what happens, and worst case is I go back outside and buy more potions. Alright, we should also be really close to our level here. Just keeping an eye on it so I know where we are level-wise. Yeah, 150... Actually, 150 is probably still 2 battles to go depending on what I encounter in here. There are a couple of things that would be enough for that, but a lot of it's going to be in the 100 to 120 range. Two Muxa. This is actually a good fight. Well, a little bit questionable depending on if they all gang up on somebody. It takes a while for me to take a muck down, and they do hit really hard. Can I save and reset every few steps to get no encounters at all? Yes. So the encounters in this version of the game are frame-based. So every time that you take a step, you could actually prevent encounters entirely just by walking in certain rhythms. Now, there's no way for you to know what the RNG is going to be because it's more complex for how the RNG works. But yeah, you could prevent all encounters that are randomly placed from happening. Doesn't help with fixed encounters, things like trap tiles and bosses and so on. But I'll be using that pretty extensively to get through some of the more difficult dungeons, like all of them. I probably don't want to do 3 mucks. If I can get something easy here and get that level, I need just a small amount of experience, and then that'll give me another slug of HP to work with, as well as hopefully 2 attacks per round. We should be getting pretty close to having that second attack here on the Thieves. Okay, we can try. Ooh, the slime. So the slime there, because we can't do any damage to it, you have to really use magic spells to kill those things. And they're not worth a lot of experience, so it's probably never worth your time to do it unless you have, magic spells coming out of your ears for fighting them. I am playing on a PS2 Slim. Unless I'm doing something really funky, I'll always be doing real hardware. And I make sure I put it up on my channel description if there is an emulator or any kind of cheat device involved. Yep, the Thieves running ability pretty much useless thanks to the quick save feature of the remakes. And it's also useless thanks to the fact that in the original version of the game, running is entirely broken. So there is no version of the game where Thieves' running skills are actually helpful. That's too many wolves for me to kill. We just need to get something that we can deal with. Gargoyles, maybe? I take some bones. Assuming that we didn't get paralyzed by the creep. There we go. Just have to kill that crawl really fast. I might as well say we just have to go to the moon, because how are the Thieves going to kill this crawl? Okay, next up, our bones. So Bloody Bones in the back is the real threat here. As you can see, doing a ton of damage. Alright, Dan died. That's going to be a common theme throughout the game, Dan dying. What inspired me to do this? I've been challenged a lot over how terrible Thieves are, and I want to have video evidence for why you should never play with Thieves. Alright, let's do a quick test here. So we should have Scimitar. Yep. Okay, we have 2 people on Scimitar, 2 people on Saber, and that'll let me see if we have the second attack per round yet. What's with the party order? Just because party order does not matter for this playthrough tonight. Everybody is going to be exactly the same. Okay, looks like Scimitar is still 1 hit per round, so we are still looking for Sabers, given that they have a higher base damage rating. The Sabers also have a higher critical hit rate in the original version of the game. I forget exactly what they did with critical hits for this version. I know that they adjusted them so that there was not quite the same broken level of criticals, but I forget if they have actually got good formulas for what the critical hit rates are for every weapon published somewhere. Here we go. This is a bit of an experiment. We got 2 wizards. It's going to be essential. I'm thinking this is not going to work. Just a hunch. We did 10 damage in the first round. $16 damage. That's a step up. Ooh, there we go. Crit. And we're getting really lucky with the damage distribution. Second crit. Nice. We might be able to do this. Oh, 3 crits. Look at that. We have done the wizards. All right, well, there's our first big obstacle. That was a super lucky one. I was expecting that to take, 20, 30 tries. But we had 2 wizards, which is the best you can get. They were very, very nice in terms of their damage distribution. Like, they didn't gang up on anybody. They didn't do any big hits. And then we got 3 criticals in that fight. That was great. Is the random party or am I just crazy? I am crazy. I'm going to abuse the ability for Thieves to run a little bit here, just so that I don't do as many memo saves going across. I'll at least give it a shot whenever we get attacked for running. Especially against some of the easier fights. This is probably the Bone Crawl combo, which has 0 to 2 crawls in it. So we kind of lucked out not having any crawls at all show up so that we didn't get paralyzed. Yeah, Astos and Lich are going to be the next two big roadblocks. We'll see how Astos goes, because I can go and at least try him and see what he's like. Basically, the way the Astos fight takes place is that once he gets to his attack spells, we're done for, because he's got a Fire 2 and Lit 2 back-to-back. He's also got Rub at the start, which is not going to help. But he's mostly about getting lucky on criticals. Lich, I don't know what to do with, since he's got 800 hit points. And that's going to be a thing. Lich has only got 400 hit points in the original NES version. But for this version of the game, they've doubled all the boss HPs. And they did that to balance out the extra benefit you have from the spells like Temper and Saber working, as well as the resistance from the elemental weapons. So all of the bugs got fixed, which made the game easier, and then to compensate, they made the game a little bit harder with the bosses. However, the regular random encounters are still pretty easy to do. They doubled it even on easy? Yes, it is doubled on both difficulty modes here. I don't think that the monsters have any differences between easy and normal. Your party has differences in terms of the XP growth, gold growth. I want to say that you have more magic defense on easy, because it seems like you do have a higher chance of resisting spells, but that could be my imagination. Going to Crescent Lake doesn't really help Thieves because they can't use any of the equipment there. Thieves are extremely limited. There's like something like 11 pieces of armor and 11 pieces of weapons that they can use, and a lot of those are universal stuff that you can't get to later, like the gold bracelet, the diamond bracelet, the Mazmoon and stuff like that. Ribbons, you know, things that are not going to be available in towns in this part of the world. And even when you get over to Crescent Lake, there's very little that Thieves can actually buy and use. Dragon Sword, Coral Sword, and Rune Sword are the 3 swords you can get. So that is going to be Dwarf Cave, Earth Cave, 2nd floor, and then Temple of Fiends in one of the corner treasure chests that have weapons that Thieves can use. Those are the only 3 weapons that they have access to at this point. We're not at this point until we beat Astos, we can't get them, but before class change. So they cannot use silver swords, which is a big handicap. They cannot use any armor pieces other than silver bracelets, which as soon as I can get to Melmont, I'm going to definitely buy one of those. It's going to be fun times. Am I going to skip class change? No, I'm actually going to class change. I've only got a limited number of hours that I can do this. There is a silver knife. There's actually 2 silver knives. One in Corneria Castle, one in Dwarf Cave. And that's what I'm going to use on the 4th character, but it's way weaker than the 3 swords that you can get. Actually, this to be saved directly in front of Astos. Minimize the amount of walking I have to do to get up to him. The silver knife will give you more accuracy compared to the weapons that you're otherwise going to have, the saber or scimitar. So there is a benefit for getting it for the 4th character. Nice. 1 damage. Okay, we get 20 on criticals. That's helpful to know. Slow doesn't actually do anything because we only have 1 attack per round. This is just a test to see how badly we're going to get destroyed. And the answer is extremely destroyed. Yeah. Alright, so first thing first, we're going to need to get 2 attacks per round. That'll give me twice as many chances to get those criticals to proc. So let's try level 9 here. Is this version still at Peninsula Power? Yes, but the Thieves really couldn't deal with the monsters at Peninsula Power, so it doesn't help me much. Like, I'm struggling to kill ogres. Peninsula Power would destroy us. Are mummies not an option? No, mummies cannot be fought until after you've beaten Astos and gotten the Mystic Key. The mummies are locked in a room to the west side of him, so they're not accessible right now. What about the 1 Melmon tile? The Melmon tile would give me shadows, tigers, ghoulgeist, and ogre, Groger, ogre, hyenas, the encounters I could think of there. And I don't know if the Melmon tile exists in this version of the game because they did move some of the map elements around. They kept Peninsula Power because that was really famous. But I don't know if they kept like a lot of the really small 1 tile bugs in the monsters. Alright, 429 more experience to go. Just steal the crystal ball. That's a great idea. We should try that. What's the Melmon tile? So let me tell you about the basic thing that Peninsula Power is caused by. And that'll be kind of a good way to get introduced to it. The way that encounters work on the overworld is that there is a big grid of squares that the overworld is divided into. Each grid of squares is 32 by 32 steps, and all the encounters within that grid are the same. Now, those big grids don't perfectly line up with where the continents are, and that might have been just like, somebody didn't think about what the implications were for changing little bits of the coastline. But it means that you can get encounters from a different zone. And normally zones are right next to each other, so, very similar encounters. But sometimes there are zones that are very different from one another because you're not expected to be able to walk from one place to the other side. The most famous example of that is Peninsula Power, which is to the northeast of Perboka, and it is in the same zone for 4 squares in the northeast corner there as the very last overworld section of the entire game. So you get super advanced monsters early. And there's a few other squares like that scattered throughout. Some of them are better encounters, like there are some of the places around the ice cave that poke out of the little ice cave mountain areas. There is one tile by Astus's castle that is actually in the Melmond zone, and sometimes there's worse ones, like there is a few tiles south of Sardis Cave that are part of a zone that just has nothing but ocean squares. And since they didn't expect you to have land battles in that zone, they didn't assign anything there besides a couple of just like imp fights. So there is a whole bunch of things like that where you get different encounters than probably were planned for. And you can use that for the Astos one to go and grab a fight from the Melmond area and get slightly better encounters there. But there's nothing good that I could pick out of it from just doing that, assuming that it still exists in this version. Have I seen someone do a solo thief challenge? Yes. So I've seen people do it on real console. I've done solo character challenges, not thieves, but more better classes like fighters and red mages. Jay Coper, who has a Twitch channel by that same alias, has done solo character challenges of every single character class, and he did those over a very long period of time. Because the way that you do some of the worst characters in the game, like Thieves by themselves, is that you have to get every level up perfect. So you basically save right before the level up, and you reset until you have the best HP growth, all your stats going up, and so on. So it's a very labor-intensive process, in addition to the fact that Thieves just suck. And that was a pretty good effort that he did. It was probably like almost a year-long period for him to do all 6 character classes. Wouldn't all white mages be worse? No, this is way worse than white mages. White mages would have curing spells. They'd have harm spells so you could fight undead groups. Like, you could actually grind a Peninsula Power with white mages using harm too. Get lots of levels in a hurry. That would be way faster than what I'm doing right now with these thieves. And white mages also have, for a lot of the game, pretty much the same level of defense and attack as the thieves do. White mages have ruse. Yeah, that's a big one to be able to dodge attacks. They have the silence spell. And you might go, like, what importance is silence? Well, if you silence Astos so he can't cast spells, and then you buff your evasion, you could actually make it so that you just hold the A button down for like an hour during Astos, hitting him for 1 point at a time, and kill him that way. Because you'll dodge every single one of his physical attacks and he can't cast spells. Do white mages have more HP in the NES version? I want to say that NES version white mages have less HP than thieves. In this version, I believe that white mages have the same HP as thieves do, because it's like white mage, thief, and red mage all equal 4 HP. Black belt a little bit above, fighter above that, and then black mages below that. The remake version buffed white mages quite a bit, because I think they were perceived as a rather underpowered character class. And so they definitely got a lot of improvements in terms of HP growth. Red mages got the most nerfs overall. I'm surprised they didn't really nerf fighters all that much. But red mage is the one that most consistently got downgraded over time there. Alright, there we go. We should have level 9 on everybody. We're going to try again. We're also going to see what scimitars get us. So let's go ahead, tent up there. And this is another experiment, scimitars versus sabers, to see which one is going to be better here. I'm hoping that we're getting towards a level where we get 2 attacks per round, even if it's the scimitar and it's lower base damage. The criticals are really what is going to take us through the Astos fight. Looks like still only 1 hit with scimitars. One more level for 2 hits. All right. Level 10 it is. Oh yeah, I guess I could have just checked my accuracy rating. You're correct. 31 accuracy here. Alright, so we will get level 10, and then we'll go put our scimitars on so that we can go and try for the criticals on Astos, and it's going to be a painful process. Hopefully we get as lucky as we did on the Wizards back at Marsh Cave, and just kind of cruise through them, but my guess is going to be a lot of attempts. We pretty much need to have the rub spell to fail, so that we have all 4 characters to go at it. And I don't know whether or not I want to try healing during the Astos battle. That would help me potentially survive the Lit 2 Fire 2 combination, but he's going to just cycle around, do rub again, do Lit 2 and Fire 2 again after another couple of spells, so you don't have that many turns that you can go and continue to fight before he's going to just wear you down. Level 12 is a possibility, considering the way that this goes overall, but I would hopefully be able to kill him at 10. I'll try it, though. Like, I mean, we can just put, like, a cap on how long did I spend on level 10 Astos, and then go for level 12 after that. But it is true that Saber has a higher critical hit rate. And that'll help out just a little bit going through here. 2 attacks per round, though, is more important than the critical hit rate for the base value there, because 2 chances at critical hits with Scimitar beats out 1 chance at critical hit with Saber. Actually, going to go back down to the zone to the south here. This gives me slightly better encounters overall for leveling purposes. The area around Astos' castle is going towards Dwarf Cave and the encounter types there. So you replace some of the wolf encounters with poisonous monsters as you go down here, which is a better fight for me to take. And this one also has better ogre groups. I could go even further south to increase my rate of ogres. However, that introduces the undead monsters, and those are going to be pretty much a reset right away. Pretty much rotated through the entire party now. Used up all my tents that I had planned. I still have a big stack of potions, though, so I can continue grinding here for a while. Just think, if we were playing normal difficulty, twice as long per level. If not longer, because you get a lot more experience as well from the fixed encounters, like the boss fights. Those would be good times. Alright, about 700 more experience. Just trying to estimate how long it's going to take overall. So we're looking still for a lot of Ogre and potentially Ogre-Groger encounters as our best option here for leveling. Instead, we get nothing but these undead packs. And just seeing the overall rate is why I'm going down back towards the Marsh Cave to take advantage of that zone down there. As long as we hang out in this area, this is the most dangerous encounter zone for the inner sea area, except for, of course, the Peninsula Power area for northeast of Provoca. Could probably kill 3 ghouls at this point. It's all about avoiding the paralysis. And once we get one of them down, it increases our odds by quite a lot to be able to take the rest of them. There we go, 2 down. Hey, Daggett, welcome in. Now, who wants to put in some guesses about whether or not we're going to beat Astos at level 10 here? I think we have a shot, but it definitely is going to be a hard fight because we need a whole bunch of criticals to kill him. Astos does not have a huge amount of HP. Like, he's not super buffed up like the Fiends are going to be. But we do not have very many rounds to get those criticals in, so it's all about just within a short number of turns getting lucky with probably about 7 criticals in total. Hey, Townslight, I will be doing class change because there simply are not enough hours in a week to go and do 4 Thieves without class change. But most of our challenge is just going to be able to class change in the first place. Getting to that point in the game, we have 2 big roadblocks here. There is the Astos fight, which is the next one I need to do, and then Lich is also a very difficult one. With him being at 800 hit points, I'm going to hope that the upgraded swords is going to be enough for me to get a decent amount of damage per round. Otherwise, we could be looking at another very terrible series of battles through there. I like all this confidence. It's going to be a first try Astos when we can't even beat a regular group of random encounters. You know what? Grimps are probably not worth the time at this point. That's the Grimp Werewolf encounter. And the werewolves are optional, so you see a small number in there. It's another one of those like 0 to 2 type monster formations, where they can be very finicky about how often they'll appear. Now the good news is, since we will have a ridiculous number of levels compared to most of my playthroughs on this version, running in the mid-game, not a problem at all. We should be very easily able to run from most of the encounters, and we might even be a high enough level that we start getting the monsters running from us before we get around to the very end of the game. Is the Eye likely roadblock? No, I think Eye is going to be first try. He does not have a lot of HP or defense, and his best move is Bolt 2 in this version. The original Eye had a move called XXXXX, which is instant death unless you've got 301 or higher current HP, and he also had a petrification attack. Both of those got removed in the remake. So XXXXX became Lit 2, and the Petrification Gaze became a small amount of damage. And that makes him very much easier than before. In fact, Eye is actually not bad to grind on, especially in GBA where you can heal really quickly. This version, I don't like grinding on the eye just because the Bolt 2 hits you, and then you spend, 20, 30 seconds healing up afterwards. Sad that they nerfed the eye. I mean, he's actually not too tough if you have, memo save for it. So they didn't really have a challenge with him anymore because you could just save and reload if you got those really bad outcomes. Now, the odds of him not doing one of those is very small. He does mostly spells and skills with a very rare physical hit rate. But since he's got low HP, if you get good turn order, then you can kill him in one round before he gets to go. Hey, Intronus. I will disagree that this is the best party. This is the worst party ever. I'm also very sad after how quickly we got through Marsh Cave that Astos is going to be this big of a roadblock, because I could have done a lot of this grinding outside of Marsh Cave and made it so that the wizards were much, much easier than what I had. I got super lucky with that wizard battle, though. Getting first try wizards just, floored me. What level do the thieves need to hit? We're debating here about what they'll need for Astos. The levels that are worth trying are level 10 for the scimitar to get 2 attacks per round, and then level 12 for the saber to get 2 attacks per round. Both of them are going to be possible target points here. Or maybe neither. We could go in there and find out that we need 3 attacks per round, in which case, I hope you guys have brought some snacks. Are thieves at least a little better in this version than the S? So here's the thing. Yes, they're better at running, but you can quick save and just load around enemies. I could have just pressed reset there and also gotten away from that encounter faster than the running took me. And so, they're still completely useless. Will I grind at the eye or wait and grind after I get the tail? I'm going to get the tail first, because I do ordeals before Ice Cave. And then I will not grind until after class change, because I need to get levels while I'm class changed into ninjas so that I have my spell slots. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to cast Haste and Temper, and those are going to be very important for beating the bosses after class change. If resetting is faster, why run? Just for variety. Do the pre and post class change jobs have different stat growths? The only stat growth difference is a bug, which is that the monk class change has a lower magic defense growth rate after class change than beforehand. Other than that, your stat growth is the same before and after. What changes at class change is the items and spells that you can use. So there are character classes that suddenly get spellcasting abilities, or you unlock certain spells, like the Warp and Exit spell, or the higher tier damage spells. And then for knights, for example, they can put on a lot more gear. Thieves can put on so much more gear than they did before. They go from having pretty much the worst equipment available for these thieves to the second best after knights in terms of weapons and armor that they can use. It'd be so nice to have Zeus or Blackshirt. I agree. If we had any attack items, we could deal with Astos very easily. And that's what you actually do in GBA. Is you 15 puzzle to get these items called Fangs. A Fang lets you cast Lit 2, Fire 2, Ice 2 as a one-time use item. And so you just do 15 puzzle a couple times, you get 4 or 5 Fangs, and that kills Astos, and he's done. But no, they don't exist in this version of the game, so we have to do it the hard way. We've also been getting a little bit unlucky with the lack of ogres here. A couple of ogres and then we're going to be done with this level. I want to see how close we are actually. 269 now. Ninjas do get the katana, but, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to bother picking it up. Because at that point in the game, you've got some pretty good other equipment you can get for them. And with Haste and Temper, your base weapon is actually not that important. You can, with 1 extra round of buffs, be able to skip the Mazmune, and with 2 extra rounds of buffs, be able to skip down to like Ice Sword and still deal with the bosses at the end. You've got Giant's Gloves so they can saber themselves, and the 3 other ninjas can cast Haste and Temper every round. These guys are not nearly as good as ogres because they're really hard to hit and they do a lot more damage, but since I'm not getting ogres, I might as well take the werewolf battles. How will I be able to slice Warmech in half? That is the Vorpal sword that would be the best weapon for slicing things in half. The Vorpal sword is pretty easy to get. It's on the very first floor of Mirage Tower. And so if I go to get the heal helmet, then it'd be pretty much right around the corner from that. Do easy mode ninjas get more than 4 casts per level? I hope so. I think they do, because I was doing a playthrough with a knight, and he had a ton of spell casts, so I'm imagining that with a couple levels after class change, the ninjas are also going to start getting a large amount. Now, I've got so many ninjas, though, because we'll have everybody with Haste and Temper, that we have no problem running out. I can just rotate who is the lead fighter at all the battles. Is the equip anything glitch legal in the PSP speedrun? That's basically the any percent run uses the equipment glitch. I believe that there are people that have played the game quote-unquote glitchless, which is, as far as I know, is just don't use that one glitch. But if you do that, it's not much different than GBA. PSP has lower encounter rates, so you can probably finish the game a little bit faster. I think the load times are a little bit faster as well, but it would otherwise be very similar. Is that glitch on PlayStation? No. So the equipment glitch is only on the PSP version. that was introduced for that version because of the revamp of their menuing system. The way that the equipment glitch works is basically that you get the ability to place the wrong item into slots, and since it uses an ID system for what an item is, if you put a weapon into an armor slot, then it gets confused because it uses the ID for the weapon but looks it up as if it was a piece of armor, and vice versa. So there is that cause for what the bug is originated by, and that lets you get some really interesting things in a hurry. It also makes it so that there's a bit of a routing involved for figuring out what items to transform into what other items and how to get them as fast as possible. Should I get the katana for the critical hit rate? I believe the defender is going to be pretty similar in terms of its properties, and so I might just stick with the Fender sword once we get that from Waterfall for the rest of the game. Like, the thing is, if I get to the end game bosses, that's not going to be the hardest part of the game. It's getting to the end game that is a really big slog with this. Hey, Dragonfire. This abomination is the worst of ideas, but what I'm trying to do is demonstrate why Thieves are so bad. And people don't believe me when I say that they're the worst character class and they're so awful and terrible. It's like, oh, you're exaggerating it. No, they are the worst. This should be our level right here. Excellent. All right. So we got to level 10. Means go ahead, put on scimitars on everybody. Make our way up to Astos. We're going to give Astos another try, see how well he does. That one's not worth fighting. Again, the plus side is we can probably run from some things that otherwise I have to reset for, but that's not really a big benefit here. Only you could start with ninjas, I agree. That would make things so much better. The ninjas, because of their great equipment access, is not a bad class. Like, even if they didn't have spells, they'd at least be okay-ish. You know, they have less HP than a fighter or a black belt. They do less damage. They have less armor, but all around, they're probably better at those things than like a red wizard would be. The thieves are just ridiculously limited in terms of what they can use as items. Great examples of some historically bad thieves in the past. Edge, one of my least favorite characters from Final Fantasy IV to use. Although he's actually okay if you start getting into the speedrun for the game, because he does have the best way of running. And the dart command, if you're going to dupe very high-level items, is actually a pretty good way of killing things. Now, if you play it casually, though, Edge is probably the least useful of your 5 characters at the end of the game. Alright, Astos, let's see how bad this is. So all we've done is gotten from 1 attack per round to 2. So now we can do 2 damage per hit. Sometimes. Because of Ace dying to the rub spell there, this is not going to be successful, but I want to at least see what our critical hit rate looks like. Ooh, slow. That actually does have an impact, because now we only have 1 attack per round again. Astos gets a lot more dangerous when he's hasted, and he's also going to start casting his spells here pretty soon. We have not gotten a single critical. Good times. We did get a little bit more magic defense, but it's not enough to noticeably swing things. If I stayed here for like another 15 levels, yeah, we'd have enough magic defense to probably block rub and take half damage a lot more often from these attack spells. But as you can see, not at all adequate at this point. Okay, we need like Dan to put out like 100 damage critical right now. Alright, well, that is a little bit worse than I hoped. We had no criticals that entire experimental run. We'll give him a few more tries. See if we get lucky. But yeah, it's looking like level 12 is going to be our next one to try. We'll have slightly higher critical hit rates with the saber on. $28 damage, I could believe that. Ooh, there's a critical. We've had 1 critical in the 2 experimental runs so far. I believe he has 168 just like the NES version. Ooh, 2 crits. So yeah, our crits are doing a little bit less than 20 damage. So we probably need 8 critical hits. Well, maybe 7 to win the fight. Because of how much damage we do have on the other attacks there. Oh, nice. And we're darked. This is the part of the spell cycle you rarely see on Astos. Failed to do the 1 damage kill on the bill there. Already hasted. He's just like wasting turns at this point, playing with us. Oh, there goes Fire too. Probably gonna get Dan. Oh no, Dan's alive. Well, we made it a little bit longer in that one. Level 14 is not outrageous. I'm still thinking though level 12 is a good shot of it. Like once we have the sabers on, we'll definitely have a little bit higher crit rate overall. I don't know if it's enough for me to get, 7 crits in a single battle, but right now we're just doing some data collection. There's 1 crit. Too bad the rest of these hits have been so terrible. Like, we have 2 attacks per round, and we're missing all of them. Ooh, 2 crits. 3 crits. See, we got a shot. Now we don't. 4 crits! Oh man. Is this gonna be the one? The critical hit rate should be around 6%. How much else does he have? You should have 168 HP. Yeah, now we don't have a shot anymore. We were doing good there for a while. I don't know how much slower that Dan can get, but you know what? He is double slowed and darked. Astus is double hasted. Well, there we go. We got over 100. So I'm thinking with Sabers we got a pretty good chance, because Saber also is going to have higher base attack power. So when you crit, you're going to do more damage per crit. It would go from 20 damage or so to 26 per crit, and then I probably only need 6 crits with that one. I'll basically do like this one last experimental one, then we'll go back to grinding for a while. So yeah, it's looking like level 12 is the next one we want to try it out. Yeah, there's 1 crit. Two crits. The Reaper, though, is just so brutal. Losing one character with like a 60 or so % chance. Hey, go to welcome in. Oh man, getting Cal as well. I mean, the neat thing is if you get past Bolt 2, he gives you plenty of rounds, since he's mostly doing spells, and the spells at this point are not going to be attack spells for a long time. If he did physicals after he's hasted, that does actually do like 70 damage. Like that. Alright, so good experiment here. So it looks like we do want to get level 12. Go ahead and put the sabers back on. So probably about 2,500 experience to go and pick up. It's going to be a lot of ogres. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I could do that would be reasonable to attempt here. Peninsula Power just is not going to be possible. The monsters there, I cannot kill one of them. Like a Tyro would be completely impossible. A Zomble is almost certainly going to be completely impossible for these guys. I might be able to kill one Frostwolf, but they come in packs of a minimum of 4. Beefy Curry, the reason for the scimitars is because you get 2 attacks per round sooner. And 2 attacks with the lower critical hit rate gives you a higher overall chance than the Saber right now. When we get 2 more levels, then the Saber is also going to have 2 attacks per round. And at that point, it becomes the better weapon again. In fact, looking at it here, I probably want to keep the scimitars on for right now because of how much damage they would do to the monsters here having 2 attacks per round. You know what else I should do? I should walk back to Elfland so that we can restock on supplies. I'm going to run out of potions before getting level 12. Good thing I did 4 15 puzzles so that we have enough cash for all these potions and tents. Could grinding on the wizards be faster? Interesting. I mean, I can only kill 2 wizard packs, and they would probably kill me pretty frequently. So I'm tempted to say no, but at least I would have the battles really quickly one after another to try. Yeah, I think it's coming out slightly ahead to use the scimitars here for the random encounters. Now, the Groger might be better to have the Saber on because it does have really high base defense. But almost everything else, the Scimitar does a better job out with its 2 attacks per round. Yeah, Peninsula Power I couldn't imagine trying at this point, given everything there is going to be way more powerful than we can deal with. Where are my mages? That's a great question. Where have my mages gone? Why can't I use magic for this party? If you just had any spells at all, any spells, then Astos would get so much easier because of his physical defense pretty much wiping out all of your attack power. Like, even like Lit 1. We could cast that a couple times and get him down like, 15, 30 damage at a time. It would be glorious. Actually, Astos got pretty high magic defense, so on average, you're probably only going to get somewhere between 15 and 20 damage on Lit 1, but still. That's the same as I'm doing on these critical hits, and it's a guaranteed thing as opposed to just hoping for it. Next turn, all black mages, no magic. That would also be pretty bad. Let's go into the town this time. There we go. So what I'm doing is just stopping by the item shop to go restock on supplies here. Free Dan. Grinding on the ocean. The sharks are pretty good. The problem is a lot of the other encounters are not so fun, but if we got enough sharks, then maybe that's worth a try. Let me give it a quick go here. Kaizaku, really not worth it. What's the best armor here? Right now I've got the Copper Bracelet, which is 4 defense with only 1 evade penalty. Hey, Harley Quinncast, welcome in. That's right, only Thieves for us tonight. Okay, here's a shark. So I think we can do a pretty good job on these guys now. Like, we could actually kill sharks before, as long as we were lucky with the attacks. And they do give me a little bit more experience than an ogre does. And that... kind of thinking about it, it's going to be the same encounter rate as ogres to begin with. I think this is going to be slower, just because of the fact that the 2 ogre formation is much more common than the 2 shark formation, so I'll be able to get more experience on average with them. And I also have to go around like this for a really long time between battles, since you do have a lower encounter rate on the oceans than on the land. Alright, double ogre, nice. We want as many of these as possible, or double ogre plus Groger, that's a great one. Looking like 20 rounds, no! That'd be really tough to get through that much time in the Astos battle. I mean, 20 rounds gives him more than enough opportunity to go through his spell cycle twice, so he'd have 2 people trying to rub. He has multiple people trying to slow and also sleep on. So you're definitely going to have a rough time if you have to go that many rounds overall. Trying to think of where else though we could go that would be better for grinding. Now the great thing about NES, when you can manipulate encounters, is I could just do ogre after ogre, and that would actually be a lot faster for this section, being able to not have to worry about the encounters coming up. This one is only about 25% or so ogres, which is why I have so many wasted battles in here. Hey, Mellow Yellow, this is going to take a long time, I agree. It is not an easy challenge. But it definitely shows off why you should never play with thieves. Even one thief is too many. What exactly does slow do? So the way that slow and fast works is that there is an adjustment value for the number of attacks per round that you have. So you've got a base value, which in this case right now we have 2 attacks per round. If you have slow, you go down 1 step, and fast, you go up 1 step. Down 1 step causes you to have only 1 attack per round, and up 1 step causes you to have double your base attacks per round. Internally what it is the multiplier is 0, 1, or 2. And then if you have 0 attacks per round, it still gives you 1 attack, so that you never actually do 0 times swings. So that's what the logic goes internally for. Dugong, thank you very much for the host there. On the plus side, we are coming out ahead in terms of the amount of gold that I get per battlefield versus tent. I get 240 gold for that fight, and it only cost me 200 for a tent. Very slowly, we're working our way towards lots and lots of cash. Hey, Dark Eagle, welcome in. Yeah, at high levels, slow and fast are extremely big modifiers. At the early part of the game, they're not so important. And that's why I don't start doing haste until we get to Gurgur Volcano. The earlier bosses, like, you could have haste for Lich and for Eye and for Zombie D if you want to, but it's just not worthwhile at that point. 2/3 of the run done. The funny thing is, this is a big chunk of the run overall, is getting through Astos and Lich. After Lich, I think the game gets way easier for this group, and we'll actually start being able to speed through things. What level am I estimating for Lich? Right now, unsure. I wanted to get the upgraded swords, so after I beat Astos and get the Mystic Key, I can get the Dragon Sword, Coral Sword, and Rune Sword, allowing me to have 3 of my party members with decent weapons for this point in the game. The other one's going to have a Silver Knife, which is pretty bad, but it's at least a little bit better than the Scimitar Saber are going to be. And that'll kind of give me an idea about what my damage is going to be like when we get to Lich. Up until Lich, it's no problem. Like, Vampire should be doable, although he is going to be a little bit challenging. We'll hopefully have not too many attempts on Vampire to kill him. And then, who knows on Lich when we get there. Who knows? Very earliest point in the game for class change, I have to get through Astos, Lich, and the Ice Cave to get there, as the minimum. I'm going to do Ordeals as well, probably, so that I get an Ice Sword. And also, you don't get a lot of experience there, so it's not going to move me any closer to higher levels by doing Ordeals. Like, at that point, if I can get 2 Ordeals, we can reasonably do it without a level up. What level am I right now? We are level 10 right now. And we're going to work to level 12 for the next attempt on Astos. That's right, not even 11 yet. We're getting close, though. Yeah, 184 experience away from level 11, so I've done about half the grinding I need for the second attempt on Astos now. Getting some good luck here finally with the ogres. Thieves are so bad. Yes, that is the point of showing this off. Everybody's going to understand now that thieves are a terrible idea. Level 10 should be in Sea Shrine, I know. Why can't we be in Sea Shrine level 10? That is a perfectly reasonable thing to have happen. Hey, Anatolu, welcome in. This is a lot of work. It is going to be a rough time. Like, we've tried Astos at level 10. It was not good. Level 12 is going to be our next attempt at it, and hopefully that goes better. Is Solo Fighter easier than 4 Thieves? Yes, I believe so. Solo Fighter would be done with Astos by now, easily. He would only need to get up to level 8 or so to kill him. You'd obviously have to survive Rub. But a Solo Fighter, well, he would still need a little bit of luck. But he could probably kill Astos at level 8. When you get Gauntlets and Heal Staff, you bet I'm going to get items. Do they still sell silver swords? Yes, but Thieves cannot use the silver sword. Thieves cannot use anything good. There's level 11. One more level to go. Alright, this one has 1,550 experience to get, so a little bit longer than that last one, but not outrageously more. And I think we found a better grind spot overall. This area here has a decent amount of ogres, and I can do the ogre creep battles. I normally don't do those in speedruns because creeps are a real pain. But when you're looking for any experience that is reasonable, they start becoming a lot more attractive. It's funny, brusquely, but this is what I tell people that ask about solo character challenges. Both white mages and thieves, the hardest fight in the game is Astos, because you get there so quickly and then there's just nothing you can do to beat him. You have to be ridiculously high level to be able to pull that off. And yes, we killed wizards back at level 6, was it? I was expecting the wizards to be a lot harder, but we got pretty lucky with the criticals in the fight, and it was actually first try wizards, so they went down super easy. And then the fun started. Do the properties on weapons work in this version? Yes. So, elemental weaknesses do function correctly. That might actually be valuable in this version, but since I'll be using every sword I can, it's not like I am going to swap them around a lot. Is Astos harder than Lich? That's going to be a great question. I hope not. Lich does have 800 hit points though in this version, so he's definitely going to be a bit of a struggle. More than half the run on Astos? Like, didn't we start Astos at like 45 minutes? I want to say that's about when I got out of Mirage or Marsh Cave there. Am I going to pick up the 2 swords in Temple of Fiends? Yes. One of the 2 swords can be used by thieves. So they can use 3 swords after you get the Mystic Key. There is the Dragon Sword in Dwarf Cave, the Coral Sword in Earth Cave, and the Rune Sword in Temple of Fiends. And I want to have all 3 of them. Aston says 78 evasion. I don't think his evasion makes that much of a difference though, because critical should bypass it. And what we're doing on the side is just chip damage. So it's 1s and 2s for every hit that's not a critical. And that means every like 3 rounds you do about a critical's worth of damage. I guess the criticals overall you would get 2 or 3 fewer thanks to that chip damage though, so over time I guess it does make a difference. Are most of the issues from the original game fixed in this version? Yes. So they fixed all the bugs. They didn't add any new features, so PlayStation version has the same original items and the same spell slot concept. It doesn't have the intelligence stat do anything like that, but the bugs are fixed in this version. Nice, double ogres, good to see there. Countess, thank you much for the host, and hope anybody coming in is ready for some Final Fantasy for the next couple hours. Because we're going to be at this for a while. What difficulty am I doing this on? This is easy mode. This is easy. You don't want to see what normal's like. Basically, normal mode would be twice as long for the grinding. And because of the spell slot difference, I would be capped at 4 spell slots for Temper and Haste with my ninjas. So that would severely limit the amount of tempering I could do for Temple of Fiends at the end. Yeah, I explained this at the start of the stream. If we were on normal, we would not be finishing tomorrow. Easy is my only hope for having any sleep tonight. Okay, another 1,000 experience to go. Let's go ahead and put Cal at the front for a little while. Just wearing down all 4 of my thieves evenly so I can use fewer tents overall. Hey, Lord Venice, thank you very much. I'm gonna need a lot of good luck. Astos is going to be a very, very big luck fight. Is it time to try Peninsula yet? No, we would be absolutely destroyed at Peninsula. There is nothing that a 4th Thief party can fight for a very long time. Even like a single Zomble would be too much for them. Tyro would destroy them. The Frost Wolves, you could take 1 or 2 Frost Wolves, but not a pack of them. Like, there are no encounters unless you spent more time at Peninsula Power than I'm probably going to spend at Astos. Frost, we could survive, actually 2 Frost at this point. Like, the Thieves don't really lack for hit points. They're gonna have way more hit points than I usually have for a lot of the trips through here. It's the damage output that you most acutely feel this on. Why did I do this? Because people disbelieved me when I told them how terrible Thieves were. And no, Thieves are really, really terrible. I would like everybody to watch this video later, all 20 hours or so of what this is going to take, and say, I am never going to play a Thief in Final Fantasy. I hope it's not 20 hours. I really only budgeted like 7 or 8 hours for this, and then things might get awkward. How far am I from level 12? I think like another 700 experience. We get 50 experience per ogre. And we need it after our last level up. 1,550 more experience to go. Let's see what the exact number is right now. We need another 850. So yeah, we're in this for a while. How are Thieves in GBA? So GBA has something that's class independent, which is consumable items. And so you have the ability to haste using an item called, what is it for haste? Well, in any case, you have the ability to haste. You can slow enemies. You can cast Fire 2, Ice 2, and Lit 2 using items that you win from the 15 puzzle. So what I do for GBA, and I've done this for a 4 white mage run on GBA, is you play 15 puzzle for a while, and then you just kill Astos with 4 spells, and then he's done. And you move on with the rest of the game. However, 15 puzzle in this version just gives you money. And while that's really good for buying equipment, it is not so good for Astos, and it's not so good for Lich. I think it's Hermes Sandals, Lamacia, so that sounds familiar. Bacchus Wine, I think, is Berserk? Or some Berserk-like effect. Can I solve a Rubik's Cube? If you give me a Rubik's Cube solver, I will solve a Rubik's Cube for you. On my own, it'll probably take a while. Am I going to class change them? Yes. I do not have enough time to complete this if I do not get ninjas. So the thing about ninjas is I get haste and temper at that point, and while they can't wear all the gear that a knight can, they get a pretty good amount of it. So once I class change, then we're going to get our revenge on this game, but getting to that point is what all the fun is going to be about. I think we've gotten a couple hundred experience here from the last few battles, so I'm guessing we're around 500 now. Want to take a quick peek here? Also go and drop in another 10. Yeah, about 500. Thieves are the goof-offs of Final Fantasy 1. I think goof-offs are more useful because they have random moves that can actually sometimes do effective things. Also, they turn into stages, which are really good. Who has better gear options, fighters or ninjas? Ninjas basically have the same armor ability as fighters, but they have slightly better weapon abilities. So a ninja would have a slight edge in gear over a plain fighter. Those double ogre fights so good, 97 experience at a time. Who knew individual ogres would be this important? 2.5 hours into a run. A fighter does not have Excalibur. You have to be a knight to use Excalibur. So one of the big limitations is that knights are required for Excalibur and for all of the diamond/opal gear in the game. So fighters kind of top out like 1 tier below that, which is basically the same as ninjas. At what point in the game should a black belt be unarmed? It's going to depend on the version. So the remakes a little bit sooner. Like once you get to GBA and later, I think black belts can more or less be unarmed almost right away. For NES, it's like around level 12 or so for when black belts should be punching things. Hey Toko here, is this step monster group manipulated? No. The manipulation only works for NES and Famicom. The remakes are going to be frame-based for what monsters appear and when, so that you can no longer control the encounters. Now to balance that, they did add the ability to quick save. So if I got a really bad battle, I could quick save and try again to get past that section of it. And that's a little bit slower than encounter manipulation, but functionally does the same thing. Yeah, it might be like level 2 for GBA. I know it's really, really early. Like you beat Garland and then you probably don't need weapons again for the rest of the game. So I don't even know why they put the iron nunchucks in Melmon for, not Melmon, for Elfland for GBA. Alright, we should be getting pretty close to level 12 here. In fact, I might want to start walking back over to Astrus's castle just to be preemptively ready for where we are going to be needed here. Hey, Magma Fish. Yep, 121 away. So we need 3 more ogres. And then we can try Astos again, with this time with the sabers. And the sabers are going to have a higher critical hit rate. So that will help us a little bit. We'll have some more HP, although that probably doesn't make too big of a difference. We were surviving Fire 2 and Bolt 2 occasionally before. Maybe we'll just be more consistent at it. And I don't think the 2 levels is enough to really change the chances of rub working. And that means that we have to get lucky at the beginning of the fight to not lose a character. I thought about doing any of the GBA extra dungeons. I did that a couple times when I was doing GBA speedrunning, is after the speedrun I'd go and show off 1 or 2 of the bonus dungeons. They're not that interesting because they're mostly randomized, where they have a preset catalog of floors, and then they go shuffle the floors around in different orders. So it's not like you get a very different experience each time. And if you can beat Chaos, then you can probably clear out all except for the very last dungeon's optional bosses. We got 1 lucky strong level up there with Dan. I'm going to take it. I probably should be grinding these a little bit more intensively so that I get more strong level ups. But so far, it's been very low odds for the non-strong ones to get them. Yes, GBA has 4 optional dungeons, 1 for each of the 4 fiends to unlock. And then PSP adds another optional dungeon that's gigantically long. And it's also a little bit of a different setup for it. So the way that the PSP one works is that you go in and you cannot save your game or basically try to do over during it. You have to just go through in one shot. And it also varies depending on how you proceed through it for what the boss is going to be. It's supposed to be something you can play over and over again, but once you beat it on the highest difficulty path, then there's really no point for doing more. Also going to go ahead and put my sabers on here. Why do I memo save instead of saving in the tent? I memo save because it's faster to use the memo feature than it is to go to the memory card for picking a save slot out. We're getting some ogres here. If necessary, we might have some more grinding after this, so I'm not going to give up on the ogre experience at this point. Hopefully, though. Hopefully we get Astos, and then we have a lot better options in terms of XP at that point, because it opens up not just equipment upgrades, but significantly better areas for fighting in. Like, Earth Cave is going to be so nice compared to this in terms of XP per minute. It's going to be glorious. Almost there. Alright, let's go ahead, tent one more time, and I'll use potions to get the rest of the HP recovered. Got our sabers on. And we'll do some experimenting again. Even if I don't beat Astos first try, I'll give him a couple of attempts to see what the critical hit rates are like, and try to get a sense of how close we are to being able to do this. Actually, I should put Dan in the back. As my highest HP character, I don't want him to get rubbed. Most niftiest is optimistic. Well, Let's see what Astos thinks about this. There's a critical. Good start. Come on, don't kill Dan. That sucks. So far, this is not looking much different than before. We do have the ability to survive Fire 2 and Bolt 2, though. That'll be a lot more consistent on that. My best so far is with the Scimitar, we got a little bit over 100 damage in one of the attempts. He's got 168 hit points to get through. Nice ace. The clutch 1 HP. Excellent. All of us got slowed. Everyone is slowed, except for Dan. He was immune to the effect. Alright, there goes Cal. He's 2 for 2 on the rubs. That's a bit rude. There's the second crit. Alright, that's death. Well, I think we got around 65 damage there. And it felt like that was bad luck in general for a lot of the moves, so we'll try that again a couple times and see what the range looks like. Again, 168 is, I believe, Astos' HP in this version. There's a crit. Surprisingly, the Saber crits are not doing more damage than the Scimitar crits. I was expecting them to have about 6 extra damage on average due to the higher base attack power. Yeah, we're not going to go for three attacks per round. We're going to grind this out until it works with 2. It will eventually happen. There's another crit. Like, the things that we're going to get as we get levels are more magic defense. So hopefully Rub works less often. We'll get more HP. So eventually we'll be able to survive a second cycle of Fire 2 Bolt 2s. Or even just the first cycle here. That'd help out quite a lot. Reason if there's not 2 crits in the first round. I mean, I basically want to see if somebody dies to Rub or not. That's like the first big thing that I think is important. Having that 4th character around is really big. There's another crit. So this will be about as much damage as last time. I think we might be around 80 now. So like we're halfway there. Ooh boy. Let's go ahead and move Dan to the back here so that I have a better chance of surviving Fire 2 and Bolt 2. Darkwing Duck, thank you much for the host. Guys are in for a treat. We are trying to beat Final Fantasy with 4 Thieves, and this is by far the worst character class, so Astos here, he's going to be tough. We're doing some experiments to see how likely it is we can beat him at this point. We need basically to get 8 critical hits, or 6 or 7 criticals, plus a lot of good 1 and 2 damage rounds. There's a miss. So like, I would take this over a critical in the first round, because you do have that extra character for so much of this next series. So far, we've had no crits at all, though. This is not looking like a promising start. And again, the peak has been a little bit over 100 damage out of 168 that we need. Now, the theory was that the higher critical hit rate of the Saber was going to help me here, and it doesn't really feel much different in terms of critical hit rate between Saber and Scimitar. Like, there's a critical hit, but that's the first one we've seen in this fight. Who knows, maybe they do better when they are blinded than without it. Two misses on Reaper, that's nice. If only we could get that together with a lot of criticals at the start. We might have the start of something at that point. Luckily, we can't get any slower than what we already are, so all these extra slows don't hurt us at all. Same thing with his haste. Only 1 haste, and then no more of the stack. There's another critical, but pretty much wasted at this point. There's another crit! Oh, man. Coming back. Now we're not coming back. So that turned out to be about the same as average, even though it was just pretty much entirely backloaded for the crits. We are surviving longer, though. That is definitely a benefit of having those 2 extra levels. We got a strong level up at level 11. Angry Bear, yes, this is brutal. This is something you should never try at home. That's why you should have a professional demonstrate the problems of 4 Thieves. Bill, gotta be able to dodge those. Oh, there's a crit. Two crits? 3 crits? Oh man, we're on a roll here. Now we lose 2 of our attacks per round, though. Now we lose more of our attacks per round. I don't know, maybe Cal can pull this out. You tried, Dan. I don't know, we need another crit to break 100 on this one, which is starting to get down to its last couple of attempts. There we go. Oh, and then the misses. If only you guys had pulled out like 3 more crits right there. We would have had a shot. That's right, triple digits. See, this is why it's like, with enough attempts, I think at this level it's possible. And given that we're not going to get 3 attacks per round for a very long time, I have a hard time seeing it being better to grind more at this point than it is just to make as many attempts as needed on Astos. The difference between slow 1 and slow 2 is that slow 2 has a much higher chance of working. So slow 1 is everybody affected, but low odds. Slow 2 is single target high odds. Ooh, nice 2 crits there. That is good. Three crits. Oh, man. He's doing a lot of physicals. That's also helping me here. This is not going to help. I don't know if Cal can survive this Bolt 2 coming up. Oh, he does. Nice. We got some chances here. Although, because we've gone a couple rounds now without a critical, I think our best shot's going to be around 100 again. There goes Cal. It's all up to Dan. If this doesn't work, it's Dan's fault. Well, I know who this is going to target. There he goes. Yeah, that felt like it was around 90 or so. So I think we're definitely getting consistently higher values, but still pretty far from 168. We're going to need a big series of crits. Who said Thieves weren't bad? I've had so many people tell me that Thieves are not as bad as I claim. And this is what I just want to put on a loop. Like a 10-hour YouTube video, in case it's not 10 hours already for doing this, but just show them this battle. There's a crit. Dead emote, I want to be different than the Dan emote. Like, I actually want to have a separate Dan one, but I need more slots for that. Someday, someday. There's 2 crits. Three crits. Coming back. 4 crits. 4 crits before the Bolt 2 wipes everybody out. Yeah. Astos saw that we're getting too close. We had a pretty good streak there. That was a series of rounds which I basically needed to have happen twice in a row, and then we'll be in there. Yeah, I think about 7 crits would do it, given that we do have a bunch of 1s and 2s in there. Alright, good start. There's a crit. Unfortunately, we don't know if we're going to survive the rub spell here. Come on, Cal. Shrug it off. You're wimp, Cal. Alright, Xenon, have a good night. Or you can just leave the stream on and come back in a couple hours, see how it's going. We might be out of Astos' castle when you wake up. Oh, a double crit! That was 2 crits in 1 hit. Am I going to class change? Yes, I am going to class change. We're not sticking with Thieves on Chaos. Have you seen how bad this is? Okay, now we're into the better part of his spell cycle. But physical attacks would kill pretty much anybody here now that he's hasted. There's another crit. Is the PSX level cap at 50 just like NES? I hope not to find out. I believe it is, though. Hey, Neville, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. This has been our best one so far. I think we've had some pretty good damage here during this. Now he's back to the big spells, so... we got 2 people, and he's a couple of spells away from Fire 2 and Lit 2. Now he's got 1 person. It's all up to Dan. I think that's it. That was a pretty good one, though. That's showing some promise. Just look at that Astos laugh. He's pretty smug. Those 2 Reapers were pretty bad, though, given that we lose a lot of attacks when you get Reapered like that. There's a critical. That's a good start. Alright, Xenon, have a good night. Come on, don't work. Well, promising start, but then we got Reapered. Ooh, there's a second crit. I feel like we need basically a crit per round for the first couple of rounds to have a shot at it. Like, assuming that you survive Bolt 2 and Fire 2, you got a bit of a break before he goes and kills the rest of the party off. But those first 4 or 5 rounds are really critical. Yeah, thank you very much for doing the damage calculations, Neapolitan. It's helpful to have kind of a rough ballpark for how much damage that we're doing. I'm basically just counting criticals and not really doing the 1s and 2s. Ooh, there's another crit. Any items you can buy to deal damage? Nope. So those were not until the GBA version of the game. PlayStation has the exact same items and spells as the original NES version. Except the spells actually work. That is the one big difference. But we are pretty frequently getting around triple digits. That is a little bit better than I expected for this point. Like, I was thinking that we would average around 80 or so and have to hope for a super good one. Ooh, nice. Reaper not working. Oh, more crits. That's a lot of crits so far. He's going to do another Fire 2, Lit 2 here. No! Come on. No! That was really good. We got, I think, 6 crits in. I guess it'd be an interesting question for when we can actually do enough damage to overcome his base absorb rating, or whether we would get any more damage at all just by doing level ups. I'll have to see what our strength scores are like. I'm just going to start doing quick resets for the ones which don't have a decent first round. So I want to see a Reaper survival or a critical, and that'll let me get through a couple more attempts. Man, we are not having good luck with that rub spell. I think it is the same formula as NES, so I'm surprised it's hitting as often as it is. Because it should be about a 40% chance of it not working. Right, come on, Bill, dodge it. There you go. All right, that's a good start. And a crit. Very good first round there. There's 2 crits. Thieves have less magic defense than fighters. That's true, but it shouldn't be a big difference at this point for any of the 6 character classes for magic defense. It'll become more significant as you go into the late game. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Come on, hopefully everybody survives this. Losing Bill is tough there. Also, we've stopped getting criticals. Good start, though. There goes Cal. Ooh, another critical. So at this point, probably too late, though, for Ace and Dan to pull it out. Ooh, another crit. That should be triple digits now. And it's all up to Dan here. Can you do like a 60 damage critical? You can't. Dan, that was disappointing. Alright, let me say have a good night. Let's go ahead and check what our attack score is like. I mean, we're at 20 attack right now, so we are getting to a point where a little bit more attack would help be able to start penetrating his minimum threshold for it, but it would be very rare, and I don't think it would make a big difference unless we got a whole lot of levels here. Edge Crimson, welcome in. You were not late. There's going to be plenty more of Astos to come. I come a Bill, shrug it off. That one's not going anywhere. We have been at Astos for more than 2 hours now. The rest of the game up to this point, not too bad, but this is the big roadblock for the Thief Party, is getting to here. And then I'm hoping that Lich is not as bad as this, but he's going to be hard as well. Ooh, nice crit start. Double crit start. Don't get Reapered here, Bill. Oh, Bill. 4 crits already! But Bill had to die, so we've lost somebody. Is this going to be the one? We basically need like 2 more... Well, we need 3 more crits here to have a realistic shot at it. Okay, nobody's dead there. Okay, just lost another attack per round. So we only have 4 tries per round now. 4 misses. This is not going to help either. There's another crit. We need 2 more to go. There goes Dan. It's pretty much all up to Cal here. There's another crit. It's all up to Cal now. Come on, Cal. No, the miss. Oh, this better not work. Come on, Cal, clutch this out here. No, come on, Cal. You're gonna get slowed here. That slow probably did it. No, that would have been it. That would have been it there. Cal, you have let me down for the last time. We had 167 out of 168. Off by 1. I can't believe that somebody just asked whether this is the worst party. Did you not just see what happened on that screen? We had such a good shot there. That was a very good start, and then the middle of it just really tailed off for a bit. And we lost a lot of good opportunities when we had still 2 attacks per round going at it. Alright, Elmis, you have a good night. Someday Astos is going down. It shows that, though, that we just need some luck. And this level is sufficient for it. I don't think grinding is going to help at this point. Hey, Putzin, have I been fighting Astos for the last 2-ish hours? Yes. Either that or grinding to fight Astos. We've beat the wizards around like 45 minutes. What gear do we have? We have sabers and caps and gloves. Copper bracelet. It's the only thing that the thieves can equip. Ooh, there's a crit. So I'll take this even if we get Reaper here, because we did get a first round critical. Fortunately, Ace goes down. Fighting wizards for XP might get more viable at this point. It definitely wasn't good at like level 10 or so. But as you get further and further, they do become a more useful monster. I hope to not need them. Ooh, there's 3 crits. Four crits. We got a shot on this one. Hopefully Bolt 2 doesn't kill Cal. Killed Cal. That's unfortunate. Ooh, that's also unfortunate. 5 crits. Oh, come on. 6 crits. We were so close. He's in the good part of his spell cycle. We got him. All right, Astus is down. Whew. 1 crystal I obtained. There we go. Nice. We'll make an extra save for that one. And yes, it took us longer to beat Astos than it does to do an entire NES playthrough. That is how good 4 Thieves are. I feel bad for everybody that just went to bed, but you know what? That's why you have to stay up and watch streams. Because you're going to miss something special if you turn it off. Will this be sub 10 hours? I hope so. Now that we're past Astos, we have a stretch which is going to be much nicer. So I'm going to get a whole bunch of gear upgrades at this point. The next big obstacle is Lich. Lich has got 800 hit points, and while we will have better swords, we're not going to have the temper spell, we're not going to haste, so we have a lot of the same problems as Astos was for getting to that fight. The positive things for Lich is that he doesn't have rub off the start. He's going to do Ice 2 instead. We're going to survive that every time. Hopefully we'll have a decent amount of hit points at that point so we can survive Lit 2 and Fire 2 as well. But all 3 of those spells in a row is pretty tough. Like, that's going to be around 300 damage easily. There we go. Everybody's set up here. Let's, I guess, have Dan in the front. Makes a lot of sense. Any other potential problems besides Lich? I think if we get past Lich, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing for the rest of the game. I view Lich as the last really big challenge because after that, Ordeals is easier than fighting Lich. Ice Cave is easier than fighting Lich. Then we get class change and have ninjas, and we suddenly have viable strats at that point. Like, I'll need to get a couple of levels at the post class change section. However, you know, I'm perfectly willing to grind on Agamas for 20 minutes to get some levels, and then be ready to move on to the next stretch of it. What would make your life so tremendously easier though with Thieves is if you could get some of these weapons ahead of time. So we're not going to be able to get these until after the Mystic Keys obtained. But then you suddenly get 3 weapons. They're not quite as good as Silver Swords, but they're such a big jump up from what you had before that it's really silly that they kind of hold everything back. Concerns about overleveling before class change. I think at this pace, it's not going to be a problem. Because it'll be very difficult for me to get like over level 25 before class change at the rate that it takes me to get experience here. And at level 25, you know, on easy mode, you can pick up at least a couple of levels pretty quickly, then do Gurga Volcano, Sea Shrine, Waterfall, and all that. And then you have access to some really good stretches for the ability to level there. Like going through the Mirage Tower section, I bet I could get levels pretty fast at that point. Yeah, Lich is mostly going to be a crit fight as well. However, we should have much better weapons for that. So that'll increase my my accuracy, my critical hit rate. He's not going to have insta-death, so we have everybody attacking for a while. It's a couple things that make it a little bit easier. And we can also level up again. So what happened at Astos is ogres are just too slow to level on. We have so many other things coming up at Earth Cave that are going to be, you know, 6 to 8 times as much experience. We'll probably be able to start doing Peninsula Power if we really go cautiously on that one. So I think that there is no longer the gigantic, you know, 20 minutes per level type of grind to get through the next stretch here. Like, I think I could probably get from level 12 to level 20 in less time than it took me to get to level 12 for Astos. Hall of Giants with this party was actually probably not a bad idea. Giants don't have a ton of defense, so you can just go and pound them and chug potions all the time. Now she sees everything. Jolt Tonic is a product placement for Jolt Cola. Ye Old Cola is turned into tonic. I thought the sides of the castles were solid, but that's GBA for that. PlayStation, you could evidently get into the sides of Elfland Castle, so I don't have to go around to the front anymore. That lets me save a couple steps the next time I do a speed run of this. I was just trying that randomly before, and found out that you could go into the sides. You can't go into the back, but the sides work. And Temple of Fiends, the sides do not. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and pick up the treasures here. Why not rob everybody? No idea how much cash I'm going to need. There's some nice stuff at Astos' castle, but I don't want to go back there for a little while. We're going to first get the the more easily accessible items. Thieves don't steal anything. I wish they could steal things. That way I wouldn't have to do these battles. Just go and rob some people. Skip ahead in the quest line a little bit. Pickpocket the mystic key off of the prince. Are all the thieves roughly the same strength? Yes. So Dan, I think, got one more strong level up because he got really lucky in one of his levels. Other than that, pretty much everybody should have roughly the same stats. Okay, Mirthful Knife is one of my upgrades. Rest of the stuff I'm just planning to sell for cash later on. Here's my dynamite. Go ahead to Dwarf Town next and grab the dragon sword there. We'll also come back here and do Temple of Fiends again, so I can grab one last sword there as well. And I guess I should get the coral sword before I do any real grinding for Earth Cave. Because that'll give a bit of a boost over the Mithril Knife that I would otherwise have on that thief. That we still can't kill a shark in one round. The funny thing is, we'll probably have the monsters starting to run away from us before we can reliably kill them. Giant Hall grinding? Yeah, I've got a couple of options. I've got the Hall of Giants, I have the mummies at Northwest Castle, I have the Earth Elemental Trap Tile in the first floor of Earth Cave, and I have Peninsula Power. Peninsula Power is by far the most lucrative, but I think it's going to be pretty hard for a long while to go and kill the things there. Hall of Giants and Earth Elementals would be much easier. Mummies are good in NES, but sleep is a little bit more difficult to wake up from here. So I'm not sure if it's going to be as effective to grind. Also, without Fire 2 or Harm 2, the mummies take a lot longer than they would otherwise. Weaknesses do actually work, so that is going to help us a little bit, although for the most part the swords that I'm going to be getting do not actually work on all that many monsters, so it's not really going to be a big deal to have the bonus damage for him. Like if we had something that did bonus damage on Lich, oh that would be nice. But we don't get a flame sword until Ice Cave, and that's the only thing that would be of use. Hey, Time Servo. And yes, Dragonfire, I did the both the Taz as well as the RTA runs for the glitched version of the Famicom of this game. Yeah, Tom, you missed a really tense Astos battle. It took a couple of tries. And some grinding. A lot of grinding. And a lot of tries. Lich 2 is going to suck. I mean, I've got a 1/16 chance that he's not going to use Nuke. So that's a good start. And if I do enough damage in that fight, if I get the haste and tempers off, maybe I can get good turn order and then it's only like a 1 in 8 chance of him not using a nuke. So we can probably just do that until I don't have a nuke on him, and I can get through the rest of the dungeon no problem with 99 potions. Is this easy mode or normal? This is easy mode. You would not want to see what normal mode takes to get to this point. The reason why Chaos runs in the Famicom run is because I glitched my character level to be invalid amount. So basically, the monster's morale score is compared against your lead character's level. And I glitched it to be 139, which is very close to being able to beat Chaos's 255, which is what they do for all of the bosses, because they don't want the bosses to run. And so we have a pretty good chance of him running. Now, it's not guaranteed, but if you use the trick to do the RNG setup for watching the credits all the way through, then you can go and use that to know what the RNG in the Chaos fight's going to be, because in that run, you don't fight anything besides Chaos. Let's go ahead and put some equipment on. Okay, that's not quite enough yet to be worth doing the Mithril Knives, so we're going to leave them on Sabers for right now. What happens when Chaos runs? It's just the same as if you beat the game. So the ending credits are triggered by Chaos being defeated, which whether or not he is killed or runs away has the same effect. Alright, LZ, have a good night. Thanks for sticking around. Kind of wish I started the run about an hour earlier to give myself a little bit more room to finish this, but we'll keep going, because we got another solid couple of hours, though, before I have a problem. And again, the big thing is if we can get past Lich, the rest of the game should take, about 2 hours. How many times did I attempt Astos? Probably like 60 or so. And we also had to grind up to level 12 on Ogres to do most of those attempts. Let's just leave Dan in the front and go take advantage of the quick save feature here. There's not much in Temple of Fiends that's a problem at this point. A lot of the stuff here is much lower level than we were just dealing with, but if you got stun locked, you'd have a problem still. Although, I don't really think there is much that would have a stun lock concern, because it's, I want to say, just the single ghoul fight that has paralyzing creatures in it. These zombies here do not have paralysis. GBA would have been a lot easier for the Astos fight, because you would be able to use the consumable items from the 15 puzzle to basically do them in 4 rounds guaranteed. But Chaos would be harder, because 20,000 hit points and no healing means that you need to stock up on a gigantic pile of Mega Elixirs. And there's no easy way to get Mega Elixirs other than just grinding zombie Ds for a couple hours so that you have like 20 or so. Actually, it might not even take 20 hours for Mega Elixirs, because you would have the zombie Ds at the trap tile to work on. So you could at least force the zombie D encounter to happen pretty frequently. Thieves are better at running in this version, but since you have the ability to memo save, it's not a very good power. Memo saving is a lot more powerful than running. Nice, doing quite a bit more damage there with that dragon sword. Still not a lot. That's way less than the fighter would do with his silver sword. In fact, looking at these numbers, we're going to have a probably a pretty tough time even at the Hall of Giants. So, could be optimistic to say, you know, Pencil of Power in more advanced areas at this point. Those do give us more experience than the ogres that we're fighting. Okay, that's it for you. I forget what's in this other treasure just off to the side here. I don't think it's good, but you know, we're right here, so might as well pick it up. Okay, gold needle. Soft potion NES would be really good, but here gold needles are not going to be a problem for us. Do I have a strategy? I mean, I know what the tough stuff is going to be, because Thieves are pretty well known for being terrible, and Astos and Lich being the two big roadblocks at the beginning. Other than that, the rest of the run is going to be fairly standard. The original GBA is reflective, but the SP has a version, and that's the I think like the third version of GBAs that came out that has built-in backlight, and that one's really good. It's very nice and bright. Although if you're just playing Game Boy games, you know, casually, I would recommend a Nintendo DS because the DS Fat can play GBA games, looks beautiful, and very, very cheap. If you want to stream, then you have to pretty much do a Game Boy player and go through the GameCube. Alright, we got a couple more things to do. I'm going to go over to Northwest Castle, pick up my power staff. Grab the silver armlets from Melmond. That way we have 15 defense instead of 4. That's going to be really big for these thieves. Trying to think if there's anything else that we can do at this point. I don't believe Crescent Lake has anything for the thieves. Trying to quickly look up here and see if there's anything interesting looking at Crescent Lake. Somewhere I've got a table. It says it can use bucklers. I actually didn't know that. That would be 2 extra absorb for the thief. But we'll have some free time, so I'm going to go over to, I guess, Crescent Lake after hitting Melmond and see if that is accurate that thieves can use bucklers, in which case we have another bit of defensive gear. Maybe we'll pick up 13 for our other 2 thieves here. So they were dead during Astos, which is why we have a little bit of disparity here. But once we get a couple more levels, then the difference in levels goes up and up and up. Each time that you level up, it gets harder and harder to get the next level. So this gap will eventually be, a fraction of a level difference instead of a big chunky half level or so. These things are really not worth it. Just kind of looking at it, it's still a long time to kill an ogre and only 100 experience for a double ogre pair. I guess we'll just skip everything until I get to a spot where I can grind at. Wizard time! Wizards wouldn't be nearly as bad as they were before, but I think that the fights in Earth Cave are going to be my best option. I'm particularly eyeing Hollow Giants at this point. I can look at Hollow Giants and also at Earth Elemental Trap Tile and see which one of the two looks like it's going to work out better. I think Earth Elemental Trap Tile, the Elemental is going to hit so hard that we might have a trouble killing it reliably before somebody dies. But if it works, then that's like 5 mummies per Elemental. And who cares if I have to chug a ton of potions because, we can buy them really fast. Although it is a big trip over there. Ooh, that's a problem. So every time I want to restock on potions, which is probably going to be every couple of battles, I have to go all the way from Earth Cave to probably Coneria is the closest one to sail into. That sucks. Considering Peninsula, thinking about the potion situation, Peninsula Power does get more attractive. We would have a hard time beating anything at Peninsula Power still, even with this extra gear. So I feel like we need to have some more levels before Peninsula Power becomes viable. Alright, we've got our castle items. So next up is going to be sailing to Belmont. Oh no. Didn't want to see this. And they're going right down the line. Look at that. Well, hopefully Cal can escape. Come on, Cal, get out of there. What level am I looking at for Lich? I'm thinking 20. But if I can do it somewhere between 16 and 18, that would be wonderful. Get some bucklers. Bucklers are actually a very minor thing just because it's damage, but at least it doesn't hurt your evasion. That's a big thing for a lot of it. Hey, look, wolves are starting to run from us. So pretty soon, some of the monsters in this area of the game are going to no longer be a problem. I can't believe all that grinding. We only have like 40,000 gold. Most of that from the 15 puzzle. Ooh, actually... So the thieves that don't have the better weapons, I believe they can use the longsword at Melmond. So that would give me another bit of upgrade there, because I believe the longsword does have better accuracy than the saber does. Who said thieves can run? 8 can't runs on Sahags. 9 can't runs. 10 can't runs. 11 can't runs. 11 can't runs on Sahags. We're level 13. Without Runesword and Weresword, I have those already. I've gotten all of the swords except for the Coral Sword now. Thieves cannot wear longsword. Is that true? Let me check it. That might be correct, but I'm going by there anyway because I need to pick up the silver armlet. Oh, it might be Falcon that they can upgrade to. Yeah, okay. So Falcon is an upgrade. I knew it was something you could buy at Melmond and not before. Yeah, so that's an improvement for both attack and accuracy. So now the Scimitar is no longer interesting because it's got lower attack power than the Falcon and the same accuracy rating. What are the chances on Cant runs? Evidently 100%. Hey Chuck, welcome in. You are in time for some hot speed gaming, the hottest of speed games right now. 4 Thieves in Final Fantasy. It's been a blast. We just finished killing Astos. Those were some good times. Okay, Mythal Hammer doesn't help us. Scimitar we don't need. Bronze Glove we don't need. Actually, I shouldn't need sabers on anybody that doesn't have them already. Trying to think if Mithril Mail is useful after class change. So at class change, we're going to have Ice Armor. We're going to have a gold bracelet. Yeah, I should still keep the Mithril Mail around. Those can go. Those can go. Alright. Should be good for a little while. Gonna head over to Earth Cave here, pick up the Coral Sword, walk back out. I'm not gonna bother trying to go down to Vampire at this point yet, because I do want to go also get my bucklers from Crescent Lake. And then we'll be ready to start grinding for Earth Cave. At least for right now, crits are not going to be important. It is going to be the base damage and the fact that it's got 2 attacks per round. When we go to the bosses, crits are important, but the regular enemies don't have nearly as much absorb rating. Ooh, that sucks. Terrible party. Alright, there we go. Still grinding ogres at this point. Yeah, I guess for a casual playthrough, a lot of people do spend like 3 or 4 hours grinding outside of Marsh Cave before going in. So Thieves are at least keeping ahead of that, but they're about to hit another roadblock here in Earth Cave. Ooh, double bull. This is a nice fight, but it's going to hurt a lot. These guys are going to give me way more experience than ogres did. Like, there's a lot of stuff inside of Earth Cave that's just nice to do. Hey, Scav, welcome in. People did not believe me that Thieves were terrible. And now they believe. They believe real hard. Ooh, primitive. I'm not going to fight 7 gargoyles. They're tempting because they are decent on XP relative to their difficulty at this point. But I think I just want to kind of blitz through this until we have all of our item upgrades. Was that my first triple digit damage? If I had triple digits, then yes. We have not had triple digits up to this point in the game. How do ninjas compare? They are the worst, but better than thieves. Ninjas are better than most of the base classes in the game, but they're not better than any of the upgraded classes. Like, knights are going to do more damage and have better equipment available. Red wizards are going to have not quite as good equipment, but so many more spells and versatility for them. Black belts will just destroy things. Like, they could just punch chaos and, one-shot them at a high enough level. White wizards have a ton of support spells, and they eventually get some really good defensive gear so they can stay alive in the fights. Black wizards, of course, have a ton of offensive power. Like, I can't imagine ninjas beating anybody out unless you just look at very narrow situations, like one-on-one versus a boss. A ninja's better than a white wizard for some of the bosses, and then worse than all the other classes in all other cases. Taking the Grogers here, because these are actually way more experience than I've been getting up to this point. So this will help me get towards level 13 and everybody. Move on to 14. Nice, Space Cowboy. Hope you won your race. We beat Astos while you were gone. It was a tough battle. Yeah, if Thieves could use traps, that would make them a lot better. Instead, there's nothing good about Thieves. Oh, congrats, Space Cowboy. What was the category for the rando? Was it just a standard randomizer? Nice. I've been watching people play. It seems to be getting more common doing open mode than it was before. Still not doing swordless, but open mode's interesting to watch for figuring out how to do things in the early game. Link without a sword is better than a thief, but not by much. So you really struggle in Link to the Past until you have, like a hammer or a fire rod or something that can go and attack things, even a hook shot. See how much better the Coral Sword is? That's pretty nice. Let's do Coral and then Rune Blade on you. I'm holding on to this Mithril Knife here, actually 2 Mithril Knives. Because there's going to be a point in the game where we might get a second attack around. Is there a bat blocking that door? There we go. I was like, I hope they move in this version. NES, that would have been a soft lock if you couldn't get out of the doorway like that. I didn't think you could soft lock, though, in PlayStation. Technically, you can't soft lock in NES because there's always one entrance to a room that is not going to have a bat blocking the way. But if it's a 2 doorway room, the bat that's blocking there will not move at all, ever. Not even a little. This is a good number of bulls. Happy about how this Earth Cave's going. And this is just to pick up the Coral Sword, so we are going to head off to Crescent Lake here, and then come back to Earth Cave after that. Somehow there's something right about the world where Dan is leading the party. It feels appropriate for a 4th thief group. Was that the first 100-point hit? No, we had a 100-point hit earlier in the Earth Cave on the way down. I think that was our second 100-point hit. All right, let's go on to Crescent Lake here. Nice, way through them shadows. So with the Thief Party, I'm going to try to do running as much as I can rather than doing save and resets, because I want to at least experience the slightly higher run rate of the Thieves. Otherwise, I'm missing out on what makes this this party special. And then, of course, we had that Sahag fight where I failed to run 11 times in a row, which is pretty much par for the course for Thieves. Hey, Thought Control, welcome in. All right, back to our boat, and let's go on to Crescent Lake here. No, I cannot get the canoe. Canoe is not obtainable until Lich is dead. That is the conversation logic that the old men use. But the reason I'm going here is because I do want to get the bucklers for everybody. Nice, we're actually going to use the Coral Sword against something. Didn't even think about that we'd have some aquatic creatures on the way here. Hey, Code, welcome in. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. We're going to have to kill the odd eyes in the back so that we don't get paralyzed while trying to run from these Sahags. It might be too late. Actually, once I do this, it's probably faster to kill the Sahags than it is to go and run. Why are the Thieves so useless? Alright, the area around Crescent Lake is going to be very dangerous. There are some good encounters here, like troll bullfights. I'll be able to get a lot of experience from them, assuming I can survive. Hill Giants, these are actually pretty good. They're pretty easy to run from, but this will give me a good idea about how Hollow Giants is going to be if I do decide to go grind there. Looks like a 2-round fight on Giants. And that does give me more than 4 times the experience as a plain ogre. Ooh, a lot of bull giants, or bull troll here. This is actually probably better XP than the giant, simply because you can kill things faster. Like, I should be able to one-round the bulls. So much damage. 3 attacks per round for the troll there. Hopefully get some good turn order here. kill him before Dan dies. Maybe Crescent Lake's a better place to grind than it is to go into Earth Cave. There's some things here that suck. There's a bunch of formations that have scorpions. There's the Peed formation. But I'm by a shop, so I can buy as many potions and tents as I need. Things like the cobras, yeah, we can get away from these, so I don't have to fight them. So maybe like 50% of the battles would be worth doing here. I'll have to compare it to some of my other options. Alright, here we go. Allegedly, thieves can use bucklers. In which case we get 2 extra absorb for everybody. So no, no, yes, no, no. Alright, that is correct. Thieves can use bucklers here. A little bit of extra defense there. And no downside really to doing this. Just +2 defense, no reduction of evasion. I don't think that there is anything here in the weapon shop. Sadly, Silver Sword is not accessible to thieves. If you could use the Silver Sword, man, that would be great. Just staring at that longingly. It's like, can we please have a Silver Sword? And you're like, nope. The thing that makes Silver Sword so good is it's got a bit more base attack power than any of the elemental swords we have on right now, and pretty good accuracy. So you're actually able to overcome a lot of the monsters, especially the bosses, base absorb rating. So Vampire and Lich coming up are going to have very high absorb ratings, which means unless we get criticals, we're not going to do much, if any, damage to them. That's right, I don't have a canoe, because we can't get that yet. I have to walk all the way around again. Astus is the first major wall, Lich is the second. After that, I think the run is going to get much smoother. There's a very big difficulty spike before each of those 2 fights. And other than that, like once you have ninjas, oh boy, it gets so much better. You get haste and temper, and you can use weapons, and you can use armor. It's lovely. When is class change? So I need to do Earth Cave, Ordeals, and Ice Cave. So 4 splits from now is after that when I can do class change finally. Alright, let's try 1 Peed. I think these things are decent amounts of experience, and while I wouldn't want to tackle a big group of them because of how much damage they do, yeah, we should be able to kill 1. The Peed is worth slightly more XP than the Giant, but not enough for me to want to try to tackle a big group of them. Let's go up. It's weird sailing this way. Normally I'd not ever do a trip like this in any of the routes for runs. We're going back to Melmond now so that we can try out things in Earth Cave. Earth Cave, I'm expecting to have some good grind spots. I'm going to try Hollow Giants, I'm going to try Earth Elemental Trap Tile, and see which of those 2 looks better overall. we basically need about 1,000 experience. So probably like 2,000 experience for the level at the start of this, which is something like 10 giants per level. And it will quickly go up, but that is not an unreasonable amount to do in one trip through there. The big thing I don't like about Earth Cave is that there's nowhere nearby to go and get healed. I have an inn all the way at Melmond, and that's a pretty long walk, and then no item shop to go and stock up on potions and tents. And that's a little bit dodgy. Cliffhanger run. Hopefully we do finish tonight. Hopefully we finish tonight. Again, once I get past Lich, I think it's only going to be about 2-3 hours for the rest of the run. So Lich is going to be like the really big determining factor for whether or not I can finish it. Like, I want to say, if it goes more than about 4 hours from now, I probably do have to give up. But I'll make an attempt at it. Alright, first try is going to be look at the Earth Elemental. See how that fight goes. It's a trap tile, so we get the battle every other step. Not quite as good as Hall of Giants getting it every step, but Earth Elemental is always one by himself, which means there's very little variability in terms of how this fight's going to go. I'm trying to think about where else is be interesting to try out. There's Pinsel Power, which I don't think this party could realistically tackle any of the monsters at yet. Although with a couple of levels, they might have some potential. Not quite to the Elemental. Gonna grab his chest and then go after him. Here we go. Let's see how long it takes to kill an elemental. Less damage than I thought. I was thinking it'd be 100 plus. That's 2 rounds. Eh, that could be good. That is respectable. And that is, what, 380 experience a pop? That is more than, it's not quite 2 giants. Did PSX preserve the safe tiles? No. Doorways are still safe squares, but south of doorways, south of interior, edges of interior rooms, fiend areas, all that, no longer safe squares. Area around Conaria is not safe squares anymore. Oh, that was a nice mental fight. Yeah, this looks like a better thing to do than Hall of Giants. Go ahead and snag a couple levels here, and then go try Vampire. Because I know Lich is going to be so much harder than Vampire, I'm not really in a rush to go and do Vampires at low level as possible. There's the 100. Okay, so he can do more than 100 damage, but still pretty good overall in terms of the amount of time it takes to kill one of those. So at that pace, that's using about 4 heal potions per hit. If he hits us twice, that would be 12 Earth Mentals. If he hits us once, that's like a 25 or so. So that's probably 4 or 5 levels we can get on 99 potions. That's not bad. But with the level curve, it's probably 3 or 4. Still, though, I think it's worth doing. Good hits there as well. Actually, that's 2 Earth Lentils past the level. Okay, you guys need about 1950. Okay, the next level up from these guys, I'll see exactly how much level 15 experience is. You can look this up at a table as well, but this is more fun. That rainbow-colored sword Cal has is really cool looking. That, I believe, is the rune sword, which does more damage to spellcasting monsters. Okay, now we need about 3,000 experience per level. So that's 10 Earth Mentals per level here. That's approximately what I thought it was going to be. The only thing that makes it worse is kill Dan, and we're going to keep Dan alive here. He's actually my best thief right now. Dan got 1 extra strong level up than everybody else. So he's 30 HP ahead for probably most of the game. One black mage. I mean, I think that if I was going to kill people off and level up faster, it would be more or less break even because of the real difficult part of the game being the stretch where I need to get all the criticals possible. So having an extra level, not really as big a deal as having more attacks per round, getting those criticals off. Oh, there's the off-step encounter. That will every once in a while happen here, but we got a bull. He's actually pretty nice. This is the one downside of not doing Hollow Giants, is that you have to deal with the off-steps. But it's probably one every 20 or so battles. Does this game have the same accuracy growth rate? Yes. So every set accuracy amount, I'll get another attack. And I was kind of looking at it earlier. We are pretty far away from having the third attack with these guys. So I don't think I could level to the point where I would get 3 attacks per round, unless I was definitely going to do this as a multi-day stream. Do thieves actually steal things? Nope. There is actually no stealing in this game. Thieves are the worst character class. They have nothing going for them. What really hurts them in the early game is they have no way to buff their attacks, and they have very poor items that they can use. So the monsters that have a high physical defense, basically just laugh at you while you go and do 1 damage to them. Critical hit rate, not all that good, and so you have to get really lucky to deal with some of those bosses. That's what happened for Astos, is I did grinding up until the point where I had 2 attacks per round, and then we did like 60 or so attempts on Astos until he finally fell. The same thing is going to happen on Lich, although I'm hoping that it's not quite as bad overall, because we do have better swords than we did before, so that's going to help a little bit. And we'll also have easier things to grind on than the really low monsters that were back at the inner sea area. Yeah, it'd be nice if ninjas were good, but alas, they're still pretty mediocre. They do beat out most of the base character types, though, so that's something. It's not much, but it's something. There we go, 16 on everybody now. So we've gotten 2 levels so far in Earth Cave here. So this is a decent pace for getting levels at this point. It's going to stop being decent after probably another 2 levels or so. But this should give me enough of a sense about how Vampire is going to go once we get down there. Best part of Thief class was their blue hair. Oh, that'd be so joyful if we had that here in this version. And no, you cannot do class change at this point. You have to beat Lich to get the canoe, and that gives you access to Ordeals and Ice Cave, which are the 2 required areas to beat to get the class change quest completed. Once we have class change, though, oh boy, does this get so much better. Has Thief ever been good? Not really that I can think of. I mean, Final Fantasy V, they were okay, but there was way better classes that are out there. Same thing with, like, Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, you can do things with Thieves, and they can steal items, but there's so many other good classes that if you had to pick, 1 or 2 classes to have for your party, you probably would not have a Thief in there. Why am I playing with 4 characters? Because the roadblocks that I have are mostly about getting a certain number of criticals in the fight before the boss kills us. And having more characters is the better way of doing that than it is to have slightly higher level characters. Once we do class change, though, the 4th character probably is not all that important, and so I might kill off somebody, and that way we can get our ninja levels faster. Because once we have Haste and Temper, it is very similar to a standard game, except we're going to have slightly worse than normal knights. Riku's pretty good. I guess that's true. She's got her mix ability. Riku's from Final Fantasy X. So she's got some good stuff in that game. Kill off Cal for missing the Astos crit at the very end. Luckily, we did get Astos killed like a couple attempts after that one, but I was making a bunch of attempts, and you get about 80 to 100 damage on average doing these. Astos got 168 hit points, and we were at 167 when Cal whiffed it a couple times, and we couldn't get the kill on him. But I think it was like 3 or 4 attempts later is when we finally did it. This will be my last little bit of Earth Elementals because I'm going to run out of potions here. Then I go back to town, restock on potions, and I'll give the vampire one try at that point to see how we are doing relative to him. If we don't have a good time on vampire, then I know Lich is definitely really far away. If vampire goes well, then it's at least worth going down to Lich and exploring how that's going to be. It's kind of a big commitment going down there because of walking all the way down to the 5th floor and back, but it's worth getting the data for that to see, do I need 1 level, do I need 7 levels? Like, that'll really determine what the best approach is going forward. Alright, there we go. We'll take a quick respite from our grinding. That should be enough HP to get all the way to town. By town, I mean we need to get to probably Konaria is the easiest one to access. No item shop in Melmond, of course. Because why would Melmond have good things? I also feel that that Earth grind was definitely better than the Giants that I was fighting outside of Crescent Lake. So I don't think Hall of Giants would win out, and just walking around random encounters, while these bulls are good, you're not going to get them nearly often enough to beat out having a trap tile. Although what would really help this playthrough? 999 potion capacity. Then I could actually do Temple of Fiends without worrying about running out of potions at the end of the game. That's like the one thing that I have as a problem. These have no healing at all. And that means in this version, all you have is 99 items that will heal you on average 24 health. So I have to get through Temple of Fiends taking no more than about 2400 damage to make it to Chaos. Have I tried Hollow Giants? I haven't gone through Hollow Giants here, but I did fight a couple of giants outside of Crescent Lake. So I know roughly how a giant fight goes. I can use a heal staff, but all the battles that I'll be in are going to be too dangerous to sit there and heal over and over again. So I might get like a handful of heal staffs while running away from other encounters. Like the best thing to do is just skip all the encounters with quick saves and just do the bosses. But you've got Lich's Nuke to deal with. That's like 1600 damage right there out of your 2400. You have the other fiends as well, who you're not going to be able to avoid taking damage on. It's definitely going to be an interesting trip down. Like being very conservative with how much damage I can take on the Lich fight. Up and over, there we go. So rare to go back into the Inner Sea at this point. Travel faster on the overworld, that would be nice to have. Just a permanent dash feature. I'd love to just be able to run from Sahags. We're like level 16 Thieves now. We still can't run from these. Everything else we probably run from at the early stages of the game, though. Alright, stock on potions. Okay, we're good on antidotes. Sleeping bag's not really worth it. Those are only 30 HP recovery to everybody. Tents are what my primary is going to be for a while, because 60 is a little bit more efficient, and the difference in gold is not enough to worry about it. I mean, technically, sleeping bags are the most efficient in terms of healing for your gil, but I earn way more money getting these levels than I do spending the potions on the fights. Preemptive, nice. Free run. On back to Earth Cave here. Now I'm going to get into the cave. I'm going to take a quick break because it has been more than 4 hours at this point, and obviously we're nowhere close to the end of the game. So starting from this point on, I should probably take a break like every hour or two, just to make sure I don't get too stiff from sitting here. But we will keep going for many hours to come. Nice. Maybe I could take my break while I'm waiting for this 7 shadow battle to finish. It'll be a while. This is why you want to manipulate away all the shadow encounters on NES version, so you're not sitting through a really slow fight like this. Alright, there we go. Let's tent up. I'll leave you guys with some Earth Cave music to listen to while I stretch. Keeping my throat feeling good. I'm gonna go down to Vampire right here, and we'll see what fate we have in store for that one. Wow, I'm seeing some interesting looking games there in chat for some future speedruns. Hope to see some of those happen. We already got Coral Sword, so I can take the south path, which saves me a couple steps of walking overall. And these guys should be no problem to run from. A lot of the monsters at this point are actually not much faster than they were back at the previous couple of areas. So if you can run from most of the encounters outside, you should be able to run from most of them inside here as well. I don't scream at my bad party members. I only express my disappointment in Dan. There's a difference. NES Pinball RPG game. I hope that's Pinball Quest. I had Pinball Quest, and it's a lot of fun. Very short, though, and more oriented towards pinball than towards the RPG aspects. I think that would be a really weird-looking speedrun. It's going to have a lot of RNG for stealing from the shopkeepers. And basically you have a couple of tricks to execute for getting through the tables really fast. But I imagine that being a very short speedrun if you can optimize it. Stealing from shopkeepers, though, is probably going to be the really annoying one. Just because you might have to lose a lot of runs from not getting the devil flippers or whatever items that you need. But definitely go for it. Alright, so far this has not been bad, because we have not seen any wizards. Or cockatrices or specter geists or other nasty things. There's some wizards. See if these guys are easier than they were before. That's not bad. So we can now do wizard encounters, but at this point, 138 experience, that's way less than a giant. That's about 2.5 ogres worth of experience. So probably back at the earlier stage of the game, it would not have been good to do wizard grinds as compared to the ogres. Even though they are very reliable, they're just way too much damage relative to the XP they give you. Nine and a half minutes. Wow. Yeah, I could see that. I was thinking more like 15 minutes. But if you can clear some of those tables really fast, then there's not that many levels overall. Like, a lot of the challenge is just that you have to figure out how the level works, and then there's like some really precise tricks. But even playing casually, I think I could beat the game in like 2-3 hours. So it must not be like that extensively hard to do. I hope the Mage Sword was doing extra damage to the wizards, because of course these things cast magic spells, right? That's why they're called wizards. Now, Vampire, I think, is going to go well. I'll find out if this is going to be extremely incorrect almost right away. But here at level 17, we should be doing enough damage to beat his defense score. Lich is the one that I'm a lot more worried about, because Lich has got 800 hit points instead of the 168 that this guy has. Or no, 156. 168's Astos. Yeah, it's not a problem. We'll be able to take this guy down. Oh yeah, we probably could have done this at level 14. There he goes. So one more split out of the way. And I guess that means I should at least try out Lich to see how he's going to be. I should be around level 18 or so coming through there. I actually came out of the Astos fight at level 13, so right over to Vampire might have been a bit of a stretch, but within like 2 or 3 levels, I would have been okay. I just did it until I ran out of potions, which worked out fine because that's a good time to go back to town anyway. Alright, that sucks. I don't want to see encounters like this. Bill and Dan have failed me. Cal is not making up for his earlier Astos mistakes, or at least trying to. Not again. Nice, Cal, twice in a row getting it. Arachnid Ooze. I actually didn't know this was on the 3rd floor. This is a 5th floor encounter that the NES Marathon route has. You get that one pretty much right before you reach Lich. There's more Grogers. I could run from these guys, but they're pretty fast at this point. See what the XP is like. 141. Okay, that's like half of an Earth Mental. Oh. It's not just that we're getting that encounter, it's that it's the maximum possible number of enemies on the screen. Like, there are versions of Ghoulgeist that are not 9 of them, and there's versions of Cockatrices that don't need this many either. Ooh, okay. And we're done with the 3rd floor. That's actually a pretty nice trip through there. So almost expecting somebody to get petrified there in the Cockatrice battle. Party's so out of order, but we have Dan in the lead. That's Dan's best organizing ability on display right now. He can do no better than this. I think even the Groger is not really worth fighting, so we're going to go ahead back upstairs. I have a big stack of heal potions here, which means let's do some Earth Elementals until those run out, or come close to running out. Then we'll go do the Earth Rod, restock on potions, and then try Lich. At that point, I should be around level 19, and I'm hoping that Lich goes down pretty easily, because we'll have definitely a lot more opportunities to crit him than we did on the Astos fight. But it could still be a pretty difficult one because he's got 800 hit points. And most of his spells are pretty nasty. You know, you start off with Blazara. He likes to do sleep and paralysis. He's got Fire 2 and Lit 2. So the full cycle of spells is going to chew through most of our hit points. Not outright killing us at this point. It makes sense for the best weapon to be at the bottom. I don't expect anybody to die in the battles, but when we get to the boss battle fight for Lich, I will swap people around. Like, I want Dan in the back because he's got the most HP, and that'll hopefully keep him alive the longest. Right, up here to Earth Elemental. I could have done the Earth Elementals on the 3rd floor as well, but that would make me guess how many potions to save for the trip back outside. Whereas here I know that I'm so close to the entrance that I can go down like maybe 15 or so and be fine. That's a lot of asps. There we go. Now back to these guys for a little while. I've got about, what was like 70 or so potions. And again, I use, 4 to 8 potions per elemental here. So I think I can get a level or a level and a half or so. So who wants to put in some guesses about how well Lich is going to do around level 19? I'm thinking that we can get at least halfway through the battle, and it's going to be really a war of attrition. But I'm kind of curious about whether people not think that we're going to get lots and lots of 1 damage hits like we did on Astos, or if it's just going to be like a complete pushover. There's a few different ranges, just like small changes in terms of your attack power are going to very dramatically shift what this fight looks like. Think it'll be first try? Dan taking down Lich? That's a specific prediction. Did Dan get Astos, or was that Ace? I know Ace and Dan were the two that were at the end, I think. Or was it Bill and Dan? Who was left? It might have been Bill and Dan. I mean, if Dan gets more boss kills, you know, that'll be the legend of Dan for years to come. Lich and Astos have the same defense, but, you know, back at Astos, we were not doing any damage. So it's a question of how much these swords have helped, as well as how much these levels have helped. I mean, I could check what the attack power was and get a sense from that, but I think it's going to be mostly criticals for this fight. Even in the normal fight against Lich in like a speedrun, it's all about criticals and buffs. Yeah, we have 28 attack power right now. Except for Ace, who's got 24. He's really been deficient. Also, he's got the Falchion, so that's probably a big part of that. Lich does have a lot of AoEs, so his repertoire going through Ice 2, Fire 2, Lit 2, probably going to be needing some lucky rolls on that. Although at this point, the magic defense for these Thieves might be high enough to get some decent resist frequencies. I'm more worried about like paralysis, the paralyzing touch, as well as the bind spell. Sleep we seem to be starting to snap out of pretty consistently now. And so, you know, we'll lose a round on that. But paralysis could be really, really rough. Doesn't have instant death, though. That's a nice one because of how easily that flipped things at the beginning of the Astos fight. Alright, I'll basically go until we have to heal here and then go do my Earth Rod quest. I think we'll get about 8 rounds of fighting, so that's 100 damage I have to do every round. That seems like a lot. I don't know if these guys are averaging 25 damage a hit on Lich, sorry. Oh, it's the third AoE. That's probably not 8 rounds. That was probably faster than that. He goes through spells really quickly because he's got this very high chance of using spells, and it's not that long of a spell list until he gets his second set of attacks off. Yeah, it is 75% chance of Lich casting spells Ice 2, sleep fast. Lit 2, bind. Fire 2, slow sleep. Yeah, that looks correct for the order as well. Nice, we got a level. Actually thinking about it, we should be doing around 25 damage a piece per round, because we do have 2 attacks on average doing about 12 damage over his defense score. So maybe we can do it in that number of rounds and get away with it. But let me think about that. That might be overly optimistic for how much damage that we're doing on it. No, it should be about right. It'll be like 28 to 56 damage. Oh, so half of those is not going to do any damage at all. So yeah, it divides by 2 again. So we'll be doing something like 12, 16 damage per round a person. So I guess it's really going to depend on a lot of factors for how that fight goes. Like if we get a couple of lucky rounds in there, some crits, then we have a good shot of it. I'm starting to get more confident looking at the numbers. The numbers have helped me. Unlike this Titan, he's not helpful at all. All he does is eat rubies all day. Eat rubies, reads comics, plays video games on the internet. How far until 3 attacks per round? I can go check my accuracy score to see roughly how long it is. I think it's like in the mid-20s for the level. Yeah, so that accuracy score has to get to 64. Which is a ways away. The 800 hit points is a thing. If it was only 400, no problem. Like NES version, once you get past Astos, Lich is actually not that bad. It's the fact that he's got double HP here that makes him a lot tougher for this version of the game. Now, the flip side of that is that I can memo save right before him, so I don't have to redo the entire Earth Cave every attempt. NES, you really want to make sure that you can kill him before you go all the way down there. This group kinda sucks. It's pretty bad. We're debating about whether I can kill Lich at level 20, which is, any other character class is going to just demolish him, even like solo. Why 4 Thieves? Because people claim that 4 Thieves wasn't as bad as I was talking about it, and I think I've proved my point. You're just lucky that I'm doing class change. If I wasn't class changing, you would not be able to leave the stream until the weekend was over. Actually, it wouldn't be quite that bad. If we get to level 50 with 4 Thieves, we could probably do the end game, but it would take a long time to get there. I think grinding out to max level, you could probably do within like 40 hours or so. At Chaos, we would be way beyond Chaos and even the Marathon route. Marathon route I've got down to 3.5 hours for the playthrough. World record route would have beaten the Astos split. GBA beats the Astos split. I guess PlayStation, I'm still at 307 for that, so I wouldn't have quite made the Astos split for a complete game. But yeah, it's not a good party. Level 50 black belts, yeah, they're gonna destroy things in the late game. Black belts are so good once you get past level 30 that they are the biggest damage dealers. And once you have that much offense, you don't need defense. You just kill things too fast for them to hurt you. Take another trip over here to grab some more potions, and then we'll be on our way down to Lich. Which people need to have confidence that this is going to work out, and I'm hoping that they're right. I can basically get like 2 levels per grind here at this point, so it's going to slow down quite a lot for those earth elementals in just a little bit. It would probably take 3 loops to get my 3rd attack per round, at which point I think it would be pretty easy to do Lich for that one. Is the armor bug fixed on PlayStation with black belts? Yes, pretty much every bug is fixed. What they haven't done is add new features, so the intelligence stat doesn't work. There are no more items than there were in the original game and so on, but there is, as far as NES bugs go, none of those have carried over. The instat's not a bug, so it's just they didn't design anything for it. And that's because my theory is that in Dungeons and Dragons, the way that intelligence works is it gives you more spell slots per day. And that's a rather complicated mechanic for them to implement, so they probably just gave up and decided not to do anything with it. There is no code at all in the game for what intelligence would do. Now, in the remakes, what they did was make intelligence adjust your values for the spells, which is not how Dungeons & Dragons works and not how most of Final Fantasy's design looks like it would have been. Yes, the specialized weapons do work. I actually have 3 of them on right now because that's actually the best that the Thieves can do. So every once in a while, you'll see them do bonus damage. Like there's the Coral Sword. Dan's got the Dragon Sword. Cal's got the Rune Sword, so it does more damage to spellcasters. However, there's very few situations where the elemental weapons make any difference at all. The only one that you really notice is Excalibur, because of it being good for everything. Do the Fiends count as spellcasters? I don't think so. So spellcasters are not things that use spells, but a very limited set of monsters that have been flagged with that monster type. The most common, I want to say, is elemental types. So things like monsters weak to fire, monsters weak to ice, and aquatic types. Everything else is really rare. Like, there's only a handful of regenerating monsters in the game, only a handful of spellcasting monsters, only a handful of giants, and so on. Does the Coral Sword work on Kraken? I forgot if they marked him as aquatic. I believe so, because most of the monsters that have a Lit 2 or a Bolt weakness are also marked as aquatic. If they did it, it probably does not work on Kraken 2, though, because they took away all of the weaknesses for those refights. Rune Sword looks cool in vanilla. The original version of the game used, like, really striking color combinations to represent the different swords, because it didn't have a bunch of different pictures. And they toned it way down in the remakes to be a little bit less garish, but I do like some of the sword appearances. However, you will never see those swords unless you're doing like a 4th Thief party, because there's simply no point to having them. They're worse than the silver sword that almost everybody else can use. Plus, we're going through these dungeons pretty fast. We can run from things, and that helps out a lot for not having to memo save every couple steps. This floor, though, is where it gets tough again. Asian Jason, welcome in. More of our Ghoul Guys combo. Okay, Carry and Lich are magic types. Interesting. So maybe Cal will do bonus damage with that Rune Sword then. Alright, we're dealing with wizards pretty well at this point. Not really worth the time, though, for those battles. Just doing it because it's unrunnable. Already got the 3,400 gold, so we just go on to 4th floor here. Nothing really interesting to pick up in the bottom part of the dungeon. Like, there's a couple of bits of random cash and equipment you can get. However, it's a lot better to wait until you get to the next few areas of the game, because the amount of money that you get from the treasure chests as well as from the enemies skyrockets more than once. So like right after this dungeon it jumps up a lot, and then at Sea Shrine it jumps up again a huge amount. Maybe even Waterfall, you can consider that part of Sea Shrine. Almost down to floor 4. This is why I had to go and get my potions restacked. We didn't have enough to get down to Lich or back in case I wasn't able to successfully beat him. Come on, item menu. There you go. Almost. I like the GBA version a lot better for this, where you just have to talk to the object and it'll use the appropriate key item on it. So things like the loot and the Earth Rod there work the same as like talking to the Chancellor to get the Prince recovered. Lich does have lower evasion, that's true, but if it's all about criticals, that's going to be the big thing. Criticals and evasion don't really mix well, because critical hits bypass the evasion check anyway, so you don't really notice the dodge rate if you're getting enough criticals for it. Doing this fight because I'm not quite confident about running from these images. Oh yeah, it'll just be the more regular chips, and we're kind of theorizing that the chip damage is going to be significant enough to power us through the fight. And I won't have to be like super lucky with criticals, or as super lucky as the Astos fight required. Astos was 7 criticals for people that weren't here at that point in the game to go and kill him. And our critical hit rate was not good. It was like 1 in 16. Cast some spells. I wish we had spells. Oh man, the poo-poo platter. Oh neat, they have giants and iguanas in this? So the original version of the game, it's just giants. This would actually be impossible for the NES version to draw on the screen, because what's in the bottom left-hand corner would have to be a large 4-block monster like the giant is. It's not able to mix together those different sizes like that. I thought they just replaced it with iguanas, but evidently it's a mix of giants and iguanas. Gonna try to run. It was actually really scary last time with the physicals. Maybe the physicals is the better play. Yeah, I don't know why these things are so hard to run from. Images are not that fast, so it's kind of perplexing. You're right, Dragonfire. Even though it's a half-pipe monster, in order for it to be wide like that, that would have to be a full block. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about that. So yeah, that works, no problem. Never mind. I'll just say that I've been up too many hours playing a 4 Thief speedrun to have accurate Final Fantasy facts at this point. Once we get down to the 5th floor, it gets a lot easier. Most of the really bad encounters go away. There's a few new ones, but they're actually not that bad for experience. So if I get like a troll bull combo, I might as well go ahead and fight it. Final Fantasy alternative facts. Essentia! Welcome in, Carrie, and thank you very much for the host there. Guys are just in time for a Final Fantasy challenge run here, where I'm trying to beat the game with the worst character classes possible, which is Thief, 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 and more Thieves. If you look at the splits, you'll see that we got past the first big roadblock, which is Astos. He is not easy at all with this group. And we're at roadblock number 2 here, which is Lich. This is my first try item, so I don't know how well we are prepared for it. Hoping that the levels that I've got, as well as the equipment, are going to take me through this. But this should be a good time. And if not, I'm going to cry a lot, because these guys are not able to get any better gear, and leveling is pretty hard at this point. But let's go ahead and enjoy the music. One of the best parts of the remakes is the boss themes. Hey, Gary. Thanks so much for the host, and have a good night. Hope your stream went well. Nice 7 damage. He's got 800 hit points, by the way, that we need to get through. Oh, good times. We need some crits. We need probably a good dozen crits. The positive thing is that, unlike Astos, this guy doesn't have instant death, so he has to get around to a couple of spells before he can wipe us out. And we're getting a decent crit rate here. There goes Haste. So he's about to go into Fire 2 next, and then a couple spells later it's Bolt 2. Other way around. Bolt 2, then Fire 2. Ooh, 69, there's a good one. We were theorizing that the Mage, or the Rune Sword, would do a lot of damage. That's what Cal has on right now. It doesn't seem to be really all that different. There goes Stan, of course. I need Neapolitan doing the damage calculations here to keep up with the amounts. This is not outrageous to work. It looks like we need somewhere around 20 crits, plus all the chip damage that happens here. Maybe less. I think we could do this. I think this is going to work at this level. Now it's not going to work. Once it gets slow off, we're gone. Alright, we got around to a second cast of Ice 2, but this is pretty much the end of it now. Ace is going to get put to sleep here, and by the time he wakes up, he's probably going to be dead. Three damage was not enough, but a good attempt. That was very promising. I'm going to go ahead and swap my party order around so that I have my least useful character in the front, which is probably going to be Ace here. And I guess Bill's got a little bit more HP, so he should be in the back slot as well. But yeah, that was decent. We should... What, that was like 10 rounds get through? Nice. Good start there. I'll try to do the numbers here as we go along as well. So that was 37 damage in round 1. That's not going to be enough. There we go. There's a crit. There's 2 crits in that round. That was a good one. Again, 800 is what we're looking for, so it is going to take some luck. But I think this party can do it. Alright, so nobody can die from Fire 2 here, which means I don't need to bother healing. I think it would just be a waste compared to going all out at this point. Still nobody can die. 120 is the max that Fire 2 can do. These 2 damage rolls, though, they really kill me. So 1 is the minimum that you can do, and 2 hits per round means that you're getting 1 and 1. Alright, Bind missing. That's interesting. I thought that was almost certainly going to hit. We might have enough magic defense to start blocking some of the status elements. Okay, Ice 2 is going to kill everybody. I don't think I can heal my way out of that. And if I did, then I'd be wasting so many rounds that we wouldn't get much attack done. That hurts. So the slow one's going to be the big part of the fight. That's also when he's getting around to Ice 2. Yeah, I think once this happens, we're slowed, we're sleeped, then the party just goes down. Can I get a better weapon crested? Like, no. The Thieves cannot use anything better than the elemental swords you get at the various Mystic Key locations. If they could use silver swords, this would be so much easier. Alright, so that was pretty good. I think if we get lucky on the crits, we can do it. That's a much more exciting fight to watch than the Astos, where he kills me in the first round almost every time. Alright, Bill might not survive the elemental spells there. That's a little bit of a concern, him being at 167. We'll see what he's like after Bolt 2, though. How many rounds did it take to kill Astos? It was like 12 rounds or something. We got all the way through his spell cycle, and then second time about halfway through. Oh, tries was a lot. It was like 60. Hey, Star Rich, welcome in. Alright, we'll see if we need a heal Bill here. I'm going to gamble. 120 is the max, so he's got a very good chance of not dying to Fire 2. Paralysis, unfortunate. 25% chance of snapping out, so Ace is almost certainly gone for the rest of this sequence here. By the time he comes back, we'll probably have, like, the sleeps coming. Oh, there we go. That's actually not too bad for it. Down goes Ace. Slow is where it gets bad, because now we have multiple people usually. Yeah, we lost all of our attacks, so we basically halved our damage right there. And down goes the party. Oh, Dan's still alive. Will Dan clutch it out? One damage. Come on, Dan, you can do it. 300-point critical right here. No. Yeah, that one's about a little bit over halfway through Lich. The first one was like 3/4. That was pretty good. Because by the time I was over halfway on Astos, you know, I was getting, every once in a while, lucky enough to get pretty close to beating him. The real thing is just, in the first couple of rounds, getting a lot of criticals. Like that 57, that's big. The 2, not so much. Alright, that's 119 round 1. That's about the pace we need to have, is 100 per round. That round was 27. That is not as good. $57 there. $93. Ace is paralyzed, or Cal's paralyzed. That's gonna hurt a lot. It's gonna be hard to keep him alive. Oh, 2 people paralyzed. Like the physicals are just so aggravating because of that. Like you want people to get physical because he's not going through his spells very fast, but you lose fighters really quickly. I think we're gonna have a hard time getting past Fire 2 here. Ah, can't paralyze me when I'm already paralyzed. When we survive Fire 2, we have a good run here, but there goes Cal. He was one of my big damage dealers, and Ace is still down. There's the slow. We were doing good up into the slow. And at this point, your damage just goes and plummets. All up to you, Dan. Dan couldn't do it. That one felt really good, though. We had a pretty good couple of rounds there in the middle, where we were actually keeping up with that about 100 or so damage rounds. I think if we averaged 80 damage, we could probably do it. That was a great round right there. Like 140. And then follow up with a 39. Bill getting paralyzed is not what I want to see. He's one of my best damage dealers with the Coral Sword. I mean, it's nice not getting a spell, but I would not make that trade. Hey, Starrich, thank you for the bits. We'll definitely need all the support we can get here. This one's falling off the table. Ace and Cal are probably going to die to fire too. And we had 2 rounds in a row that were pretty bad in terms of damage. There we go. Yeah, put it on Cal. Lich's 2 rounds are because he's hasted. I have 2 rounds because my accuracy is high enough to be over a certain threshold, which is 32. I would get a 3rd attack at 64, but that's like another 5 or so levels to grind. That seems impractical. This is one I don't think is going to pan out. Yeah, we're all slowed now. Bill might survive. Got a small chance. Nope. Everybody goes down. So our best one was pretty close. I feel like it's still worth going for it. I'll give it probably until about 5 hours and 20 minutes, and then think about whether or not I want to do some more leveling. And levels are not going to make a big difference, but it will help me potentially survive the elemental sequence. If we get another strong level up in there, like another 30 hit points would be big. That was not a good first round. That was a lot of damage on Blizzard as well. There's our first crit. The thing though is it's really streaky. If you could get 3 crits in a round and be right in there. It does take a lot more crits though. Ooh, nice 62 damage. Astos with only 7 crits needed. Even though the crit rate was much lower, you could get super lucky and get it. This guy, it's going to be a bit more of a slog to have as many crits as required to get to 800 damage. Ooh, there's another one. Alright, that's decent. Cal can probably survive fire 2 here. It's a little bit of a gamble not healing him, but I don't want to lose a round of attacking. Ah, there we go. That's a bad round. Let's see what we get. 110. Would have helped to have the heal potion. That's going to be something to kind of work on, is when does it make sense to heal versus going for it. That one's dead at that point. Lich has been buffed from 400 hit points to 800. If he was only 400 HP, he would not be a problem. It's really the length of the fight that makes it difficult. And he's the only one of the 4 fiends I have to do without buff spells, because once I have class change, the rest of the run gets a lot easier. Ooh, that was a big one. Unfortunately, he's going all out there on that ice spell. Probably our best start yet at this point, although the spells are coming really fast. Well, there's our first bad round. Yeah, that's the thing, we can't get any bad rounds, and we just had 2 back-to-back. Oh no, that was an okay one. I'm going for double 116s there at the front. Ooh, that's a good one. Alright, Ace is gone. Not even worth trying to fix that up. Dan is very borderline at 109. He's a good damage dealer as well. I'm going to push it. Oh, cow. If he'd done that on Ace, that would have been perfect. Down goes Ace. Oh, Cal's gone. The physicals are helping for a little bit, but now that he's knocked 2 people down, it's not as fun. Oh, and Dan's down. Look at this guy going with the punches. Bill can't survive the spell now. Here comes Fire 2 to kill him. Oh, he's alive! Bill did it! The clutch bulldozer hit. Bill has done it. And down goes Lich like that. Everybody give it up for Bill there. How much HP does Lich have? Lich had 808 hit points, and Bill got them all. That is why I personally support Bill in Final Fantasy. Bill celebrates, all by himself. Those other guys just laying there on the ground. All right, that is big. I can probably finish the game in under 3 hours from this point. Whew. And you know what? I am going to heal and save before taking any steps because there are encounters around the Fiend's tiles. So let's go ahead and drop some potions on Bill. Take a little while for this to finish up, but it's worth it. Just like Astos, this is the one time in the run I think it's worth double saving. We'll go put this on the memory card as well. Alright, Dragonfire, thanks for hanging out for Lich there. The support was very, very helpful to have everybody cheering Bill on. Alright, Thalfin, have a good night. I think this will be okay. Now that we're past this point, I can definitely do Ice Cave ordeals, get my class changed in there. And the ninjas, they'll need a couple levels of grinding to go and get their spells. But once they have haste and temper, they'll be able to do a fairly good job on the bosses. Like, that's why Lich, I feel, is like the last big roadblock in this run. We're going to have to do a lot of saving. We don't have a clinic until we get all the way over to Crescent Lake. So a bit of walking and sailing until we get the rest of the party back. These guys at least don't have paralysis, so I can go and wait them out. Yeah, in NES, once you have the attack items, it's going to be big. But the attack items are actually not that critical for the remix. All the bosses have had a significant buffing to their hit point values. So you'd have to do a lot more attack items to take him down. Instead, what you want is haste and temper stacking, which is similar to what you do in the speedrun with knights. It's just our characters are not going to be as good as knights would be. Worse armor, worse weapons, but if you have enough temper spells, you can overcome that. Alright, Evan, have a good night. We will definitely be using run as much as possible here. I don't feel like I got very many steps away from that save point to be struggling through that Pede fight. Pede, one of the more dangerous monsters around Crescent Lake, especially if they come in the full pack of 4. They definitely can hit pretty hard and are difficult to escape from. Bull and Troll, on the other hand, since they go down to Fire 2 really quickly, in a normal party, that would be like some really good experience. And like a marathon route, I kind of recommend people grind on those fights walking across here, just so that they have a little bit of a safer trip through ordeals. But I don't think it's going to help all that much for Bill, so we're just going to try to run as much as possible. And hopefully this will work out. Only one step away from town. Gonna buy cat claws. We should be able to get pretty good gear for the ninjas just from the swords that are around. Like I'll have 2 ice brands and flame sword before class change. Or no, I'll have 1 ice brand and 1 flame sword before class change, and then get the second ice brand soon after. And I really just need 1 person with a sword to go and be the boss killer. That's right, we'll revive Dan. I think Bill has not died. I want to say Bill was also one of the 2 survivors for Astos, so that Bill and Dan have been probably my best thieves here. Ah, 29 tenths should be good for a while. I haven't used any cottages at all because we don't have any spell charges. It's like those things are almost useless to me until after class change, plus a couple more levels. Ooh, speaking of levels, I'm going to try not to get any levels on the way to the next 2 dungeons, because it's actually beneficial for me to wait to do any leveling until after class change at this point. However, where do I do the grinding for early stage ninja? Gurgu Volcano is actually kind of inconvenient, since I don't have a way to kill Carrie, and I don't have an easy way out of the dungeon. It's like, my normal grind spots are all assuming that I can either kill a boss or cast warp. Actually, let's see. If I could get 1 spell charge, so enough to do haste and a couple of tempers, I could probably do carry with that. And that would let me get some levels at Gurgu for Agamas for a little while. Alright, I think I got a plan. I think I have a plan. So we're going to go on to ordeals here. I do get 1 good item, which is the gold bracelet. Thieves can use that. Every character class uses bracelets, and so I don't have to wait for class change. The other stuff in the dungeon, though, is not going to be useful until we have ninjas. So Ice Brand's not usable by Thieves. I guess you could technically use Zeus Gauntlets, but I don't imagine the Zombie D or the Eye giving me much of a problem at this point. We can take down Lich. We can take down either of those 2 fights. turn to the south there, and we'll head into Ordeals at this point. I guess I should grab the heal staff, which means doing the nightmare battle twice. The heal staff's going to be potentially useful to have, given my very limited supply of heal potions for the late game. Temple of Fiends is still quite scary, with only 99 heal potions to work with, and Lich probably taking most of those away, just like right off the bat. I will have to be very cautious making it down to Chaos. Let's go ahead, swap you to tent up once. Won't fully heal the party, but I'm basically going to just charge through Ordeals as fast as possible and use heal potions when necessary. I talk to the old man. That's required in the remakes, but not in the original NES version. NES version lets you use the teleporters immediately as long as you have the crown, and there's no way to get here without the crown, so it's kind of a useless check. Being a little more cautious than normal even. Just because I don't even want to do the Zombull fight like this. Again, I'm trying to avoid getting experience at this point. Not a useless check in rando, that is true. It's important to know about randomizing Final Fantasy, because I remember the first time that randomizer was released, I don't think the developer knew about the crown requirement, or the fact that Mystic Key was required to get out of the area underneath where Phantom is in Temple of Fiends. Both of those are very odd checks. There's also a Mystic Key lock door in the Sea Shrine, which is bizarre, that I don't think a lot of people knew about. The only reason I know about it is because I was doing exploration once I did the Famicom glitch route, and I found out that you had to have those items at certain points in order to be able to complete the dungeons. Alright, here we go. This is going to be Nightmares. They're really fast, but I have way more agility than normal. There we go. That's actually not too bad. In a normal playthrough, you're coming here at a level where you probably take, I don't know, maybe 12 or so attempts to run from them. But it's still faster than actually doing the fight. And in NES, you can get the heal staff without having to do this second time, but they filled in the little corner that NES exploits so that you have to walk through this trap tile a second time. Alright, this is more normal. This is what I'm used to. I guess we just got really lucky the first time. There we go. Our gorillas here have been heavily nerfed. They used to cast Fire 2 as their opening spell, or I guess their only spell. Same thing with Man-Cats. And in this version of the game, it's been reduced to Fire 1. Oh, nice. We got out of there, and then the 5 Mind Flayer ambush. Alright, Cypher, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it's time we made it. There's my Ice Brand. Ruby Armlet goes on to Dan, of course, as our party leader. We want him to have the best defense possible. So the thing we had before that was the Silver Armlet, which is 15 absorb. And Ruby makes it up to 24, so it's a really big jump up. next up, we have Zombie D's. I will, I guess, Zeus during this fight, but I think even if we just used our swords, we probably would not have too much of a problem on these guys. What is the vanilla name for the ruby armlet? Gold armlet. So gold becomes ruby, and opal becomes diamond in the remakes. Alright, 2 Zombie Ds. A little bit more challenging than necessary, but I think we can still get them. Oh man, 14 damage. Maybe this will be a little bit harder than I thought. Alright, 48's better. Focusing everybody on one Zombie D so that we have less DPS. Just want to get one of them down so that they're not doing, 150 damage around. Ooh, there goes Ace. Okay, one's down. Which means this one should be pretty close. And I saw them probably doing more damage with the Lit 2 than with their swords, so let's have Cal switch to the gauntlets next. This one's unrunnable, so I can't avoid getting experience here. I guess I could have re-rolled until I only had one Zombie D, but the difference is not too much. There he goes. And with that, Ordeals is down. Next up, the Ice Cave. And I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful trip through. It actually shouldn't be that bad. Most of the stuff in here you're not trying to fight anyway. So the big problems are going to be if we get a whole bunch of Frost Giant Frostwolf battles, because I don't have any fire spells to use. Yeah, Sphinxes might be a little bit hard to run from. There we go. What else could be a problem? I guess the Frosty... If I try to get the Frost Armor out of it on the first trip through there, they could be a little bit challenging as well, but Frosty doesn't have a lot of HP, so I bet we could all gang up on one Frosty if we got that. I don't think I used that many heal potions back at Ordeal, so I'm just going to go right over to Ice Cave without stopping into town. Got a couple of gold needles already. I played the 15 puzzle at the very beginning of the night to get money, and as a side effect of doing the 15 puzzle, you also get 1 gold needle per completion. So actually, in most speedruns, I don't even have to buy gold needles at all for this, because you get enough just from doing that to finish the game. We'll be back here, get our airship in just a couple of minutes. I'm predicting less than 20 minutes to get through Ice Cave, but who knows what unforeseen roadblocks are awaiting our 4 thieves. Also, probably post-Ice Cave will be a good time to take my my next break, and then I should be able to go to the end of the game after that. We'll put our agility against some of these aquatic creatures. Not often that you are going to be at this level going through the canoeing section, so I don't quite know what some of these agilities are. But I seem to remember around level 20 or so not having much of a problem with other parties, and Thieves should have better agility in theory than the other character classes. Oh, nice sail as well. That's also one way to do it. Only one encounter that entire waterway. Here we go, Ice Cave time. Most of the dangerous stuff up here is stuff like this. The cockatrices. And since they don't really have a good resistance for petrification, that's just more about RNG for turn order and whether or not we can successfully run. Race? I should be able to run from race. They are pretty fast, but I want to say for some reason race are actually slower than images, who are perhaps more of a threat. At least until we get to the big packs of things like specters and guys. Oh, nice. 5 wizards, so unrunnable fight. We finally have some AoE spells to work with here. And we're also starting to do enough damage that we are sometimes one-shotting them. These things were so scary back at the beginning. If I had known how many levels Astos would have taken, I probably would not have done Marsh Cave as quickly, and had a lot less of a worry on the wizard battle. But I got super lucky, and the very first time I did the wizards, it was 2 wizards, and they spread their attacks out really nicely, and we got some lucky criticals in there, and it was actually first try. So I couldn't believe how easy that was, because that's usually a very difficult one with a party like this, or really any party at low levels. Alright, we're failing to run from the images. They should die to no more than 2 lit 2s. This might even kill a couple of them. I got 1. Disappointing. There we go. Alright, we do need to pick up Flame Sword here. That's going to be a useful weapon once we get ninjas. Although it's going to be my secondary weapon, so it's going to be primarily useful for the grind fight as opposed to the boss battles. In boss battles, you really just need one primary attacker who is going to have like pretty much the best gear that we can get. Also, I need to do a really scary trap tile right here. Let's see what it is. We have a whole bunch of junk, but a preemptive. We are out of there. Without Fire 2, this is a very difficult stretch to deal with. And for some reason, the source of Fire 2 is actually in Sea Shrine, which is not where I would have guessed. This is unrunnable, so I have to take this fight unless I want to reset. But I guess it shouldn't be that difficult to go and do single Frost Wolf. Frost Giant should hit for like 100. Okay, yeah, he's not bad. Just keeping an eye on my heal potion count here. So 70 plus should be fine for the rest of this. We need to go ahead and take on a Frosty fight. Because if it's more than one Frosty, just reset. Like that one. We're just going to reroll until we get 1. Or a preemptive, which would also let me cheese the battle out. And these guys are very difficult to run from. So I'm just going to go and try to kill it here. I think we can get him down without too much trouble, because he doesn't have a lot of hit points. Oh yeah, especially if he decides to do a bite attack instead of his frost breath. There we go. This gets me the frost armor, which is one of the best armors that a ninja can have. So that'll definitely be very useful in the near future. Greg Peed. What is he doing here? I need to go and pick up the 40,000 gold in the southwest corner because I will need a bunch of money for upgrades once we get out of here. That is death. That group of mages cast Fire 3 as their first move, and we have no magic resistance at all, so Fire 3 probably kills the party in 2 goes, and they've got 4 of them coming at me. Kind of funny when Mind Flayers use their Mind Blast attack in here because it looks like the cave is on fire. We got a shot. Nope. The mages have a super high ambush rate, so I was shocked that we didn't get ambushed right off the start. But they still got us. Our bones, however, it's an ambush, so don't need to sit through it. Our bones is one of the few encounters that is not actively terrible. There we go. Snagging the gold here. If I went one step to the right, that would be a group of frost wolves that would be very angry and set my party to almost certain doom. So we're not going to touch that one. And the treasure chest has got like a really ridiculously small amount of gold in it, so not even worth playing with them. Hey, Solar Flare, this is pretty bad. I assure you, this is not a good party. Nice, stun locked. Mind Flayers are just overpoweringly bad, and they don't give you even that much experience, so I'm not sure what they were kind of thinking of for balance for dealing with those things. Are 4 red mages the best party? I think depending on your playstyle preference, 4 red mages, 4 black belts, or 4 fighters could all be really good. In this version of the game, 4 red mages are extremely strong because they do have haste and temper before class change. That is almost certainly going to make it so that the bosses are really easy. Fighters and black belts take a little bit of time to develop. They can use the fact that they are simply really powerful attackers to go and kill bosses, but not nearly as good as 4 red mages for a long time. I mean, for that matter, 4 black mages does surprisingly well. Even though black mage does not have any good weapons. Put like 6 tempers on him and he's doing way more damage than a fighter would. The problem with 4 black mages, though, is that you've got no armor and very little HP. So you have to do a bunch of leveling just to survive the fights. However, offense is pretty good for you. Still trying not to get too much experience here. I think I've gotten like a level or so, which is not bad. Might get one more level off of the Eye because he is a really valuable monster. At 3,225 experience, the Eye is the first like super high XP monster that you're probably going to run into in this game. Here's the Ice Shield. We can use that as ninjas as well. They can basically use all the night gear except for diamond armor, which I think is basically saying that they can use all the fighter gear. No problem on the Eye fight. There's our floater. I have to do the trap tile again. That's something we really lucked out on the first try through here. Second try through, normally I have somebody wearing that ice shield so that they are resistant to paralysis. Not going to happen this time, so we have to get a little bit lucky with either the formation or for turn order here to get away. There's a large number of them. I think because we are so fast, though, we should be able to run if we have an opportunity. You can kill most of the monsters with the gauntlets if it goes off. Never mind. Dan gets us out of there. So now I just need to run my way out. Nothing else encounter-wise left to do here. Almost to the stairs. Up and an unrunnable encounter. I'm gonna make sure the Frost Wolf is dead because he's actually a bigger threat than the Frost Giant is. The Wolf can do 24 to 96 damage to the whole party with his breath attack. Only a 25% chance that he uses it, but it's definitely a big devastating move. Whereas the Frost Giant, he hits hard but only on one person. Yeah, I got a second level up. Alright, one more sprint should take us to the exit, and then we will be sailing our way over to our airship. A well-deserved reward for having come this far. Trying to avoid getting level 21 if at all possible. Like, we're so close to being done that I don't want to take any encounters at all. That's especially true if leveling for spell slots works the same way. I don't think it does because this is a method that the original NES version of normal mode uses. But essentially after class change, it's the odd level ups where you get spell slot growth. So that means if I was 21, I would not get my spell slot growth until 23. Whereas if I'm 20, then I'll get it at 21. It's a really minor thing, but knowing the even odd parity problem with it does make a big difference for planning. And in speedruns, there's another factor, which is the minimum level to get the slot is 15. And usually, if you're doing a speedrun, you're coming through class change under level 15 anyway, so you don't have to worry about it too much. It's more of a factor if you're doing some of these oddball character challenges, like for Thieves, that you'd be much higher level. almost there. Once I get onto the land, there is a few tiles where you could get attacked before getting to the airship. I know in NES that all of the solid desert tiles are safe squares, meaning that you can't get encounters there. The half ones, the ones that have half desert, half grass, are not safe squares, but those are around the edges. So you can just stay to the middle of the desert and not have a problem. What level would you need for a solo thief to have a shot? I mean, at some point, you're going to see that you are exceeding the absorb rating for Astos. And then instead of having to get criticals every time, criticals help, but you'll be doing enough damage that you can go and kill him that way. And I think that somewhere around like level 35 to 40, might be closer to 40 based on the weapons that you have access to, because that's something I haven't looked into a whole bunch, but it's definitely a lot of levels. You're not going to have fun getting to that level grinding on ogres. I think it actually might be towards 35 now that I think about it. Because I want to say that at that point you've got 3 attacks per round, and also that your minimum damage ticks up often enough, assuming that you manipulate your strength score to not have much of a problem. Praying for crits, you can cut a lot of rounds off. And that's basically what I did for Astos, just redo the fight a whole bunch until we could critical him. Your crit hit rate, though, is not very good, and that means it's still a whole bunch of tries, but I think it's faster than grinding to the point where you have a chance to do it with just regular damage. And here we go in celebration of class change. I'll go ahead and take my break. So once this is done, I'll save my spot right here and give you guys a break screen for a little bit. And I'll be back in just 1 or 2 minutes. Sadly, green ninjas. Not even the nice red pajamas, but it's good seeing those guys. So once again, I'll be back in just a minute here. And so on we resume with our really odd-looking ninjas here. They look like frogs. I can't think of another good description of what these guys are. Giant army helmets or something? It's a really ugly sprite. There we go. All right, what do I have money-wise? 165,000. That is plenty for all my shopping needs. Let's go ahead and get some spells here. Gonna drop into Elfland first, pick up the haste spell. I don't know if Ice 2 is really useful. I kind of feel like it's not. Look at all the equipment changes in there. Okay, so you do have a decent amount of stuff. I probably don't want gauntlets on anybody. The rest of that gear is okay for you to wear. All that's fine. That's fine, and all that's fine. Okay. So first things first, let's go ahead and hit the item shop here. Okay, 2 people will benefit from silver swords. Go ahead and pick those up. Just putting on silver swords, it's not the most effective weapon, but at this point, I don't need a lot of improvements from, of course, gauntlets are going to go back on. Everybody gets lit 2 and fire 2, just in case that happens to give me an advantage. I should have enough items that do this anyway that I probably will never use these spell slots. Armor I should go do at Crescent Lake and Gaia for the upgrades. There's another bunch of potions. That should be enough cottages for the rest of the game. Because now we need to actually recover spell slots, unlike before. Up here, I'm going to go pick up Haste and Ice 2. Everybody's getting spells so that I can rotate through them. And that way I don't need as many spell slots for the last dungeon. But I think on easy mode, I'll have a fast enough growth pattern for this that they're not going to be in danger of running out. Especially of Haste. Temper might be more of an issue because of how many times you need to use it. I will not bother with Fire 1 and Lit 1. That is probably a little bit too weak at this point to even bother picking up. Like, Fire 2 and Lit 2 are kind of pushing it as it was. Same thing with Ice 1. I want to save every single one of these casts for Temper. Okay, what is next? Except for gloves, everything at Crescent Lake should be usable. So let's go ahead and pick up the gear here. I think this is only a couple of upgrades, but this will help out. So Mithril Mail versus Silver Bracelet. Yeah, it's not worth it. Mithril Shield is. Pretty soon we'll have better ones, but you know, it's kind of a temporary upgrade at this point. Mithril Helms and gloves are going to be Pro Rings instead. Which I'm going to wait to do the optimize at Gaia, just because of the thing that I've done the last couple of times, which is realize that optimize is going to put these Zeus gauntlets back on. To Gaia now, we need 4 Pro Rings, which is going to really stretch the rest of my cash, but except for the bottle, this is like more or less the last thing I'll ever need for the entire game. So we get those. Not quite enough for another gold bracelet, but pretty close. Let's see what we have now. So, Dan in the front, Ice Brand, Ice Shield, Mithril, Ice Armor, Pro Ring. We should swap these around. That way 2 people have fire resistance. We got Flame Sword, Mithril, Ice Pro Ring, all Mithril Pro Ring, Mithril, Silver Armlet Pro Ring. Okay. Pretty good set of gear here. Which means this stuff can all go now. Such good items back in the earlier parts, having all those elemental swords. Big Fun Balls, welcome in. This is kind of like a speedrun, except it's really, really painful. So kind of like a speedrun. And nothing else useful here at Gaia yet, because I don't have my bottle, which I'm now going to go pick up. There we go. Go ahead, start dropping some tents. I want to make sure that my HP's at full before we go off and do any fights for these ninjas here. This is actually the fun part of this run. The 4 thieves at the earlier stages, that was not fun. They are a very painful class to use, but I think we're over the hump now. I want to say I did stock up on potions, antidotes, gold needles. I've got a handful more just to be safe. There we go. Ooh, I could do waterfall before volcano, and that way I've got a couple more items for the fight with Carrie. And now that we have our ninjas, I can go ahead and fight things again. At this point, I want to get a couple levels so that we have at least one cast of haste and a few cast of tempers. That'll make it so that we can actually kill carry after doing Gurgu grinding for a little while. If I went in right now, we wouldn't... Well, we might be able to kill carry with damage, but it would be a very, very dangerous and slow process. Whereas if I have a haste and a couple tempers, she'll be no sweat. It's so weird seeing weapons that actually work in the hands of these characters. Until the class change, you're stuck with just the very basic swords you get right after the Mystic Key quest, and that is the Dragon Sword, Coral Sword, and Rune Sword from Temple of Fiends. Before Mystic Key quest, all you have is the scimitars from Provoca and the sabers from Elfland. So it is poverty. But this feels so good now. Ooh, nice. A bunch of mummies. Go ahead and take them down. Normally I wouldn't stop for experience for a party like this, but I need to get at least one, if not more levels before going to Gurgu. I think just one, though, should be enough. Let me check my spell slots. Yes, so 21 you do get your first cast of all the spells. And I have no idea what the growth rate is on easy, but should be good enough to have more than 20 spells by the time that we finish. The only thing that would really give me a problem in here is Gas Dragon, so I can be pretty aggressive. No warp spell, so I do have to do this backwards on the way out as well. I don't have my quick, easy shortcut for exiting Waterfall. For that matter, I won't have one for Sea Shrine or Sky Castle or any other fun locations to do it. Alright, those guys are jerks. Actually, I think we would be okay with Pyreless because we do have Pro Rings on everybody. As long as they don't have Cockatrices mixed in, it's a not bad fight. We get away anyway. Cal protecting us from that dangerous experience. Gonna save here just in case we get a whole bunch of Cockatrices. They've changed how this trap tile works, where in the NES version it favors the mummies over the birds, and in the remake it actually does the reverse. So you have to get very lucky to have mummies appear here. Normally it's just a pile of 9 birds on the screen. Should be good. I'm going to go ahead and have the front 2 remaining ninjas go and focus on Wiz Mummies here, and hopefully Ace will take down both of the birds. Actually, he should take down everything except for the top Wiz Mummy at this point. grab the wizard staff just because I can. I should probably turn my ninja back from being stoned. Alright, and then put you back into slot 2. Actually, I guess Bill can be slot 1 now. He's doing really good on HP growth. More money, more money. Defender's sword. And so you got ice armor, you've got ice shield. So I guess you're gonna get ribbon for right now. And my thinking here is that I want to get elemental protection spread across the party pretty well, so that we all have a shot of being able to survive some of the elemental attacks that are coming up. Especially thinking about fire right now, because we're going into Gurgur Volcano next. Alright, this should be two Agamas worth of experience. The last one was about an Agama and a half, and that makes it roughly what I would expect to level at this point. It's a little bit hard for me to estimate because I'm used to normal levels for NES version, and this is giving me double experience. Yeah, it looks like everybody got 21 there. So we can go on to Gurgur Volcano here next. I'll still grab any good experience that happens to go by, but for example, this is only 1 Agama worth. So it's much better to wait until Gurgur for that. Is this a glitchless run? The PlayStation version doesn't really have any glitches. It's the PlayStation Portable and the Famicom versions that are heavily glitched. So there's really nothing that you would do to distinguish a glitchless from a regular run here. But playing with 4 Thieves as my character combination is definitely a very large handicap, as Thieves are by far the worst character class in this this game, and all of the remakes up until PlayStation Portable version are the same for that. Go ahead, drop some potions on everybody. Hey, Mr. Ari, welcome in. Yeah, we finally got our class change. I've been looking forward to this for pretty much the entire game. Because I knew that the Thieves would be terrible, and the Ninjas would be the first part where I'd be able to relax. And it feels good. It feels really good. Aren't the Thieves good after class change? They're still the worst character class after class change. Ninjas are better than most of the base classes in the game, but I would take any of the other upgraded classes over a ninja in almost every circumstance. Now, if you had certain other party combinations where you already had a good amount of skills, like once you have 1 white wizard, you probably don't need a second. But individually, I would take any character class over this. Knights are going to have better gear than the ninjas, way more hit points, and they do enough damage at high levels that they don't need to be buffed. It helps that they're buffed for the boss fights, but not essential. Same thing with black belts. Once they class change, they have so many attacks per round that they can one-shot a lot of the bosses, even without buffs. Red wizards have not quite as good gear as ninjas, but they have a lot more access to spells, and importantly, they have the same haste and temper spells as ninjas do, so they can go and buff themselves up to equal amounts of damage for the fights. And then white wizards and black wizards are very strong in their respective domains. So black wizards are going to have lots of damage output. They're going to have buffs for attack, and white wizards are going to have plenty of healing and defense, which will keep you alive through a lot of fights. I think of all of those, white wizard is the closest to being one-on-one, not as good of a ninja, but a white wizard's a much better support class overall. Getting pretty good luck with preemptives. We should actually have a higher preemptive rate than normal, because as your stats go up, you actually do get better of these opening dispositions. So you get more preemptives and fewer ambushes as you get faster and luckier in this game. It's a very, very small effect, so you don't really notice unless you get like a whole bunch of levels. But over time, there's like a very slight shift. And we made it. All right, out of waterfall here. So next stop, Gurgu Volcano. That should be some good Agma times. I'll do as many Agmas as I can before running low on potions, which, since you don't have any other healing, is going to be a little bit faster than normal. But I want to get at least a couple levels, ideally, before going to fight Carrie and progressing on in the game. Almost a great walk. And they were waiting for me in my airship. I'm glad they didn't take the airship. We really shouldn't leave it parked with the keys in it. Probably how Bicky got his boat in the first place, just stealing somebody's vehicle when they were leaving it unattended. There we are over Melmon, so Assus's Castle. There is Gurgu, but I'm going to go hit Crescent here so I can go and restock my potions back up to 99. On normal difficulty, the PlayStation version is the closest to the original NES, with the bugs fixed. Same as Wonder Swan Color for the most part. I am playing, though, on easy, which does give me accelerated experience in gold, reduced prices, and more spell slots than you would normally have. So if you were on normal, this would probably be like another 5 or 6 hours to have gotten to this point in the run. And the late game is likely to be a little bit more difficult. So I would guess it is probably about maybe 14-hour run on normal. And this one should only be about 8 hours, which is still pretty long, but a lot more doable. Hey, Windexter, welcome in. There we go. Sphinx is down. I'll just be picking up some experience here where normally I'd be running from things just to maximize the time I spend on Agamas. I don't have to be quite as picky in this one. Let's Play. I wish people would try doing a 4th Thief run, and they'd probably just give up the game forever, so that's maybe not the best thing, but they would definitely appreciate how tough this is. I think you guys have seen it so far, just especially in the Astos and Lich parts of it. And now that we're at the smooth sailing to the end, it's a nice relaxing way to cap this off. Once you beat the game with the class, does it unlock it? No. So every time you start the game, you are back from scratch. The only thing that New Game Plus carries over is bestiary information. So you can access a list of all of the monsters that you fought and some stats and things like that. But gameplay-wise, it does not change in New Game Plus at all. Taking as many lava tiles as possible, because these are all safe squares, meaning that I can't get encounters. And while I do take 1 damage to everybody in the party, that's small potatoes compared to the amount of time savings you have from no fights. Have I ever done a base class run? Yes. So, geez, guys, probably not worth doing at this point. I've done 4 white mage runs with no class change, so finishing the game as white mages. The only reason I didn't do Thieves here is because it is ridiculously longer to do that as opposed to letting me class change halfway through. This is a lot faster on earlier versions. For some reason, the menuing in PlayStation version is very slow for accessing this, and it got better at GBA. You definitely can feel that it's a lot more responsive. So there's a few things that differ strategy-wise, where like in GBA, you tank a bunch of damage and just heal it up. You've got regular potions, high potions, X potions, ethers, so that you get pretty much unlimited spell casts and so on. But in PlayStation, it's actually much more common to go and reload a save right before battle if you took a lot of damage, as opposed to sitting there and healing for a minute or two. What is my favorite class? Oh, that's a tough one. Probably White Mage, but I definitely like fighters as well. Best class is either fighter or Red Mage. There is a really strong argument either way, depending on what your composition for the party is like. Technically, fighter is the best class overall in the original version of the game, and then Red Mages did get nerfed quite heavily in the remakes, but they're still quite good. Hey, Nintagious, welcome in. We have a stalwart band here tonight. They are going pretty hard through this. And they're making good progress now that we have ninjas instead of thieves. It's a very exciting moment to be here. Red mages are really fun. They're so versatile. And in the original version of the game, their combat prowess at the beginning is very similar to fighters. They have a lot of access to spells. Their HP growth is really good. It's just like positive after positive. And what they did for the remakes is, first of all, tone down their damage. So you notice right away that they are not doing as much damage as fighters, although they have better accuracy. And their HP growth went way down, so they're now similar to white mages and thieves for HP. And then finally, in the GBA and later remakes, their spells have been nerfed so that they don't do nearly as much damage or healing as white mages or black mages do. So pretty much all around, they just keep getting worse and worse. But still quite a good character class to have 1 or 2. Also, I'm going to be fighting a whole bunch of Agmas here. At least until my heal potions run out. Hey, Hanky Panky, welcome in. This is one of the best places to grind. And since I Need to get some spell slots with the ninjas. I just want to get a few levels here so that we have access to plenty of hastes and tempers for the next couple of dungeons. Yeah, right, it starts off relatively hand-holding you. It doesn't have any tutorials or specific guidance, but it limits where you can go. And a lot of the fights are really just, use your best move a couple times and you'll win. Later on, it opens up the world quite a lot, especially after getting the boat canal blown open, so having done the Mystic Key quest, and then a second time after you get the canoe. You have a lot of options about where to go. And you also start having a little bit more subtlety into the fights, where the monsters are getting pretty powerful, especially the bosses. The random encounters, not as much, but the bosses definitely have a lot of hit points and a lot of different moves they can use. So you start feeling the differences between the character classes quite a lot at that point, and you start needing a little bit more strategy. For the speedrun, it's been more process about working out the routing rather than the bosses, because once you kind of figure out what you want to do in the fights, you can say, okay, this is the minimum way that I can kill a boss. Now, how do I get there as fast as possible? Whether that is doing it with fewer levels, fewer characters, less equipment, and so on. And the challenge becomes a lot more into the routing side of it. Hey, Neville, welcome back. Man, left after Astos. That was quite a lich fight you missed. If you want to go back and check it, I would highly recommend watching how Lich went. It was even better than the Astos battle. And we're doing pretty good on these Agmas here. The Agma's not getting many turns in. We have just enough damage that depending on turn order, we have maybe like a 50% chance of not seeing the Agmas move. And that means I can pretty much grind here until I feel like we are ready to finish the game. Not really constrained by my potion count very much. Although I do need to get enough potions so that I can pick up the flame armor downstairs. There's 2 Agmas and a red D guarding that. And then also be ready for the carry fight. Does this version have the random optional boss fights at the end of the game? So the GBA version, which is the one after this, is what introduced what's called the Dawn of Souls version. That's where they started bringing in a whole bunch of other Final Fantasy bosses as optional bosses in separate dungeons. And then PSP added another dungeon called the Labyrinth of Time. That's a really elaborate one, but it's pretty painful. You definitely have to have a commitment for a solid chunk of time to go through it. I'd recommend doing them once, but replay-wise, they're not as compelling as the base game. First try? It was not first try, but it didn't take as long as I thought, or dread it. Oh, the random encounter boss. The only random boss, really, is the fight with Wormek. Technically, he's a regular encounter, not a boss, but that is present in every version of the game up in the top of Sky Castle right before you fight Tiamat. Wormek is a fun challenge. If you go back and watch my my run together with Fiesel for Awesome Games Done Quick, doing Final Fantasy earlier this year, we had a donation incentive to go fight Wormek in the middle of the speedrun, and it turned out well. Go fight Wormek with this team? It actually might not be that bad with this team. We can survive a nuke from Wormek. It only does up to 320 damage. And with enough haste and tempers, you go through his hit points pretty quick. Now, he does have double hit points like the Fiends and Chaos do, so he's a lot more of a challenge than you might imagine at first. But I bet we could do it. If it happens to show up, I'll at least try. Because we'll have Defender, Haste, and a couple of Tempers, and that's probably, 500-600 damage. So we'd have to get through 4 rounds. Maybe only 3 rounds when you consider another set of Tempers on top of that. Alright, there's been a couple levels so far. So let's see what our spell slot growth is like. Okay, we've got 3 or 4 spells. So yeah, we're getting much faster growth than in the base game. Not extremely high growth, but this will be enough Tempers if this keeps up for another few levels to go and not have to worry too much in Temple of Fiends Revisited. It's interesting, though, that spell growth is not uniform across the levels. In the original version of the game, you had equal growth for first, second, third, and fourth tier spells, so that they would all be the same value. And this one, you can see first and second have 4, then third tier has 3, and fourth tier only has 2. Luckily, fourth tier is just haste, so we have plenty of casts of that. Also, I can't do too many more Agamas, because looking at my potion count, if I went down below about 300 hit points on everybody, then we would run out of potions before carry. Trying to think about what a good level overall is. We barely have enough HP right now to survive Lich's Flare attack. That might actually be the biggest bottleneck in the game, because Flare can do up to 400 damage to your entire party, and that's going to be also what soaks up almost all of my healing available for the entire Temple of Fiends stretch. Although thinking about it, gonna be hard to avoid having a lot of damage on Kraken and Tiamat. Tiamat because of her elemental spells, Kraken because of how much damage he does on physicals. So I might have to manipulate a really forgiving Lich 2 fight. Other than that, there's not many other good spots to grind on with this party. The Eye has Bolt 2, and at this point we could probably do Eyes pretty frequently without seeing the Bolt 2. It would be like a 1 in 4 chance, so maybe that would start being a little bit better. But you have the off-step encounters, and you don't have Warp, so there's no easy way back out of Ice Cave once you go in there. Buy X potions, I wish. Sadly, PlayStation version just has the same items available as the original NES, so it wasn't until GBA that all the nice items got added. But man, if we had Mega Elixirs, Elixirs, X Potions, High Potions, we'd be onto Chaos at this point. Also, you'd be done with Astos at about, 35 minutes. You can get enough Fangs from the 15 puzzle in maybe 10 minutes or so to not have any problems at all with either the Wizards or Astos. It's really, really good. That's the reason I did 4 White Mages on GBA, is because I wouldn't have to deal with the amount of grinding as you see here. Although 4 White Mages, because they have the Harm and Harm 2 spells, could actually do Peninsula Power. And that's 20 times faster than the Ogre fights I had to do on this playthrough for Astos. All Thieves on GBA, it would just be an easier version of what you see here. The one difference is I'd have to grind Zombie Ds for Mega Elixirs so that I could make it through the Chaos battle. Otherwise, you don't have enough healing during the chaos fight to stay alive. He's got 20,000 hit points, and that's a lot of rounds of buffs. So you need probably 10 to 12 Mega Elixirs with this group to be able to survive that. But again, considering that you're saving, 3+ hours of early game grinding, I bet you can get those 10 Mega Elixirs in under an hour at Zombie D's. And that would also give you all the experience you need, so you wouldn't have to do Agamas after it. It would be a much, much friendlier experience. Even things like Phoenix Downs are amazing because, this party I have to reset if one of the fiends kills me going down for the refights. Whereas GBA, you just Phoenix down and keep going. No, the ninjas hit harder with no weapons. That is the black belt class. The black belts are actually really good because once they hit around level 15 or so, they start doing decent damage. And once they hit around 25 to 30, they actually become the highest damage dealing class in the game. They will outpower the knights, even with Excalibur and Mazmune for upper level damage. The one downside to black belts, though, is that they lose their big bonus to armor class if you put any armor on them at all. So they can't really wear ribbons, except for a glitch in the NES version that allows you to equip status gear and then also get the benefit of the black belt base absorb rating. That's done by basically leveling up and then never going into your menu again, which it doesn't recalculate the value for the orb absorb rating if you do that. I'm going to see how we're doing on potions. We might be starting to run low at this point. Oh yeah, we are definitely needing to stop this right now. I mean, I'm sure we'll be okay with carry even not at max HP. But I have some more fire to walk over. And also some more Agamas and Red Ds to get through. Ooh, Fire Hydrant. I just want him to die as fast as possible. Yeah, all black belts is a pretty good run overall. All black belts, all fighters, and all red mages are pretty easy. Black mages and white mages are a little bit tougher. They actually don't have a problem at the beginning, but they do need a stretch where you're just going to town very frequently, so you can't grind like this. You don't have like a spot where you just sit there and get a lot of experience from melee damage. So the mid to late game they have a little bit of a struggle with, but you can get through pretty easily overall. Oh nice, Red D decided to not attack me, so I'm gonna kill him. This might be a mistake. I'm giving up my chance to run by doing this. Turns out to be a good idea. There's Flame Mail. Okay, you already have Flame Shield, so you are the next person to get an item. Alright, so now my worst piece of gear is Mithril Mail. And when I go to a Sea Shrine, I'll replace that with a Diamond Armlet. At that point, everybody's got 20 for a higher absorb. Being a little bit more cautious here because I don't have any heal potions left to spare, really. So close. Almost a carry. Okay, just bulls. For some reason, they throw bulls into this dungeon, and they were kind of on the weak end of the monsters back at Earth Cave. So I'm not quite sure what they were thinking of for that. Okay, you need to be at max. You should probably be at max next, just in case we need a second person. There are a couple on here, but that should be good enough for the carry fight, even if we're not at full. And this is going to be the first time that we get to show off actually decent fighting. All the bosses up to now have been horrendously tough. Okay, that is 2 tempers plus a haste, and the defender sword. Carrie's got 1,200 hit points. Why are the stats so different? So you actually have a bit of randomness for your leveling up process. There's what's called strong level ups, which give you your base vitality score plus 21 to 25 HP. So there's a variance in how your HP works. The weak level ups are just your vitality score. And in this particular version of the game, there is a small chance that you'll get a strong level up even when the class is normally supposed to get a weak one. I didn't bother optimizing that because it doesn't make a big difference. But it does also sometimes give you an extra 25 or so in there. And then for stats, there are certain stats that always go up based on your character class and level. And then all the other stats have a random chance of increasing. And if you want to be super picky about it, you can actually save the game right before leveling up and reload until you have the perfect level up. And that would take you a very long time. But if you're doing a single character challenge, that's actually the safest way to do it. Especially for things like Thieves or other weak character classes. They have to have perfect level ups all the way up to like 50 to have a solid chance of beating the game. Also, there goes our second fiend. Not nearly as bad as the first one. Okay, what do I need to do here? So we've got on-rack coming up. I guess I could just go in with what I got right now. I don't need the gold at Cardia. I don't need any spells. I'll stay at Cottage right here, get my spell charges back. And we can go and also double Cottage if necessary to go and complete that. There's going to be potions at on-rack to buy. So we'll be able to stock up there again. Like, the only thing I could even pick up that would be a potential purchase is a gold bracelet. And that's going to get replaced as soon as I get up to the mermaid floor at the top here. Oh, did I ever do the Oxyl pickup? I bought the bottle, but I don't remember going to the ferry. Okay, we need to go over to Gaia. Never mind. Good thing I caught that before reaching on rack there. It's a bit unusual for me to do it in this order because in most playthroughs, you don't need all this extra gear to have the grinding at the Agamas go well. But this party needed all the help it could get. 99 potions, max out antidotes, cottages should be good for the rest of the game, as will tents. Hey Lunas, welcome in. And thanks very much. The NES Final Fantasy will be returning probably in the next few days. I might need to take tomorrow off, considering how long this stream's going to go. But I'll have some ideas for the weekend. Okay, key item, bottle fairy. My options for the weekend are more NES runs, start de-rusting GBA, or work on PSP a little bit. And I want to do PSP probably last, so GBA and NES look like the two strongest contenders. Nice! 3 hours is not a bad time at all for the GBA version of the game. You have to be a little bit lucky to get down significantly under 3. There's a lot of things that can easily go wrong in that game. Speaking of which, where am I going? There it is. I have to think about the landing spot here because it's different in this version compared to NES. Which version is run the most often? PSP is the most common. With the equipment glitch, it's very easy to learn the run. You could sit down in a couple hours and have a respectable speed run on the PSP version. And it's also by far the shortest version and the easiest to complete, so if you're interested in the PSP version, you can jump into that pretty easily. All the other ones are a much more substantial commitment, although I'd say PlayStation and GBA don't take too much preparation. NES is the one that you really have to dedicate some time to before you can even try to attempt it. Oh wow, Elixir, Emergency Exit, Mega Elixir. That is a great set of those. I know when I was running GBA that Emergency Exit was a prize, but I would do runs even if I didn't get it, just because I didn't want to reset that much for the early stages of the game. And then Mega Elixirs, because I was doing the White Mage route, I don't technically need a Mega Elixir. You'll have regular elixirs pretty easily through that, and you would lose like one round of buffing to drop an elixir on your White Mage and keep her HP and MP up at full. Yeah, the no White Mage route is pretty obnoxious. You either have to do really, really good on the 15 puzzle to get the 4 Mega Elixirs, or hope that you get good luck on the Zombie D drops. There are a couple of chances to get the Zombie Ds to give you Mega Elixirs, but your odds are not good. So right here in C-Shot, I'm going to go up to Mermaid Floor first. I do want to pick up the Mage Staff. Even though we have Fire 2 charges, I just like to have more flexibility in how often I use spells. Especially when we go through Mirage Tower, I think that we'll use up pretty much all of our Fire 2 and Bolt 2s if we didn't have these items. I can skip the Diamond Gear because that's night only. And, or at least, except for the Diamond Armor, that's the one thing that you can use as any character class. And that'll be my last bit of body armor for the ninjas. Shark fled, nice. We are really high level compared to normal, but not high enough quite yet. No worries, Leonis. It does that to me all the time too. Like, I'll go into channels that I have followed like 6 times, and it's gone again. I think every once in a while it just resets a whole bunch of my follows, because I can look at the follow count as well, and see it go down when I don't unfollow anybody. But it's like when you follow 300 channels, if one of them disappears, good luck finding which one it was. So we're getting really good luck here with the Gur Sharks. They're pretty good experience overall. Almost as good as an Agama, and they can come in pairs, unlike the Agamas who are always by themselves. Here's my slab. Sadly, no warp spells for me. I have to go walk out the Mermaid Floor the old-fashioned way. Although I'm pretty used to this now that very often in the world record runs, I have to walk out there anyway. This I don't have to do though, so only a couple times when I was doing GBA no class change did I do this floor backwards like this. I mean, you're always going to have a red mage or a white mage or a black mage or something to have warp or exit, but not for Thieves. Oh man, ghosts. I guess. You know what? Just fire to them. These are unrunnable, and while I'd love to have Fire 3, that's not possible for ninjas, so we're just going to exploit the fact that their HP is not very high. and hope that they don't kill us beforehand. Okay, we're fine. Got really good turn order there to not have any of the ghost attack. Whole big pile of junk. Trolls are surprisingly bad experience, but the sea snakes and the lobsters are pretty good. Sea snakes in particular, I think, are an underrated resource for getting levels. Although what I'm going through here, it's either get nothing or, for the most part, I just want to do gur sharks and water lentils. I don't think I've ever been desperate enough to have to do any sea snake battles like this. There we go. Getting some of that delicious gur shark experience. Alright, now we need to go pick up the Giant's Glove. The Saber spell is enormously valuable. Even though we have plenty of tempers, Saber does give you a higher bonus than the temper does, as well as an accuracy increase, which if it pushes you over the number of attacks per round is really, really nice. I think this party might be the one that could think about skipping it thanks to all the temper spells, but you know what? We're going to grab it. Hey Celia, welcome in. I wanted to show everybody, because people weren't believing me about how bad Thieves were. And I think I proved my point quite handily by demonstrating how this went. And this was with really good luck on some of the fights for Astos and Lich, and it was still pretty painful. Wait a minute. I'm off on the wrong side. So maybe reset back to the start of the floor. This will be a little bit faster. Realized I'd taken the wrong turn there. Alright, where did we come in? Okay. Back on floor 2. Of course, I do it again. Not paying any attention here. Monk does have at least decent damage, that is true. There is a lot of positives that you have for the Monk overall. Like, as he goes up in levels, you'll definitely notice a pretty big improvement in terms of his stat growth for damage. And he does get, like, look at our party right here. We're in the mid-20s right now. And if you had black belts for this, they would be crushing things. Like, there's no problems whatsoever dealing with any monster with a black belt at this point, even without buffs. So there is definitely something to be said about having those really good attackers at the start, which you don't get easy access to. Yeah, this is the other floor that I was thinking of. That's why I was like, the first time I went over there, not remembering what floor I was on, was because I was just looking at the floor number as opposed to watching where I was going. Yeah, on NES, normally I have encounters, which, because you're doing encounter manipulation the entire time, I know exactly what area that I'm on as a result. But this time I was just looking at the floor, and it's an interesting pattern in the Sea Shrine, how you go up and down the floors like this, which is important to know about for what encounter formations are going to be possible in each area. But it does get you confused sometimes. There we go. This is the correct floor, too. Ooh, nice. So this fight is particularly lucrative. The Deep Eyes is, for some reason, given a very high XP total, even though it's a not very threatening monster. Like at this point, you can easily do enough damage to kill them, and the gaze attack is not going to be particularly effective. So while upstairs you have double White Shark plus Deep Eyes here is probably the best fight overall that you can get. Here's my Giant's Glove. You see me going into the side of that because of trap tiles that are going to give you encounters that are positioned mostly in front of the treasure chests. They didn't do the best job overall, though, of scattering them around. So if you know about which side is being covered, it's about 50-50 whether it's one-sided or actually covering the entire chest. That lets you get a lot of treasures a lot easier than intended. Can't run, wow. Very surprising to see at this point. Go ahead and pick up the ribbon here. Let's see. Oh, of course you guys have put your other junk back on. So, Defender, Ice Brand. So you two need ribbons. I have to remember to not optimize very heavily. And level-wise, I cannot get a level here, so 2 steps to the right of the ribbon treasure chest is a trap tile with Gersharks and a Wizhag. It's 1 to 2 Gersharks plus 0 to 1 Wizhag, so it can be pretty unpredictable about how long it takes to grind there, but it's a really good fight if you need just a little bit more experience at this point. It's more helpful for GBA when you are needing to get white magic spells at on-rack and you don't want to come back here a second time. We're looking out. Still no water mentals. We don't really have a good answer for ice damage. Well, actually, I probably do have enough cast now to go and kill them. I was thinking we only had like 1 or 2 4th tier spell charges, but that's enough. Like I only need 1 haste for the Kraken battle. So close. Kraken should be another fun boss fight. With all of the buffs that we have, at this point it's almost irrelevant what your weapon is. You can eventually stack buffs up to the point where you have the maximum number of, or maximum damage possible for any attack in the game, because it will cap out at 255 for the base attack. It takes a while if you want to do it with some of the starting points, but it will eventually happen. Alright, doesn't look like we need to do any other swaps, so let's go and have some fun. See you later, Cal. That hurts so much. Well, we still got a Saber, 2 Tempers, and we might have some more Tempers here before it's done. So I think Kraken will go down pretty fast. 894 is respectable. Just don't die, Bill. Don't die, Bill! Alright, you're fine. Good fight. Now, he will be much harder as Kraken too, because going through Temple of Fiends, I really can't afford to take any damage. Also, I have no way of reviving anybody that dies, so if that happened, like where somebody was killed, that's probably a reset. I could conceivably do the rest of the game with 3 characters, since I don't have 4 ribbons anyway, but I'd like to start the Chaos fight with everybody alive if possible. Do you have a target level in mind? I'm just going to try it right here. Like, I don't think I need more levels. We have enough casts of Temper at this point that we're probably okay. Yeah, we have 21, not including the person that's going to be targeted, which means technically we've got 28 because I can rotate the equipment around. That should be enough for Temple of Fiends. And we'll get a couple of levels going through the next few dungeons anyway. Go ahead and revive. There's no clinic in Melmine still. They're really slow rebuilding this. So I have to go and get my character revived here, and then I can stay at the inn at Melmine when we get there. Unlock. Wow. I've never noticed that in the name of the area, but they did not try very hard for translating that. Good job. Are these the teenage fantasy ninja heroes the world needs? No, but the teenage fantasy ninja heroes the world deserves. Especially Dan. The world has done some terrible things to deserve Dan. Go ahead and get my slab translated. See, he calls it a slab. Dr. Oon knows what the true name of this item is. Alright, everybody's healed up. On to Lufenia. I need to get the chime in order to get access to the Final Fiends dungeon. This is just basically a long walking quest where they decided to completely surround the town with unlandable squares, so my nice airship has to fly all the way up here and then walk all the way down to the south. These are the encounters from Peninsula Power, though, so there are some good fights here. And I'll probably want to take a little bit of experience on the way down, as well as in the Mirage Tower. These guys suck still. You know what? We're just running. I don't want to deal with 7 Frost Wolves. All the other encounters, though, they're probably not bad. Alright, Sample, this is unrunnable. I'll go ahead, drop one mage staff, although it's probably better just to do physical damage at this point. The party's strong enough that we could probably get 2 of them done with attacks in this round here, and so the fire 2s are not really benefiting me, unless I do, like, everybody fire 2s. Man, coming up on the 7-hour mark for this. I probably have a little bit more than an hour left to go. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. And at this point, the Zombie Troll fight's not nearly as good. There are a lot better encounters in the dungeons, especially when we get into Mirage Tower and Sky Castle. Most of the encounters there are worth about double what you have for even a fairly good Zombie Troll fight. So in Marathon Round, I try to pick up a little bit of experience here because I want to be controlling my experience very carefully going in there. For most other playthroughs, you don't really need to spend a lot of time in Lufania. Oh, I have to do this backwards as well. No warps. Hope we don't get toga partied. It's way harder to go backwards to this because of the way that the guy stands on this bridge. Oh, good. He moved down. That's perfect. We're out of there. That one guy had moved down. I'd have had to. I guess if he had moved to the north, I would have had to have pushed him all the way up the little, the one tile wide corridor until he reached the little branching spot. But he happened to be very friendly. I'm appreciative of Lufanians today. I will not burn their town down tonight, even though we do have plenty of cast of fire to do it with. Monsters hiding in my airship again. We should let Dan just sit in the airship and make sure that no monsters come and attack it. The second time monster's been waiting in my airship. Oh, so these Ankylos have more physical defense than I remember. Probably shouldn't try that. The funny thing is, Dan actually has the most hit points right now. So if I was going to pick anybody to lead the party, it would be Dan. And it's the most appropriate thing for a 4-thief party to have Dan in the lead. I can't think of any better way of setting this up. I don't think Vorpal is all that impressive, but I want to at least pick it up to see what it compares to with my current swords. I want to say Vorpal is worse than what anybody's going to have here, because would replace, I guess, a flame sword, and they should be about the same damage. Really, though, I'm coming here for the heal helmet. Can I get more from the other side? I probably can. Nice chimeras. These things are worth a lot of experience. Now, normally I would not grab the heal helmet, but I'm making some contingency plans for Temple of Fiends in case we need to go crazy with the heal staff and heal helmet as a way to stay alive during there. Actually, I should just pop outside and do a cottage before going upstairs, so no reason to be conservative on spells. Vorpal was supposed to have a very high critical hit rate. That was going to be the thing that made it special. But critical hit rates were entirely broken in the NES version of Final Fantasy. Instead of looking up what the rate was in a table, it used the position in the table. There's the Vorpal. And that meant that all endgame weapons are really good at critical hit rates. And yet again, another thief/ninja ability was neutralized as a result. Okay, we don't need Aegis Shield. The rest of that's just gold and other miscellaneous stuff. Ooh, 5 vampires is good experience, but this could hurt. There. Vampire's still hitting pretty hard, but now that we've got Fire too, he's not as scary as he was back at Earth Cave. Actually, Earth Cave wasn't too bad because I did a lot of the grinding that I needed for Lich before even trying Vampire, so he was a pretty quick fight. Was the crit bug fixed in future iterations? They pretty much redid how critical hit rates worked in general. So I would say that the critical hit rates that are in the later versions are what they intended. It might not have been their original design intentions, because I know that they didn't keep everything static for what the rates were like, but they clearly picked what these values were, because they wouldn't have been replicating the same bug as before. Most of the stuff in here is not actually going to be worth fighting. I just happened to run into a bunch of enemies in a row that were all decent on experience. I decided to take the level, but I shouldn't, in general, need to go and do all the battles. The ninjas are pretty fast. Okay, let's compare Flame to Vorpal. Would you take that trade? I wouldn't unless that 5 accuracy pushed me over into the 3rd attack, which is not going to do for a long time. Does hitting default to remaining targets, or does it skip turns? It is a configuration option in the PlayStation version that defaults to retargeting, which is why I have it on. After this, it is not possible to turn it off. And the previous version, the Wonder Swan version, it was not possible to turn it on. So this is kind of the one version where you have the flexibility for it. This version also oddly has a toggle switch for whether or not the life spell can be used in battle, which is another thing which is a really strange design point to go argue about. Like, just give me something. And You can play it either way, but the original NES, you couldn't use Life in Battle, and all the remakes, you can always use Life in Battle. That's something which definitely makes the game a lot easier. I didn't pick up, or I didn't use Vorpal Sword. I think Sun Sword is worth it. That's definitely going to be a nice bump up from the Ice Sword. I like to have Defender as my primary weapon because it does give me a little bit better accuracy overall. However, Sun Sword has slightly better base attack power. More Chimeras. If I had the black shirt, I probably would be Ice 2ing them. However, you need to get 2 or 3 Ice 2s to reliably kill them, and it's going to be faster for me to just sword them instead. Although they keep blazing me, I might have to start skipping these battles. My potion count is not that healthy. But I should check that. I didn't buy potions after Sea Shrine. Oh yeah, we only have 71 to start this. I should definitely not do the battles here. Because we have our friend Blue D to get through, as well as some fun times with Tiamat. So from here on out, I'm going to try to do it fast for most of the encounters. There's a few that are still worth taking, even with not wanting to go and take damage. Like, these things are like super easy, but you know, the eye upstairs isn't going to be a real threat. Sometimes you can take the Gurnaga battles and so on, but a lot of the encounters here you're just going to skip. The encounter rate, though. This one's worth taking. I don't really have anything else to do with Bolt 2 and Fire 2 besides vampires and guards, so this seems like a reasonable fight to do, and it's 2 agates worth of experience. It's kind of hard to run from, but at this level we are likely to be able to run from almost everything we encounter. These guys maybe not. Good, checking off those gaze attacks. Our magic defense is going to be pretty good here. I think that's going to help a little bit for resisting some of the spell damage. However, I want to say that magic defense seems to cap out in the remake version, so you're never going to really get to a point where you basically resist every spell. Okay, I don't need dragon armor, so I'm going to skip that. Okay, if I give you Sunblade, you can get Ice Brand. Nobody needs to equip Thor Hammer, but we'll have it in our inventory. Now I've got 2 attacks per round that I can do Bolt 2 on with for free. There's Thor. I'm gonna need to fix my inventory up. It's a mess. Random blue D. 1 in 64 encounter to see that guy early. I do not want any optional ones, though. He's hard enough. Well, I mean, he's not hard, but he likes to do Thunderbolt a lot. And Thunderbolt is a pretty damaging spell at this point. Alright, we're keeping up some pretty good experience growth, even though we're not taking any damage. That's been good trade-off so far. Again, I only have 50 heal potions left to work with, and no cure spells. Normally when you're playing on easy, you've got 1,000 spell slots for curing, and so you have almost unlimited health. And I abused that quite a lot, because I did yesterday playthrough with no memo save. Basically having to deal with all of these terrible battles that come up, especially going through Temple of Fiends. And I had... I used a lot of potions and a lot of cure spells, but I still had like another, 24 cure 3s and a handful of cure 4s left over. It was no problem overall. Let's go ahead. Bolt 2. You need to use an item. Yeah, you'll use gauntlets. You can bolt 2, and I guess use Thor. I'm trying to keep my spell slots pretty even between them, so that nobody runs out of third tier spells. There's another good level. I do want to see a couple of levels past the start of this, because I didn't quite have enough tempers to be totally safe for Temple of Fiends. But I think with the level I've gotten so far, we should be in pretty good shape. I'm going to haste the Defender and the Sun Sword, both of which decided to jump the gun. So it looks like a round 2 kill here on Blue D. Actually, I guess you guys can just start throwing some healing items. This is going to be how a lot of Temple of Fiends goes. Just try to stretch things as much as possible. There's the Thunderbolt. That hurts. That is like 15, 20 heal potions right there. Oh, that's more than 20. I can't take that. I forgot nobody has Thunder Resistance except for the ribbons, because that is a Night Gear exclusive to have Thunder Resistance. So I basically have to do this without getting Thunderbolted, which should happen within a couple tries. 50-50 whether he Thunderbolts, and if we get good luck with the turn order, it doesn't matter. Man, he is aggressive. Alright, got both hastes off. So as long as he doesn't Thunderbolt, we're okay. Up to 1 in 32 chance of that happening. It's 5 Thunderbolts in a row. Jump the gun on the haste. Doesn't matter. 1 in 64 now. Another jump the gun on the haste. There we go. We will at least have a hasted Sunsword. And I need good turn order next time if this doesn't kill him. Alright, there we go. With my heal potion count, I actually would not have been able to have finished the dungeon if I took the Thunderbolt. That was something like 450 damage across my party. Do I get the Bane Sword? I don't think Bane is useful for this group. That was the tile I was going to save on. There we go. Even the nightmares at this point seems like we can run from pretty easily. Which is good, because that's also meaning that we should be able to run from the air elementals when we get up to the top floor. Yeah, for groups of monsters, I'm either going to run or just reset. Anything that I can't easily kill needs to pretty much go away. And Bane is usually not the strategy for that. Bane's like good for a little bit, but there's so many monsters that are just resistant to the poison effect. Good fight. Gurnaga, a really nice source of experience. He doesn't do much for many rounds in a row. Alright, Ribbon. I guess Ribbon on to Bill here. And what I'm going to do is Cal's going to be a sacrifice. So when we get to Tiamat, actually I guess Tiamat 1 is not really a problem, although I have to pick who's going to be hit by the thunder and fire attacks. So difficult juggling things. You've got a lot more options with knights because of their better gear. Especially the dragon armor, which gives you fire, ice, and lightning resistance, plus the Aegis shield. There goes poison and petrification as well. So, except for some obscure elements, there's not really much to worry about. And that is not true in this group right here. They're really relying on that ribbon much more heavily. Wow, Gurnaga with the bite attack. Very uncommon to see that. I'm going to go ahead and pick up the white and black shirts here. White shirt lets me get a slight boost to evasion, which could help in the Kraken 2 battle. Black shirt lets me cast Ice 2 on demand, which is otherwise a spell that I have only a couple of casts on, because it's also my haste spell level. There we go, black, white. We don't need Excalibur, so we are done with item pickups here. And I guess I could get another healing item, but I think 3 or 2 is going to be enough for the group here. I can't imagine many circumstances where it makes sense to have more than 2 people trying to use healing items. Like, even if it's a really weak encounter, I need to have most people focused on running. Well, to be honest, I'm probably going to be saves coming very hard across Temple of Fiends when we get there. We're going to have a little bit of a debate at this point. Do I want the katana? So I'm going up through the floors here. I've got an opportunity to go and pick up an upgrade for one of my ninjas. I think the defense, though, is a better option, and I don't really need anybody else to be a good attacker. I've got the Sunblade, so that is not too shabby overall. Guys think I want the katana. What's your best argument for why the katana is good? It is a decent sword. I will grant you that. Novelty's sake? Alright. Believe it's in this room up here. No, that's... Which one is it, though? Here's another question. Remember where the katana is? I wanted to say it was in the northwest corner, but that doesn't look correct for the layout of the room. Oh, it might be the one that's directly by the floor here. So this one instead of the one upstairs. West instead of northwest sounds correct. Thieves stole the weapons from the ninjas. One of these is katana, I bet. There we go. So I got the Sasuke sword. This is what katana's been renamed to in this version. So compared to Defender, it's a little bit of a boost, but Defender is a really great item for use in combat. I guess that's actually not bad compared to the Sunblade. That's better than I thought. Well, Dan is going to be my primary fighter. He's going to get the katana. And we'll move Sunblade down to you. And what direction do I go? Actually, I should also put Dan in the front. Because, you know, what else could be more appropriate for this? Let's go right and down tonight. Right and down. Try not to forget that. There's 2 rights. Oh boy. Well, good thing these guys have been nerfed since the remake happened, but I don't want to get mind blasted. Nice, they are running from us. And we're running from them. Alright, I have enough potions left to do at least some fighting if I want to. If I happen to get some encounters on the 5th floor that are a good experience, I can go ahead and grab them. Let's go ahead, have you Thor, you're gonna go and Bolt. These guys are not great, but they're also hard to run from. That looks so silly. He's got like a pocket knife. Dan's katana is literally a pocket knife. Alright, no encounters on the way to Tiamat. Good start. Let's look at everybody's gear. So you do have a ribbon on. So if you have ribbons, then we should take off your good defensive gear to make sure that we got these things spread around a little bit here. Okay, what are my good options? So you probably want Mithril and I guess diamond armlet for the front. You're gonna have mithril and ruby armlet. And you guys get, I guess, the appropriate armor type. So ice flame, flame, ice. That's right, no war mechs. We tried. I didn't do any save scumming. I just walked up here and no war mechs showed up. So I can't help that. Go ahead and give Dan some buffs. There's Thunderbolt again. So 2 characters are going to take a lot of damage from this, but luckily we just need Dan to get buffed really, really heavily to do this battle. I don't know why Ace didn't take much damage. Oh, that's right, he's got the 3rd ribbon on. We have 3 ribbons now instead of just 2. That is going to be a continuing theme for the rest of the game, that one person is going to take it in the shorts, and it looks like that job is going to go down to Cal's responsibility here. Cal was the person back at Astos when we had 167 out of 168 damage. He couldn't close the deal. So, for that reason, Cal is the sacrifice to Chaos tonight. Good fight. And for the last time, everybody celebrates. Dan's best stream ever. He's certainly having a good time. Let me do one last bit of swapping, because now that I realized I've got 3 ribbons, I can go and trade, oops, yeah, these 2 for you, and then put your ribbons back on, because why would you replace a ribbon with a mithril helmet? It makes no sense, game. Do we get a war mech? Not a war mech. Sorry. False alarm. For a moment there, I dreamed we had gotten the ultimate encounter, but no. No war mechs. Alright, Queen area time. I need to buy a lot of potions. Other than that, we're ready to go. I have no Excalibur. Nothing to go pick up, nothing to go arrange. Maybe I'll stay at the inn. Okay, sword order. Tents and cottages are not needed anymore, so we can make those go away. Probably want to have Giant's Glove up at the top. We'll put this rank here for our consumable items, and then you get Mage Staff. White, black. Actually, move them 1 more down. 2 more down. And that'll be Healing Staff, Heal Helmet, if I can find it. Gauntlet, and Thor, that looks pretty. Lovely. Alright. This version of the extra dungeons? No, that's the GBA version that introduced the Dawn of Souls dungeon, which is 1 extra dungeon per fiend. And you can see it when you're doing the cutscenes for the fiends, that it will actually go to another area where it reveals the dungeons being unlocked. Okay, in case I screw this up, let's put a save on the memory card. Once I go in here, I cannot leave Temple of Fates. These guys have no travel spells, so no takebacks once we're inside, which is very stressful when you just have the one memory save. I think we can do it, though. The big thing to worry about is the lich damage on Nuke. Once we get past there, I think it's pretty standard. We have to prevent people from dying, and that's just a matter of saving and reloading for the bosses. Yagama, thank you much for the host. You guys are in time for Temple of Fiends of the worst character party ever. 4 Thieves. And people have asked, why are Thieves so bad? Well, look at those splits. They are glorious. And go back and check out the Astos and Lich fights in particular. Those were particularly special. We had good times throughout here, but we're in the last dungeon now. And what makes it tough for the last dungeon for Thieves, in this case class change to Ninja, is that we have no healing. I have 99 heal potions to work with, and I'll probably use up almost all of them just in the 4 Fiend refights, so I can't take any damage going down here. And that'll be a good time. Hey, Talbat. These do look like ninjas. We class change because otherwise it's another 10 hours to do this run. Probably not 10 hours. You'd have to grind up to around level 40, maybe 45 to do it with Thieves. A very long time, though. Did they fix the run mechanic? Yes. So Thieves do have a slight benefit to running. However, when you can save anywhere you want, it turns out that running is almost completely unimportant. So once again, the Thieves lose out for their character abilities. Like, as you can see here, running and taking like even 1 or 2 of these hits, not worth it compared to the few seconds it takes to reset. And the later versions, GBA and PSP, resetting is even faster. There goes floor 1. Floor 2 is a little bit better than floor 1 because you don't have the frost dragons anymore. But this is like an unrunnable encounter. Zombie Ds are unrunnable, and most of the other formations are very tough monsters, so you still don't want to take too much time spent on floor 2. Up on floor 3 we have gas dragons, one of the worst encounters in the game. Once you see them, just peace out. Not even worth doing. They're weak to ice, so if enough ice damage is available, like Ice 3, you can try and fight them that way. But they're unrunnable, and their Poison Breath does way more damage than any other dragon attack. Also, they come in packs of up to 4 like that. By the way, for those of you at Yagama's stream, how was your night's entertainment? I've been watching a couple of times when he's been doing Wizardry, and it looks like a really interesting game, but it's very hard if you're not watching continuously to figure out what's going on, because everything in that game looks identical. It's like you're walking in some kind of castle, there is these blobby monsters on the floor, I have no idea what he's fighting. It's like, I'm just going to sit here and listen to Yagama talk, because that's way better than the gameplay. Good to hear that Yagamoth was entertaining as always. Actually, Wizardry games are really fun. It's just that you have to be playing them yourself or following along in depth enough to figure out what's happening, because it's all about the mapping and the exploration aspects to it. So if you miss an hour or two, it's like totally confusing about what's going on. Gas dragons are pretty popular on this floor. One of the more common encounters. Luckily, this floor is only one way. I have to do the other floors backwards as well once we've done Phantom here. I guess you guys can just attack. We're going to go ahead and haste Dan here. I might have wanted to haste Bill as well and have 2 attackers. I think that might be the better play. So what I'm going to do is have both Dan and Bill attack. We're going to haste them both. This could knock Cal out of the battle. Okay, he decides to dodge it. Xenogears speedrun. I know Cordelium speedruns Xenogears. I haven't seen many other people do it actively. Like, High Spirits has done it, I think, once. It's just like such a long game that it's tough for people to get into it. Hey, Dragon Dark, welcome in. This party wouldn't be so bad on the GBA version. It's still pretty bad. The only thing that saves it on GBA is that you would have items for the 15 puzzle to take down the wizards and Astos without having to do hours of grinding. I was not expecting Phantom to be so hard, but I guess we just need some good luck on the criticals. The problem with Calder at the bottom is that he does not have a ribbon. So we have no way of blocking the Phantom's time magic spells that are very, very valuably prevented by that piece of armor. It's already more heal potions than I really wanted to use at this stretch. Go ahead, loot. Head on down to the bottom. One thing I have to think about was whether I want to rotate my characters around. I only have 10 hastes to use for Ace and Cal. I guess Bill can haste for all the Fiend battles as well, so we'll have enough using him. I was thinking about having Dan trade off for some of the earlier fights, so that he would have his haste used up, and then he would be hasted himself for the later ones. Right here, we're back on floor 2, so Frost Giants, Zombie Ds, Whiz Vamps, Chimeras, and their cousin Jim. There's the unrunnable again. Or I guess one of the 2 unrunnables that are common here. Once we get back down to first floor, I can actually taste some of the battles to see if there are purple worms. Purple worms are not bad. We should be able to do enough damage to one-round them. Okay, we can try to run from this. Yeah, that's more damage than I want to take. Like, I am going to be really picky about heal potions in this playthrough, much more so than normal. I almost didn't take that Phantom battle because Phantom punched Dan in the face for 200. However, I think we actually got kind of lucky with the damage rolls, so I didn't want to have to do that again. Four Frosties, not even worth trying. Frosties are very fast, so even though we have relatively high-level ninjas, we're still going to have a little bit of trouble running from them. And given that most of their moves are going to be their Frost Breath attack, it's pretty easy for them to do 150, 160 damage without us having anything to do about it. Okay, 1 purple worm, let's try it. 23 is not bad for the experience I get for this. Here we are into Lich's floor next. Most of the battles here are pretty easy. Earth Elementals are unrunnable, and I am not going to do Petrification with this group. At least I'm not planning to. I could potentially petrify Cal of anybody that needs to be protected here. That would save me a little bit of trouble for healing him, and it would help with getting him through the other fiends as well. We'll give it a shot. Basilisks. Wow, very rare encounter here. This is Saria's in the NES version. They do have petrification, but they're not as useful for doing it as the Gerbidusas would be. Actually, if I'm going to try this, I want to have, I guess, Cal in the front of the party. Alright, that's an unrunnable fight. They don't do much damage, but with Cal in the front, he probably would take more than most other characters. Again, we're seeing if we find any Gurmedusas here, which would let me do a trick similar to what I do in the NES version. If not, I'm not going to be too heartbroken. Gurmedusas. Great. So, actually, you should do nothing. So you're going to go ahead and do that. Everybody else can go ahead and do some defense here. And we'll also have people dropping healing items to make sure that we don't take too much damage during this fight. You laugh if I run into Wormek. I would be surprised if I run into Wormek because Wormek is only at Sky Castle back where we fought Tiamat. Alright, Dark Eagle, thanks for hanging out here. It's getting pretty late, but we only have about half hour less to go. We're in the home stretch. The downside of this setup, by the way, is if I leave Cal petrified for the next couple of Fiend battles, it's going to take me longer to get my my main character buffed up there. So I might just do this for Lich, try it for Carrie, and then turn him back to life if it turns out that Carrie is not cooperating. Well, speaking of not cooperating, these Gurmedusas are not helping me out here. Only had a couple of even attempts at turning Calstone so far. There he goes. Alright, rest of the party can go ahead and blast these things. Mage Staff, which we picked up back at Sea Shrine, should clear him out pretty quickly, but I'll also put in Thor and Gauntlet for 2 extra Lit 2 actions, and Mage Staff. There we go. Alright, nicely done. So Cal now no longer is going to get hit by Flare. That is going to help me save a lot of heal potions overall. And at least for Lich, it feels like I don't need to have as much buffing for taking him on. I'm going to try him with one Giant's Glove here and see how that goes. Go ahead and use the haste and 1 temper. I have to be a little bit conservative about the haste and tempers for how they distribute it will get very unbalanced with Cal being out of action. That's right, Dan is in charge of this party. Mistakes have been made all throughout the night, especially picking a 4 thief party. But we're going to lead Dan in the front here to show us just how it's done. Alright, I think with this damage values I'm seeing here, we should be able to do carry without having to bring Cal back for that one either. Kraken's my first one I'm worried about not being able to outrace him for damage. And I also want to see what my potion count is, because that was a lot of damage from those flares. So I think I'd be over 8 hours. I was guessing 6 to 7, so turns out it's a little bit longer than I planned, but still good so far. Oh, this is going to hurt a lot. Boy. So I guess we're just going to have to get super lucky on the remaining fiends. Tiamat's the one I can't really do anything about because she mostly does elemental skills. About 45 heals left. We need some luck. Hey Gal, welcome back. Hope you had a good sleep. I'm gonna need some sleep here pretty soon. It's getting pretty late because of how long this run's gone, but I'm still enjoying it. Trying to get a little bit of free healing here so that we don't have to use as many healing potions. Preemptive, nice. So, one person fleeing, that's going to be a guaranteed run when we get to him, but hopefully Bill or Ace go first. There we go, back up to full. So this type of grinding with the heal staff is very common in NES, but it's going to be harder here thanks to the encounters not even being something that I even want to take. Like, I'll have a lot more encounters where running is not really a good option. Ninth 4-job Fiesta. Wow. Getting up there in numbers. Alright, Dan should be okay with 19 down. Not going to bother healing that. And here is the start of carry. We'll take a quick glance at this to see how it goes. I think it's going to be, though, very similar to how Lich went. $222. Hopefully we don't get too much more damage. I do need probably another round of tempers here because she does have another 400 hit points compared to Lich. Oh yeah, definitely need more tempers. This will be a 3-round, or I guess 4 rounds because we did have to Giant's Club at the start. Hoping she does spells. That's not a spell. Okay, Fire 3 is not terrible. Everybody's got resistance. Although, again, I'm very worried about my my potion count here, so We'll hopefully continue to manage that closely. That was 400 damage, which is another 15 potions. Oh, it's very tight now. Ooh. Let's see what we have coming out of this. I'm not going to even heal up all the way because I should be able to use some of the battles here to get recovery. Okay, 41 potions left. That's about the lowest I can go. No thank you. Water mentals are instant reset. They hit really hard and it's an unrunnable fight. Good experience though if you can get them. Still not wanting to take that battle. This is a whole bunch of junk, but I'm going to go ahead, try to start healing up here. I guess I should also Gauntlet, at least at the beginning, to start working on killing these things. I want to basically get most of them killed off, heal up to full. That saves me having to get Dan and Bill heal potion the rest of the way here. Hoping that we don't kill everything with this next gauntlet. Okay, we're good. I might have to do this again after the Kraken battle to avoid having to use more heal potions there. It's a lot harder to do this on Tiamat's floor because most of the monsters there are way more dangerous. The things here come in large packs, but they are generally pretty tame overall. You're in a white robe. About 30 healing per round. It's going to be maybe 4 rounds of doing this, and we'll be back up to full. At this point, the evasion probably is not really helping, but I don't have anything else for Dan to do besides use the white robe. We're very tempted to do white robes on Kraken to see if we can reduce the number of attacks per round he has. Relying on him just doing spells and skills is probably too risky because he does have a fairly high rate at which he does physicals. Alright, this is the last round of healing. Alright, Toku, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. You've been here for a long time. Almost as long as Dan has. Hit trolls for the damage limit. That would be really funny, but somewhat unnecessary. I'm just going to reset past everything. I don't even want to try battles at this point. Just need to get through this floor without any damage. Kraken fight, as long as he doesn't kill anybody, assuming that I can get another good fight to heal staff on, we should have a pretty good setup for recovery after that before heading down to Tiamat's floor. And I want to save all my potions for Tiamat. That's the spot where I know I'm going to take a lot of damage. She has a bite attack that's moderately damaging, and then also a pretty high level set of spells and skills that are going to be all party damage and no way of dodging those. Now, there's almost a 2-hour difference between in-game time and real time time, thanks to the amount of resets this has taken. It's about what I expected, given we spent a lot of time in some of the early boss fights until we could make those go successful. It was like 60 tries on Astos, and Lich actually was pretty good. It was not first try, but the fight was remarkable. So I hope that everybody enjoys that if they ever go back and watch the highlights for it. That's pretty close to cracking there. You're gonna Giant's Glove. We're gonna have White Robe going. I guess you can haste this time, and then Ace doesn't need to haste on Tiamat, so we're fine still. Ink, great start. I like it. Okay, start having you temper as well. I can basically reverse the roles of Ace and Bill next time, or I guess Tiamat doesn't really need white robes. Excellent, Bolt 2. Another good start here. So let's go and reverse you already. So temper, you're gonna white robe this time. I want to see how much damage Dan does after the 3 sabers and I guess 2 tempers plus the haste. Oh man. Through like 3 white robes. Kraken's still wrecking us. Wasn't a kill though, that's the important thing. Okay, that's a little bit better. Oh, and good damage. All right. We definitely don't need to worry more about damage boosting. When you see 1500 or so, that's roughly near the maximum damage cap for this version of the game. Kraken, Tiamat, and Chaos all have really high defense ratings. So it's hard to get much more than that with this number of hits. GBA can get higher thanks to an item that boosts the number of attacks you have per round. But it would take forever to get that with the Giant's Gloves. And I'm going to stay on Kraken's floor here for a second to get another battle where I can cheese the monsters for a little while. Because again, I don't want to use up any heal potions. These are not cheesable. This is the last real difficult stretch of the game. Alright, there we go. So White Robe. Heal. Gauntlets. I guess I could double Gauntlet here, and or Gauntlet plus the Thor Hammer. Reduce the odds of taking damage by these attacks. But Ace is so far off the other ones that unless he gets hit, and he's got the lowest chance at 1 in 7, we don't have to worry about Bill and Dan taking damage. Never mind. Only 2. 2's okay. Oh man, guys, sorry you can't miss it, or can't make the end of it, but the VODs will be there. Only about 15 minutes to go for this one. We're just going to go until Ace is up to full HP, make a run all the way over to... do I want to do Mazmune? Mazmune's got the benefit of saving me one round in the Tiamat and Chaos battles, maybe two, because the Katana's not a very good sword. It's definitely worse than Excalibur. So the question is, can I do Chaos with this party setup or not? If I get it wrong, I have to do Tiamat a second time to get to the Mazmune, because she actually, as a trap tile, will just respawn every time you walk on that square. Oh, this is so awful. Go get Mazmune. But it'd be so neat to see Dan finish the game with the Katana. Oh no. I'll get Mazmune. We'll get Mazmune. That's an even better fitting outcome for him. Dan with the Mazmune leading the party of thieves. Everything is wrong about that sentence. Masamune is what it's supposed to be called, but if you look at NES Final Fantasy, it's M-A-S-M-U-N-E. There is no middle or second A in there. I mean, Dan has led the party to chaos so many times that this just feels right to give him his fair share. Alright, this will be the last round here, so we have full HP again. Alright, time to do TMS floor, and we're gonna get the Mazmune, so we'll take the side trip here. Hey Grimvana, thanks for the compliment. Glad you're enjoying the stream there. This is a very unusual run, but nevertheless, I'm hoping everybody's enjoying it. There's really nothing... Well, I mean, I can try to run from some of the fights, but generally they have enough monsters in them that I'm not going to get a first turn chance at it. We'll at least peek in. Got away. So normally you would skip this in almost every speedrun of the remakes because of how good your buffs are. So you just rely on the buffs stacking up to max damage, but it's a bit of a safety measure to make sure that Dan can finish this off for us. And it basically saves 2 rounds of buffing compared to what his current weapon is, which is the Katana, or Sasuke, as it's called in this version. For Knights, if you had Excalibur, it's only a 1 round difference, so it's much less valuable there. So there we go. Dan with the upgrade. Go ahead, pass Sasuke down to Bill. A little bit extra damage. So that's actually important. 96 is a breakpoint for attacks per round, so Ace does get a benefit from having the higher accuracy weapon on right now. I don't know, see what Cal gets when he wakes up. I could bring Cal back to life at this point because we're not doing any battles, but I'll wait until we are past Tiamat. Just because that's a way to save potentially heal potions on that. The difference between damage with Cal's tempers is not going to be significant, whereas I'm expecting everybody to take, 8 to 10 heal potions worth of damage, and I only have 40 in total, so we would definitely be cutting it really close with 4 characters alive for this. Also, T-Mat has the Bane spell, and that would be instant death for Cal. Not having the ribbon really hurts. Almost there. Just gotta get around this one last corner. 4 purple arms. Unrunnable. That's also a really tough battle when you have limited resources to work with. I took the extra step. Does Bane go through proing? Yes. Bane is poison-based rather than instant death-based, so proing is not effective. However, Aegis Shield does block it, as Aegis Shield blocks poison and petrification. Okay, haste. Go ahead and temper. I don't think White Robe really helps here nearly as much as on Kraken. And because I have Mazmune, I'm only going to do 1 Giant's Glove. This is Bane, so that would be death for Cal. And you guys have 4 tempers left for Chaos, that should be fine. Should be fine. Nice. Ice 2 is way weaker than her skills, so her spells actually do less damage overall. We need 1 more hit, and then she should go down. Good fight. Alright. That was way better than I expected. She didn't use any of her special attacks, and with the Mazmune it saved me 2 rounds, so that also was a big relief there. One more stretch to get through. All those useless potions. I'll use probably 6 of them, so we'll have like 30 or so left. I mean, I certainly couldn't have done a normal playthrough for Temple of Fiends with that potion count. Alright, Sunblade doesn't get you another attack per round, but you're probably not hitting anything anyway. Okay, Dan with Ribbon, Mithril Shield, Diamond Armlet, Ice Shield, Flame Mail. I want to pass this around, I believe. Alright, here we go. Time to fight Garland. We've been grinding for 8 hours for the Garland battle. I hope it's enough. And some good music. Hey, thank you for the good wishes. Alright, so what is Cal's best move? I think just tempering. Anybody else can haste. Go ahead, temper, Giant's Glove. I don't think White Robe really benefits you a lot on Chaos. Even though he hits really hard, he doesn't have a lot of attacks per round. So it takes a lot of defense before you can go and avoid his hits. And I'm going to go offense. I could try to heal staff, but we're just going for it. Here we go. 4,000 hit points to get through. There is his second spell. We might have to wait out Cure 4. If he goes all the way through spells here, we're not going to kill him in time. I'm going to start going for the damage. Okay, 1642 is pretty respectable. If he does anything besides a spell, we are looking good. There's Blaze. That's a skill. Bill's a helper. Cal's a helper. Dan with the 2,000 damage hit. Terminate it. Easy every time. And only 8 hours and 15 minutes to get through that. You too could beat Final Fantasy with 4 Thieves. I don't know why you would, because it is the worst party of all time. But we have done it. Hope you